These three moving through it are the best hunters the Empire has. They are hunting someone numbered 947 out of 1,000 participants who just fled the training grounds. A squad that has never once failed to bring someone back. Trying to find one of the weakest should be easy. But the captain is anxious because things are strangely working as they should. The tracking is too good. One of them is talking about how it is expected to be easy tracking an amateur when something drops out of the branches and takes him straight up into the treetops. The second turns around to look for his partner and dies before he finishes turning. And the leader spins, alone, already feeling the wire close around the throat, getting dragged up through the forest by the neck while still trying to figure out how the weakest kid in the entire training camp got behind. In a second, the trio vanished, and everyone here is trained in the same place. A pit with 1,000 soldiers in it who are forced to kill each other to survive. At least 4 die every single day and get replaced by kidnapped children or volunteers shipped in like cattle, and the whole thing runs like a maze where every soldier gets a number stamped on him. The numbers are based purely on physical ability, so they go up and down constantly, and that number decides whether you get treated like a person or like garbage. Lower number, stronger you are. Our boy is 974 out of 1,000. So bro spends his days hauling boxes, cleaning, doing every miserable job nobody else wants. And during training, this guy Roman decides to make an example of him. 12th recruit of the class, one of the strongest in the entire camp, comes in swinging and cracks our boy into a stone pillar, telling him to take the fight seriously. Bro dusts himself off and tells Roman that even when he turns 40, he still won't have a girlfriend, and that little comment makes the guy completely lose it. He comes in with everything he has and gets sent flying with one hit from the low-ranked kid. But something falls out of our boy's pocket during all that. He picks it up. It's a locket, cracked open, with an old photo inside of a small boy standing between a man and a woman. And this is the first time in his entire life he has ever seen the faces of his family, and he makes a vow to escape from this place. But why? This kid used to be the commander of the Emperor's special forces. The elite squad, hand-picked, whose only job in this world is to protect Emperor Leon Kabayan. He climbed from nothing to the very top of it, and then started cutting his own men down inside their own capital. The knights fall one by one, while he keeps repeating the same word they've been chanting his whole life. Worship. Worship the Emperor. And here's the creepy part. Because the ones he already killed keep crawling forward, bodies dragging themselves across the floor to keep fighting. Some of them get back up with axes in their hands, still chanting for the Emperor with their guts hanging out. Bro's standing in the middle of it, wondering if death itself isn't enough to free these people from being someone's puppets. So he keeps slaughtering. The whole capital burns behind him. He reaches the throne room missing an arm and soaked in his own blood, and the Emperor is just sitting there completely calm, doesn't even let him talk, starts listing his resume back at him like a proud father. Survived the pit of solitude, cleared the training hall, more merit than anyone alive, climbed all the way to the top. Then he asks if he was ever satisfied, and that word makes our boy laugh. He grabs a broken piece of spear off the floor and jams it into his own ear. He digs around in his own skull and pulls out a parasite, a worm the Emperor planted in his head to steer him like a toy for 30 years. He lost everything. His family, his memories, the entire idea of who he was, all of it eaten by something living behind his eye. The Emperor's response to that is grabbing the little fairy floating next to him and biting her head off, muttering a few words, and putting a sword through our boy's chest, so fast he can't even move. He's collapsing on the floor of the throne room he burned to reach, hearing the Emperor tell him it's a shame he learned the truth, because he used to be one of his favorite toys. He dies on the floor asking himself if any of it meant anything. Then a voice tells him to wake up. He opens his eyes in a pit that feels familiar. He sees the giant stone sword, the symbol of the Special Forces training hall, 30 years back, right where it all started, which brings us back to a boy standing in a training yard holding a cracked locket. The lower your number, the stronger you are. And John, who currently has number 974, is near the very bottom. That's why he gets stuck with endless jobs, mostly hard labor. Part of him is sick of it, while another part thinks it's for the best. Then someone bumps into him, knocking the boxes he was carrying onto the floor. He quickly asks if they're blind. The girl apologizes, but he soon notices she's a high-ranking trainee, which means she's probably the daughter of an imperial noble. And this is where it gets interesting, because nobles don't get bugs planted in their brains. They're pushed to keep their bloodlines going, and they get so many perks that this hell feels like paradise to them. Then the protagonist realizes the girl is Lorena Beowulf, and she's with Cruel Wit and Katja Ibarain, the top 3, meaning he can't afford to mess with them. The problem is that Cruel isn't willing to let his attitude slide and starts insulting him, saying number 974 shouldn't even dare speak to them. Jean quickly apologizes, but that still isn't enough, because Cruel spits on him and says he needs to do more. He has to beg for mercy, and all the protagonist can think about is splitting him in half. Still, he holds himself back and stays quiet until Cruel gets bored and leaves. Then Katja picks up the boxes, and that could have been the end of it. But when Jean goes back to work, he realizes someone is waiting behind the door of one of the storage rooms with clear killing intent. It's obviously an ambush. He wonders if it could be Roman, but he has no choice except to go in and find out. So he acts casual and keeps walking, only to be surprised that the one waiting for him is Lorena herself. Because of that, Jean remembers Blue Iron Armguard, one of the Empire's most wanted criminals, someone even the knights in his old timeline couldn't stop, A man who committed his first murder at 11, whose iron arm became a symbol of fear, until suddenly it was torn off by Lorana, who dragged him to the Imperial Palace as proof of her insane feat. Of course, that earned her a place among the Imperial Knights and the respect of the Beowulf family, one of the 4 clans that rule the snowy northern region. They openly say she has the talent to become the strongest swordswoman on the whole continent. Since childhood, she built a name for herself as the Sword Saint, so Jean frankly tells her he has no idea why she's looking for him. She only stares at him suspiciously and asks what his goal is, because he's hiding his real strength. Jean keeps insisting he doesn't know what she means, but she reveals that she saw his fight the other day and noticed what should have been a rookie match ended with a blow only a high-ranking man could use. Jan knows he messed up by being that careless, but admitting his power would only bring more trouble, so he plays dumb. It even seems like Lorena might let it go, until suddenly she hits him with the same blow she used on Roman. Jan figures she's testing him, and for that reason alone, he doesn't dodge. He twists in pain while she apologizes, saying she was sure he would block it. And poor Lorena really does look embarrassed. Jan decides to use that and make her feel guilty. He hopes she'll forget what she saw, and it seems to work. Lorena offers to help. She starts moving boxes with him and says he doesn't need to be so formal. After all, they're both still trainee soldiers. She's actually pretty kind and easy to talk to. Lorena admits she hates how lower-ranked people are treated and wants to change that when she becomes head of her family. They keep talking while they finish the work. Once it's all done, Jan thanks her for helping, but that isn't the end of it. Lorena says she'd like to be wrong, but she's not stupid. She clearly noticed his reaction. His eyes stayed on her hands, which gave him enough time to dodge. That's why she plans to keep watching him. Jan stays quiet, but starts wondering how to get her off his back or if he should kill her now before it's too late. He knows he has the skill to do it, but that would put the Beowulf family on alert and turn them against him. So the answer stays the same. Escape is his best option. With that in mind, he heads to the latrines. In his old timeline, many people tried to escape, but only one ever made it out. He was caught in a nearby forest, and Jan wonders how the hell he managed it before being killed. Before dying, that man revealed that behind a wall in one of the abandoned toilets in Area 3, there was a secret passage leading outside. In the present, Jan finds it. It's still very small, but if he keeps digging, he should be able to get out of this awful place and take back his freedom. Still, he knows he has to wait for the right moment, so he puts everything back and returns to his cell just in time for the nightly roll call. Even though he's desperate, Jan reminds himself to stay calm. As a commander, he learned that success in any mission depends on how careful you are. In the end, he'll only get one shot. Even if he escapes, a pursuit squad will come after him, and if they catch him, they'll kill him and use him as an example for the other trainees. In a situation like this, strength alone won't be enough, so he needs to prepare his hidden card, Dark Dragon Breathing, a mana circulation technique known only by Special Forces commanders. The problem is, even though he knows the method, his current body can't handle it. So he chooses an even riskier plan, Divine Dragon Breathing, which makes mana rush through his body at shocking speed, soaking every cell like a dragon itself has entered him. Seeing that much power, Jan remembers this was the secret technique of the first emperor, the very thing that let him build the empire and conquer dozens of nations with a single sword. But then MC notices that the huge amount of mana he gathered starts leaking out of his energy core, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't stop it. That's when he realizes it's impossible to form a stable core with a body this weak while using a secret art he never fully mastered. The truth is, Divine Dragon Breathing was taught to him by the Emperor himself as a test, but he only received one of the 2 scrolls, so he never fully learned how to absorb mana. The strange part is that Jan knows where the other scroll is, but going after it now would be way too reckless. First, he has to escape before anything else starts. The next day, he and the other trainees are called to a gathering, and rumors quickly spread that the chosen ones will be set free. Jan hears them and thinks they're naive because according to his memories, this is the day a certain person arrives at the camp, and staying off that man's radar is the smartest move. Right then, Raman starts looking for him, but everyone gets silenced by a shout so strong it nearly knocks them to the floor. It's aura voice transmission, a technique that puts mana into the user's voice and crushes anyone who hears it, depending on the user's power. The man behind it calls them talentless trash with no status, a line Jan knows all too well. It belongs to Damien, the training center's commander-instructor, a madman the protagonist needs to avoid at all costs. The voice technique is so powerful that 2 trainees die on the spot, and their bodies are dragged away while the rest can only try to stay calm under the commander's gaze. For Jan, this is a critical moment, because he knows better than anyone that Damien sees people as toys. If MC ends up on that list, he can forget about escaping, he might even lose his life. Then Damien stands before them, mockingly calling them trash and admitting that if he could, he'd kill them all right there. Still, he says they don't need to worry because the Emperor is giving them one last chance to prove themselves by joining the mercenary project. Of course, Jan knows exactly what that means, because he used to be one of them. A dragon warrior meant to protect the Emperor, brainwashed and secretly implanted with a bug, so they could be controlled like disgusting puppets. Basically, it's what we saw at the start, soldiers willing to keep fighting even after death, but Damien says none of that. Instead, he forces them to clap, and insists that this is a rare chance for trash like them, while Jan focuses on staying invisible. That plan falls apart when Romain raises his hand behind him and asks how strong someone has to be become a dragon warrior. He even threatens to beat him up once he gets that strong. Damien, of course, doesn't take the interruption well, and in an instant pierces Romain's chest with a technique called finger gesture art, which basically lets him fire condensed mana shots. As Romain fails to dodge, Damien calls him nothing but an insect. Jan can tell Romain isn't dead yet, so he could still save him by stopping the bleeding right now, but making any move would turn him into that psycho's next target. Luckily, Romain gets back up, showing he's tougher than he looks, and asks what that makes Damien, a man who worked so hard to gather all these so-called insects. No matter what Damien thinks, they're only here because their lives depend on it. So if he really sees them as bugs, why doesn't he protect his precious emperor all by himself? The room goes silent. Damien admits Romain is a pretty stubborn insect, like a cockroach that can survive even after losing its head. Then he asks if Romain can do the same, and starts gathering a huge amount of energy at his fingertip. But just as he fires, something blocks the attack. A crystal mole, a creature from those caves with a special trait. When it touches anything, it explodes. So instead of dying on the spot, Romain is saved and only passes out from the blast. All of it, of course, is thanks to Jan, who found the mole in the bathroom and kept it in case he ever needed it. Still, he knows everything will fall apart if Damien saw him throw it. But the man only laughs, saying that was pretty interesting for a cockroach. It had a lot of luck. In the end, Damien simply leaves. Jan lets out a breath, relieved that at least for today, he's safe. The problem is, he couldn't be more wrong. In his office, Damien clearly remembers both boys' faces and decides he's found a pair of very interesting toys. After that, we move to Area 3 to the abandoned toilet, where Jan has been working non-stop for the last 3 days, widening the tunnel that will lead him to freedom. Sadly, he badly underestimated how much work it would take. There's so little room he can barely breathe. Aside from that, things have gone smoothly, since he strengthened his eyes with mana to see in the dark. The work is repetitive, and the toilet sits in an abandoned building that isn't even on the maps, so he doesn't worry much about getting caught. Everything goes fine until his knife suddenly hits something hard, blackwater pipes, which he ends up breaking. That becomes obvious later, when his supervisors start roll call and notice a terrible smell coming from him. He has no choice but to make up an excuse, claiming he had an accident while moving waste barrels. The smell is so bad that they order him to go bathe and wash everything well. Jan can only think that he never expected to hit a pipe like that, and definitely not one that smelled that insanely awful. Even so, he stays calm because he's made good progress and has even stolen useful items for the escape, like a dagger, rope, and other tools, so the plan is still on track. Best of all, his body has gotten much stronger too. He survived brutal training that could have killed almost anyone, but for him, it'll buy freedom. Then he hears a couple of trainees talking about the commander. Everyone fears him, but rumors say he'll be away from his post for a while, which Jan sees as the perfect chance to escape. That only gives him more reason to finish the tunnel fast. So he goes back to Area 3 and is just about to start digging again, when he hears footsteps coming closer, and his first thought is that he's done for. That Lorena or Damien found out and his whole plan is ruined. Luckily, it's only Romain, who apparently followed him there and insists he can still move, that his wounds are nothing. Jan assumes he's just there to be annoying and tells him to get lost. Romain agrees, saying he must be busy since digging a tunnel to escape isn't easy. Worse, he openly threatens to report him. With the instructors nearby, he has no choice but to use one of his strongest moves, Dark Chaos. That is Dark House Form, a strike that slices Romain's throat and shatters his leg before he can even move. With his last breath, Romain asks, but even though the image feels completely real, it's just Jan picturing the easy way out again. In reality, he stays silent, and Romain asks if he has nothing to say. He stresses that trying to escape is a very serious crime, and if the protagonist gets caught, he'll definitely be executed. That's why he tells him to beg for his life. Maybe then he'll keep quiet. Jan doesn't buy the act or the taunts. He says that won't be needed. Romain won't tell anyone because he hates the special forces even more than MC does. Hearing that confidence, Romain is stunned and MC keeps going, pointing out that Romain couldn't hide his anger toward the commander, not even when he nearly died. It was obvious he was desperate to return to his hometown, so he says he doesn't believe Romain will betray him because he wants out too. Then he stares him down and asks if he's wrong. Romain admits the protagonist is extraordinary. He realized that during their last fight, and he isn't stupid. He knows that if Jan had wanted him dead, he wouldn't still be here. In fact, he's been watching him closely and noticed MC smells different from the other apprentices. Because of that, he also figured out that his shoes carry traces of lime dust, even though most of this place is made of granite. He also studied the way Jan walks and checked his daily work records, which showed he was spending far too much time there. He admits Romain is sharper than he looks, and Romain asks him to explain the plan. He's not fully sure he wants in, but he wants the chance to think about it. Jan refuses. For something like this, there's no room for doubt. Romain is strong and could rise through the ranks in about 10 years, but escaping alone would still put more than just him at risk. It would endanger the family he wants to protect. In short, there's no time to think or hesitate. He has to choose now, knowing that if he joins the protagonist, by this time tomorrow, they'll be gone. Romain asks if he has a plan for after they get out, and Jan says yes. Still, it's risky. The gap in rank between them is huge, so the guards may focus on Roman instead of him. Even so, MC says he has something in mind. They just need trust, so Roman takes the bait and goes all in, joining him. After that, Damien gathers everyone and tells the apprentices he called them in because he has an important announcement. Among them are senior apprentice number 32 Kyles and junior number 525 Marvin, listening closely as he says he has big news, something Jan has been expecting for a while. The date has finally been set for the first test. He says the rules are simple. Everyone will be sent to the Abyss Edge Mountains and whoever survives passes. The problem is that place is anything but normal. Jan remembers the story of an adventurer named Nilf who went there searching for the only herbs that could save his mother, but got devoured so completely that nothing was left to bury. After that, even the Emperor banned entry for anyone who valued their life. What makes the area so deadly is that it's packed with monsters from weak goblins to nightmare-sized giants and creatures no one can even name. Worst of all, deep in the mountain lies something far stronger. With a cruel grin, Damien asks if they're excited and jokes about betting on how many bugs will survive. Then one of his subordinates tells him he has an urgent message. He's been summoned immediately. We still don't know what it is about, but the tension is obvious. The man leaves at once and Damien is left surprised by the sudden attitude shift, but even more worried, since he knows most of the junior apprentices aren't ready to survive in a place like that for even a day. As for the noble juniors, they'll most likely get help from the instructors. While all this is happening, Lorena walks by him and the juniors step aside like she's some kind of goddess. When Jan sees her, he simply asks her to keep walking and not make a scene. She notices, and for a moment it seems like she might do something, but she only locks eyes with him, making it clear she can't wait to see what he'll do. Luckily, she keeps going. Still, knowing someone is watching his every move only makes Jan want to escape unseen even more. So he asks Roman if he has what he requested. Roman quietly says yes, and with calm confidence, he tells him to take one last look at the great stone sword. He won't be seeing it again. Jan already knows what message Damien received, because he was summoned to the Imperial Palace to report on the candidates, the apprentices, and the test preparations. That means they must use every second of his absence. That night will be their escape. A few hours later, the guard starts roll call, naming the junior apprentices one by one. When Jan's turn comes and there's no answer, he turns serious and says he won't tolerate more trouble. Then the protagonist finally replies, "I'm here." But the voice doesn't come from the cell. It comes from behind him, where a pair of hands suddenly snaps his neck, kicking off the escape plan. And the surprise is, it won't be just Jan and Roman like we were told at first. Apparently, two more apprentices join them, Jake and Toto. They insist on hiding the guard's body well to make sure no one finds it and buy more time. Surprisingly, Roman recruited both of them at MC's request, making it clear they're highly capable and even willing to die for a chance to escape. They move on until they reach a huge red door, and Jan explains this is why he brought them in the first place. He can't open it alone. To get from the facility to an abandoned bathroom in the sealed zone, they have to pass through a double door. The catch is, it only opens if two switches inside are pressed, and once it opens it has to be locked in place with an outside switch, so basically two people must hold the switches on both sides first. Then the other two pass through and hit the outer switch to secure the door, and only then can they keep going. From the start, this was always a plan for more than one person. With that settled, they get to work and Roman and Jake take the first switches while Tadu and he move ahead. He tells them he'll send a signal once they can let go and come in. But as the seconds drag on, the protagonist not only gives the signal, the door suddenly shuts. It leaves them outside, and Roman starts pounding on the door with all his strength. Then Jan opens it from the other side, promising he would never leave them behind. Still, Roman notices he's completely covered in blood and asks what happened in there. MC says it was just a small problem. He explains that he planned to subdue the guardian wolf with tranquilizers, but it didn't work, so they had to deal with it the hard way. That's also why the signal took so long. It was much stronger than he expected. From there, the rest of the escape moves fast. They cross the tunnel until they reach the forest outside the camp. Best of all, Jan doesn't sense any sign that they're being chased or that anyone has noticed the escape yet, so they need to use every second to widen the gap between them and the pursuit teams that will come sooner or later. Looking out, Roman admits it's frustrating how easy and fast this was, considering how many people are still trapped down there. Jan disagrees. Reaching this point took far longer than it seems. Even with the beautiful view, he warns them this is only the calm before the storm. He takes one more look at the photo of his parents, knowing this is only the beginning. Of course, he also has no time to waste, so he starts explaining the plan from here on out. They're in the heart of the great forest of Atria, a huge region spread across the Empire's northern mountain range, so vast they'll need to run for at least 2 full days to get out alive. Roman asks if it wouldn't be better to hide among the giant Sikujoa trees until the danger passes, but Jan explains the forest is full of monsters too, so staying there doubles the risk. Besides, hiding is useless. The pursuit team has around 20 people who know the forest like the backs of their hands, so the best idea he has is to run and split up. If they separate, the pursuit team will have to split too, and a 1 versus 5 sounds a lot more possible than a 4 versus 20. Roman doesn't like that plan much, since as the highest rank, he'll be the main target. Jan reminds him he's also the strongest, so he'll survive. It may be unfair, but if they stay together, they're screwed, so there's nothing else to argue about. He explains the strategy using small carved figures, and Roman asks why he's the only one labeled idiot. Jan completely ignores the question. Then Jake thanks him for helping them. He thanks the protagonist for getting them out, admitting they never would have escaped without him. Then he says he hopes they all make it out alive and meet again someday. At first, the protagonist says nothing. He really had seen him as just a pawn, a useful piece for his plan. But now he admits the guy must have his own reason for risking his life to leave that hell. Roman notices the silence and is shocked to see a small smile on Jan's face. In the end, they make one thing clear: they'll probably never see each other again unless they get caught or end up trapped like when they were recruited. It sounds harsh, but if they never meet again, that means everything worked. So Jan admits he's not that stupid, and simply says, "We won't see each other again." The four split up, running hard in different directions. After a while, MC decides it's time to make his own move. He activates Divine Dragon Breath, using a technique called Wind Wing Flap, which sends mana into his arms and legs and lets him run at insane speed. It even launches him to the top of a tree in one move, but there's still a huge stretch of forest ahead. The bad part is his body can't keep that pace for long. He still hasn't mastered efficient mana flow, but none of that matters now. He's getting closer to his goal. Thinking about the others, he feels kind of pathetic that they had to help him so much when he was the leader of the 5th Division's Special Forces. Still, that weakness only pushes him harder to find out how fast he can get back to his prime. Meanwhile, the two Academy officials learn about the escape and complain that they still haven't gotten updates from the hunters. They need results before the Mad Commander returns from the palace. The problem is Damien shows up right then and says the madman is already back. For a second, it looks like he's about to cut the man in half, but then his expression suddenly changes. He says not to worry, he's been busy, so he'll let him do his job. This man is the head of the cadet headquarters, so he quickly promises the fugitives will be caught. Damien asks how exactly they plan to bring them back without trouble, when trouble has already happened, and before the man can even react, Damien grabs his shoulder with such force that he slams him into the ground, shattering both his legs. With everyone else terrified, Damien says he doesn't know how they'll bring them back. What he does know is that they're useless for failing to catch a few trainees. The man begs for one more chance, but Damien crushes his head, saying he has no chance left to give. Then he tells one of his subordinates to call the pursuit team. He'll handle this himself from now on because there's one very interesting boy he wants to find. By morning, back in the great forest of Atria, the 3rd Pursuit Squad moves through the area at full speed until their leader tells the others to stop. She's noticed something strange on the ground. The others ask if something happened or if the trail vanished, but she says it's the exact opposite. The chase is going too smoothly, and that feels wrong. She removes her mask, and her name is Kills. Her partners Kyle and Rodrigo brush it off, saying it's only number 974, the protagonist. He's weak, so of course the search is easy. They found his footprints by the cliff, plus signs he kept heading the same way, the kind of trail a desperate, pathetic trainee would leave. Even so, Kyles can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. Still, she tells herself it's just her imagination. Then she sees the fog getting thicker and orders them to push harder so they can finish faster. The others agree, saying 974 will be easy and that number 12 is the real problem. But everything falls apart when, out of nowhere, a figure appears behind Rodrigo and drags him into the treetops before the others notice. That leaves 2. When Kyle finally realizes his partner is gone, it's already too late. Jan kills him in a single blow. A few seconds later, Kyles turns and asks why they're making so much noise, only to find herself completely alone. Both teammates are gone without a trace. She immediately wonders how the enemy could kill them so fast. Even though it matches that bad feeling she had before, the logical part of her mind knows there's no way number 974 did this. Right then, the protagonist goes for her head, but she reacts just in time and strikes back, splitting a tree in half. She curses him, calling him arrogant for thinking she'd fall for that. Sadly for her, a wire suddenly wraps around her neck and drags her through the forest, using a branch like a pulley, slowly tearing her throat open. In seconds, she realizes the tracks and clues they found were left on purpose to stall them and lead them in. What she can't understand is how number 974 could beat hunters who have never failed, but she doesn't get to finish that thought. And just like that, Pursuit Squad 3 is wiped out. Once things calm down, the protagonist takes their weapons and admits it wasn't as hard as he expected. If things keep going like this, he might actually make it out alive. For now, his top priority is using the fog, but the hounds from the compound will soon pick up the scent of blood. So he starts eating and rubbing himself with a bunch of silica herbs which smell awful and are perfect for hiding his scent. The smell is so horrible that the dogs hate it, so that should keep him safe for now. The real problem is that once they spread the heavenly and earthly net, not even a king can escape, and the clock is still ticking. Then he notices smoke rising from another part of the forest, which is a terrible sign. The pursuit squads aren't allowed to light fires, so it's probably Jake and the others setting up camp. Of course, that's a stupid choice that could get them killed, and even as he starts to go help, he tells himself this isn't the time to worry about them. After all, he only brought them here because he needed them to escape and use them as decoys, so if the hunters chase them instead, that helps him. But no matter how much he tries to believe that, his body moves on its own, and he runs to save them. The problem is, out of nowhere he feels an icy chill on the back of his neck, a bloodthirst he's felt thousands of times on the battlefield, the sense that something is behind him and watching him. At first he thinks it's just a wild animal, but then a voice behind him says, "I'm glad you took the bait." The shock is so great that the protagonist freezes for a moment while the voice adds that from the first time he saw him, he knew he'd be a very fun toy. That's when Jan realizes even the flap of a small butterfly's wings can turn into a giant storm. When he finally looks, it's Damien, walking toward him calmly. Sure, his eyes were right. Then he meets his gaze and says, "Nice to meet you, 974. The tension is so heavy that a few seconds drag by until lightning breaks the silence, and as casually as if he were out for a walk, Damien remarks that it looks like rain. Meanwhile, Jan breaks into a cold sweat, thinking this can't be happening. He had to leave that exact day because in the other timeline, the commander returned from the palace later than expected, after causing trouble and nearly getting jailed by the emperor, something that Major shouldn't have changed so easily, so he wonders if his own actions twisted the future. Which of them caused something this bad? Was it meeting Lorena? Helping Rama? The people he had to kill to escape? They all seem small, but now it's clear those small choices piled up and ruined the future he had planned. Then Damien asks if he's going to throw another mole at him, a reference Jan clearly understands, and proof that he's in serious trouble. The commander admits he was truly shocked that day, and never thought he'd recover so fast. For a few seconds, he didn't even understand what was happening or how a trainee could move that quickly. To him, it was a great discovery to find that kind of potential in a place where he expected nothing but insects. Of course, Jan realizes he was foolish to think something like that would go unnoticed, and even if he doesn't know how much the future changed, this is one of the worst outcomes possible. One thing he does know about Damien is that he'll one day become one of the continent's 3 greatest swordsmen. But that hasn't happened yet, so if he wants to kill him, it has to be now or never. Damien senses that killing intent immediately and starts laughing, asking how he plans to kill him, thrilled that this boy isn't trying to run. He gets so excited that he offers him a chance, telling him to try to kill him, and depending on how he does, he'll grant him the freedom he wants so badly. The moment he says that, Jan's eyes change. That only makes Damien even more excited. He's never seen a trainee with such clear judgment, boldness, endurance, skill, and caution. He's far above the trash Damien sees every day. It's almost like he was born to join the special forces. Damien is so thrilled that he can't help asking what kind of monster Jan will become if he keeps growing. But that fantasy crashes when the protagonist sighs, and instead of showing the skills Damien wants so badly to see, he drops to the ground and begs for mercy. Damien's face says everything, and the worst part is, the protagonist really means it. He doubles down and even forces out a few tears. Then he claims the others threatened him into escaping, that they'd kill him if he didn't go with them, and says he's relieved Damien showed up. He keeps talking like Damien is obviously going to save him, so Damien asks who was behind it. Jan points to number 12 as the one responsible, but even while playing along, Damien clearly doesn't buy it. No matter how hard MC keeps acting, he already knows what he is trying to do. Because of that, he manages to stop Jan's strike at the last second, saying he'd never drop his guard for something that cheap. In a way, the protagonist's attack only disappoints him more than before, but then everything changes when he opens his eyes and sees the tip of another attack that he barely avoids. That's when he realizes the first move was only a distraction, exactly the kind of trick he expected from the most promising trainee he's ever met. Then in an instant, Jan appears behind him and says this next one is the real strike, using a skill called Shadow Eraser that nearly hits him. But for some reason, the blow bounces off and Jan is the one who gets hurt. He has no idea what just happened, then notices a strange black mist covering the commander, spinning into a whirl that starts firing hundreds of random projectiles. They tear through everything nearby, and it gets worse. The projectiles start chasing Jan, so he grabs his dagger and activates Shadow Formation 5, blocking every single projectile, though the formation is left completely shattered as Damien walks toward him. Damien admits he was ready to let him go if he won, but not anymore. He refuses to lose a toy this entertaining and says he could keep playing with him for the rest of his life. Then Jan notices his clothes were ripped apart by the last hit, revealing a strange symbol tattooed on his shoulder. At first, MC doesn't recognize it, but then we jump to the past 22 hours before the escape. While attendance was being checked, Jan was also making sure everything for his plan was ready, telling himself it was only a matter of time before he could return with his answer, and he couldn't wait to learn who he really was. Then part of the locket broke, revealing a strange symbol inside. He guessed it might be his family's crest, but if that was true, why hide it inside the locket? And of course, if his family had a crest, that meant he wasn't lowborn, much less a slave. The good news was simple. He only had to find someone who recognized that emblem. Unfortunately, back in the present, that same symbol is tattooed on Damien's shoulder, making Jan wonder how this psycho is tied to his family. Now he can't help doubting everything, because none of it makes any sense, especially knowing who this madman is. Before he can think further, Damien cuts in and asks if he's finally given up, then moves in to finish him off. Luckily, Jan reacts in time and stops the attack with a strong kick. It lands clean, but Damien takes it calmly without a scratch. Even so, he looks impressed and decides to show one of his tricks, summoning spears of pure energy that burst from the ground like deadly spikes. Jan dodges them fast, but one still clips his foot. That's when he realizes the commander isn't using full power. He's just playing. Instead of getting angry, he thinks he should use any opening to escape. The problem is, even if he can, he doesn't want to. Damien isn't just a psycho. He's the only person who might know something about Jan's family. And if there's even a chance they're nobles, that information will matter a lot, because in the near future a huge uprising called the Armenia Rebellion will sweep across the continent, bringing down 10 kingdoms and wiping out many noble houses. It will grow so big that even the imperial family will be threatened. But in the end, the emperor will handle it, killing the rebel leaders and their relatives. The problem is that the leader of that rebellion will be the previous emperor's illegitimate son. Almost nothing will be known about him because every record will be erased. But that man is Damien. Back in the present, he asks what the hell Jan is thinking. But the real issue is this: Damien belongs to that family, and the rebellion will get all of them killed, including the protagonist's parents. So escaping is no longer the top priority. Stopping the rebellion is. To do that, he'll need Damien's trust, and will have to do whatever it takes. With that in mind, Jan says he's impressed by Damien's skill, and that the head of the special forces would surely respect work like his. Those words trigger an instant reaction. In a flash, Damien grabs MC by the face and throws him into a tree like a toy, wrecking part of the area as he asks if Jan is mocking him. Lying on the ground, barely able to handle the pain, he hears Damien say he's wasting his talent with that reckless mouth. But the protagonist pushes even harder, saying that mouth also knows the weakness of the head of the special forces. Again, Damien reacts exactly as Jan hoped, blowing up in anger and demanding how he could know that. MC simply answers 592 in Simmons County. That's where he found what he was looking for. After that, we jump ahead a few hours. Back at the training center, Damien is ready to get back to work when his assistant asks what they should do with the 3 people he mentioned earlier. Damien says to send them back to where they came from. He doesn't want to waste time on insects. We still don't know exactly who he means, but then he's interrupted by a man with a cane, who tells him to stop pretending to be busy and speaks to him with open contempt. Seeing him, Damien asks why he came without warning, and we learn this is Rodrigo Meyer, the head of the special forces. Damien insists things are going fine and even claims the trainees under him are stronger than official members. Rodrigo calls that nonsense. He came because he heard performance has been worse than usual. Damien says he has no idea what he means, but even without direct insults, the assistant can feel hostile mana pouring off both of them. The pressure is so intense that people with weak endurance would have already passed out. Then Rodrigo asks why Damien never properly went to greet the emperor. Damien replies that he had something more important to do. Rodrigo hints that he must have spent the day hunting deserters, but the commander snaps back that he has no clue what he's talking about. There were no deserters that week, just him dealing with a bunch of insects. Still, he says there's nothing to worry about, so maybe Rodrigo should head back the way he came. Then his assistant says he can't wait to kill that bastard and hopes Jan told the truth. And that's when we see his current assistant is actually the protagonist, who removes his mask and assures him there's no need to worry. Once they start investigating, they'll see everything he said was true. Later in Damien's office, Jan starts explaining that even though 592 Simmons County Road was always empty and abandoned, it was the place where he lived and grew up. There weren't many kids around, so he often played alone, except when he got the chance to spend time with his only friend, a little blonde girl who watched him from a window. Back then he didn't know it, but she was Rodrigo's daughter. In the present, Damien says that would explain a lot, but his tone makes it clear he doesn't believe a word of it and thinks it all sounds way too convenient. Of course, we know it's a lie, and Jan knows it too. Someone like Damien would never fall for something this weak. But true or not, his job is to make him believe it. And since Damien and Rodrigo have been rivals for years, he has to use that. By now, they've already started looking for the girl. And of course they haven't found the fake address. But the protagonist only needs to keep the lie alive a little longer. What matters is that Damien hates Rodrigo so much, he gets excited just hearing about a way to beat him. A weak point he can exploit. Still unsure, Damien asks if targeting the girl will really work. Jan says yes and keeps spinning the story, claiming the girl has always lived under threats from enemies who wanted to kidnap her and use her against her father. The key part is MC's made-up claim that Rodrigo always gives in because his daughter is his weakness, so he keeps her under watch and moves her from house to house under Special Forces protection. It's a pile of lies, and Damien seems to notice, saying it's ridiculous how perfectly everything fits. Without any shame, Jan tells him to trust it. For once, luck seems to be on his side. At that, Damien throws a mana-charged pen at him, turning it basically into a bullet. Jan dodges it, and Damien tells him to stop joking around, because he could just as easily be a spy sent by that bastard Rodrigo. Using every bit of patience he has, he stays calm and says he understands why Damien would think that, but sometimes you have to use strange chances and fit the puzzle pieces together. His childhood memories, the commander's family ties, the power structure inside the special forces, and the rivalry between those two. Some facts line up so well they sound fake, but they aren't. They're just pieces of a huge puzzle called reality. Jan thinks that's exactly what he's been doing this whole time, gathering memories and clues to stay alive. He also argues that if he were Rodrigo's spy, he wouldn't have risked his life escaping. This was just information he saved as a last card in case his escape plan failed, and that angle makes Damien ease up a little. It's the old trick, mix truth with lies, then balance hope and doubt until Damien is stuck somewhere between suspicion and trust, and all Jan has to do now is tip that balance his way. So he says he investigated on his own and found where the girl is hiding. A tiny bit of hope Damien can't ignore, as long as he trusts what the protagonist says. At that moment, the man thinks it over, and even with doubts, he finally gives in, saying maybe luck really is on his side. They can talk about the rest some other day, and Jan knows this is at least progress. He leaves, while Damien takes the chance to check the records MC has. There, he finds something very interesting. Still, that stays unclear because we jump ahead 1 week to the mountains at the edge of the abyss where the special training exam officially begins. This place isn't normal at all. It's home to several kinds of monsters, and underestimating them would be a huge mistake. For example, there's the swamp goblin. Even though a group of recruits manages to beat them pretty easily, their mistake is getting cocky and thinking the mountain isn't that dangerous. One of them tries to stay calm, but they realize they've already cleared out the nearby monsters, so they start thinking the rest of the week will be easy. Then the one who seems to be their leader reminds them they can't forget the other 2 test conditions. It's not just about surviving. Like Damien said at the start, they also have to hunt monsters and collect the magic stones inside them. So even if they live, their ranking depends on how many stones they get, and enough of them could let them rise in rank and even surpass the 4 great families. In short, they need to keep moving. But right after he says that, a giant hand appears out of nowhere and snaps his neck. Recruit number 320, disqualified. The other 2 stare in shock, unable to believe something that big got that close without warning. Then it becomes clear it's a golden ogre of the Great Temple, a deadly creature that uses magic to hide itself and get close to prey. Panicked, the boys try to run, but it grabs their friend's corpse and hurls it at them so fast they're taken out like pins in a bowling game. Meanwhile, Damien watches the scene through a crystal and announces to the other recruits that the first 30 sent in have already been wiped out, so they'd better be more careful unless he wants to deal with even more bodies. He also says that from now on they'll send 50 people every 5 minutes, and the nightmare begins. John can already tell the bastard seems pretty pleased, not just by the slaughter but also by everything he learned about Rodrigo. And now we see that the part about Rodrigo having a daughter wasn't actually a lie. That part is real, but he doubts Damien can find anything useful enough to bring Rodrigo down. Still, what matters is that he's getting closer to Damien, and he has to use that to grow stronger and make Damien see him as a useful ally. That's why for John, this test in the mountains at the edge of the abyss isn't really a problem. It's a chance to get stronger and find the 2 hidden treasures that still haven't been discovered here in this time. If he gets them, his growth is set. But suddenly things get strange when Damien asks his aides if they're sure about what they said, in a tone that makes it clear something weird is happening. Then he suddenly drops to one knee, and right there the true ruler of Kabayan appears, the heir of the noble emperor, Prince Leon Kabayan. John watches in slow motion, remembering that in his memories, around 500 recruits die in this first round, but there was never any major anomaly. So it makes no sense for Leon, the one who once tried to kill him, to show up out of nowhere. This is clearly a change in the timeline, but to the protagonist, that man is unmistakable, the face of the person who toyed with him before his death. Of course, his expression is very different from the last time John saw it, but when Leon introduces himself politely and everyone kneels before him, MC can only stare back with eyes full of killing intent. The shock is that Leon suddenly says he's willing to free anyone who wants out of this hell, promising freedom to all those brought here by force. At that moment, John's face shifts from hate to real surprise, because this Leon is nothing like the one he knew. In the past, John saw him whenever it was time to report the results of a mission, and even if Leon never treated him especially badly, he always made it clear he didn't care about openly abandoning the warriors fighting for the Empire. Instead, he always said the world was like a chessboard. Slaves, commoners, even nobles all existed for him and for the wishes of the Emperor. With a cruel smile, he used to say there was no greater honor than dying for a king. John remembers those words clearly as he now watches Leon act noble and tell everyone they still have time to leave if they aren't ready to face the price of serving his cause. Little by little, hope spreads among the recruits, and they clearly start getting excited. And Leon even turns to Damien and says there's no need for such a morally twisted test. When Damien says they do it to protect him, Leon answers that makes no sense, because the Emperor exists to protect the people, not for the people to die for him. With total confidence, Leon makes it clear he won't allow this madness, even if the Emperor himself approved it. Damien replies that what they're doing here is legal, if extreme, and Leon asks if there is even one recruit willing to take this deadly test by choice. If even one person wants it, he says, then he won't interfere, and will simply leave. Of course, everyone goes silent. Damien thinks Leon is a huge pain, but then someone stands up. It's the protagonist, and Leon can't understand why someone ranked 974 would want to throw himself into this. He asks if he's being treated unfairly, and Jean says yes, but one thing still doesn't matter to him. No matter the number, everyone has the same right to risk their lives to move forward. After a few seconds, Leon simply says he's an exceptional recruit and keeps his word, giving permission for the test to continue under his watch. So the portal opens and everyone is told they'll be sent to different spots. When Jean's turn comes, he realizes Leon had never come here before and his behavior is completely different from before. Now Jean also has to figure out what the hell happened to him. And just like that, a moment later, he arrives in an empty part of the mountains, glad that his hands and feet are still attached, which is one of the side effects teleportation can cause. Since the area is almost empty, the first smart move is to find something he can use as a weapon. But he gets distracted by a smell, that strange mix of sulfur and the mountain's own scent, something he hasn't sensed in a very long time. Then a faint sound behind him grabs his attention. It's a monster trying to ambush him. But before we see what happens, on the other side of the mountain, a group of recruits is about to be wiped out by a cockatoo griffin. Luckily for them, right then Lorena appears and kills it with a single blow, showing why she's seen as the strongest recruit of them all. The boys thank her and she notices they're a big group carrying several wounded, so they explain they're basically low-level recruits who teamed up just to survive no matter what. They even ask if they can stay with her for a while, at least until they get out of the most dangerous area. She agrees easily, though her mind is on something else. She keeps wondering where the protagonist is and whether he's okay. His defiant attitude, even in front of the crown prince, clearly stuck with her. Then Cruel cuts in and the name fits him well. He says those weaklings are useless, not even good as meat shields, and letting them follow will only slow them down. Honestly, he has a point, saying her little bit of mercy will just bring trouble. Even when Lorena says people shouldn't be judged by their rank, he makes it clear he plans to become #1 after this test. Luckily, Katja steps in and reminds them there's no time to waste fighting. He says that even if the exam is individual, turning on each other won't help anyone. He points out that moving in a large group is still better than being alone, and that as nobles, they have a duty to lead the commoners. But Cruel mocks him to his face, saying the blood of a traitor can't be called noble. It's clearly a low blow, and Katja answers it calmly, saying that as the youngest son in his family, no one expects anything from him. Cruel quickly moves to attack, but Lorena stops him and barely calms him down before he walks away. As he leaves, he reminds himself that this always causes him trouble, and maybe he should go back to how he used to be, a lonely boy taught not to want, not to think, not to wish for anything, to live like he was already dead. But his thoughts stop when he finds a trail of blood leading behind a mountain. He stays alert, studying the situation from a distance before deciding what to do. He first assumes a monster did this, but then he finds Jan surrounded by dozens of goblin corpses, and the worst part is what he is doing. He's eating them. To get why, we need to go back a few minutes. There, Jan says he needs two things no matter what, if he wants his plan to work. The first one is, but we don't get to hear it because a goblin attacks him right then. Jan doesn't hesitate. He drives a hand through its chest, uses a skill to set it on fire, and rips out its heart at the same time. His bloodlust matches the monsters around him. A whole pack of goblins is ready to tear him apart, and Jan just thinks this is his lucky day, so he charges straight at them with everything he has. At this point in the timeline, magic stones are treated like a minor monster byproduct, mostly used for making magic items. What only Jan knows is that soon a scholar named Isaac will publish a huge discovery. He proves those stones can also absorb a monster's traits and mana. For example, goblins give resistance, trolls regeneration, ogres strength, and so on. At first, people mocked the idea, saying monsters and humans use mana in completely different ways. When they demanded proof, Isaac simply took off his robe, showing a body like a beast. After that, people started seeing monsters as a way to grow stronger. And the method of absorption was simple: eat them. That's why in the present, John starts swallowing the stones from every enemy he kills. He tries to balance the monster's mana and poison at a 2-to-1 ratio, so he gets the benefits without dropping dead from the toxic meat. It tastes awful, and eating it raw is just as risky. Still, Jean can't waste time, so he uses dragon breath to cancel out the extra poison. The only issue is the more he eats, the more he realizes this will take time to do right. But just as he's about to take another bite, he gets attacked by Cruel, who sends him flying with one hit, saying that no matter how creepy he looks, he's still just weak rank 900 trash. That confidence vanishes when Cruel sees Jean is completely fine. Jin tells him that compared to the monsters here, he's nothing. Of course, Cruel decides it was just luck, and says he's heard of savages like him who eat monsters. Even so, he'll spare Jean if he hands over every magic stone he's collected. Jin says he can't. He already ate them all, and he clearly doesn't want this to get worse. But everything changes when Cruel keeps threatening him, and after checking that no one else is nearby, Jin decides he can have some fun with one solid punch to the stomach. The beating is so brutal that Cruel starts remembering his past at the Wit Mansion, admitting that around age 12 he realized most people in the world are trash, so he thought he'd be the one to rule as the family heir. Sadly, he was completely wrong because his older brothers took that place right away and sent him to a special academy under the excuse of helping his education, when really they just wanted him gone. From then on, Cruel grew to hate his family and everyone else, seeing them as filth he'd destroy once he escaped that cursed place. But now here he is, beaten by a nobody, who a moment later drags him toward the ravine before he even reaches the monsters, using a dog collar to lead him. Jan forces him to carry the bodies of the creatures he killed along the way. Still unable to believe this, Cruel keeps repeating that he's the heir of the Wit family and all that nonsense, but the protagonist is tired of hearing him complain, so he yanks the chain and tells him to shut up and walk. When Cruel asks why he's doing this, Jan says it's a light punishment for someone who threatened to kill him, and he refuses to say more, just throws a rock at his face when Cruel once again starts whining that MC can't touch him because of his noble blood. That hit finally makes Cruel wonder who this guy really is. Before he thought he only lost because the attack caught him off guard, but now it's obvious that Jan's ridiculous ease in beating him was no accident. He never imagined he'd suffer this kind of humiliation. Even though Jan says an apology would be enough to settle things, Cruel refuses and tells himself that once he gets some strength back, he'll kill him with his own hands. The problem is Jan senses that bloodlust and coldly asks if he needs another beating to make it sink in. That's enough for Cruel to give up, at least for now. Even so, the boy leaves Jan pretty curious. He can tell Cruel's aura is subtle, but its flow is wild and scattered, and only one kind of power has ever given him that same feeling in any timeline. Among mana arts, there's also black magic. It uses darkness to cast curses and boost attacks, whether through weapons or bare fists, and black magic users grow much faster than normal fighters. The downside is that their minds and bodies slowly break down until darkness consumes them, and they lose all control. That's exactly what happened to Cruel, who in the other timeline was known as the Bloody Celestial, infamous for his evil deeds as he became the strongest figure in his family. Jan wonders if Cruel's unstable mana is what will push him into black magic. His thoughts are cut off when the boy asks him to remove the collar, since he has nowhere to run anyway. He agrees and says he was about to do that, because they've already arrived at their destination, a hidden palace-like place beneath the cliff. That's where the mountain's real treasure sleeps. Or rather, not a treasure, a monster. So Jan orders him to throw down the goblin corpses. Cruel obeys, still not understanding what's going on, and the protagonist tells him not to look back and to jump through the portal right now, because things are about to get ugly. At the bottom of the cliff, the goblin bodies stay completely untouched. Then something strange happens. The spilled blood starts moving on its own, forming a magic circle. When it activates, a voice suddenly asks who he is, and a sinister figure answers, "The one who will possess you," followed by awful screams that echo all the way to the top. Terrified, Cruel asks MC what the hell he did, but MC says he did nothing. It did. Still, none of that matters now because it's coming. Then the sinister being starts moving, rising from a dark depth that destroys everything in its path as it orders them to offer their souls. Elsewhere, Kaja asks if Lorena felt that too, and the answer is yes. An unimaginable evil is spreading across the whole mountain. They also realize it's coming from the Serpent Ravine, so they wonder what could have happened there and what kind of apprentice could be strong enough to reach that place. After thinking it over, Lorena says the plan has changed. She turns to the others and tells them to head back to the portal right now. The test doesn't matter. The magic stones don't matter. If they want to live through this, they need to get back to the training camp. Katja asks if she isn't curious about what's happening, and she admits she is, but the evil she felt was strong enough to match Duke Beowulf, one of the Empire's 5 fingers. In other words, whatever appeared there couldn't be stopped by the instructors, much less by her. That becomes even clearer when we cut to the instructor's base at the mountain's edge, where one of them notices something strange but gets no time to react before they're wiped out instantly, while the creature says it still isn't enough. Elsewhere, Ramen tries to brace for what's coming, but he's burned alive by a wave of fire spreading everywhere, and Lorena and the others start running as fast as they can. Then one apprentice suddenly blocks the path, saying a voice in his head is ordering him to offer his soul, and he agrees. It doesn't save him at all. He explodes into countless pieces, leaving blood trails behind that gather together and form another magic circle on the wall. Then the creature suddenly says, "I found him," releasing an aura so strong it nearly splits their heads open. But the craziest part comes next, when that magic circle turns into a portal, and a skeletal hand slowly starts to emerge. The creature says it has found the one responsible for waking it from its sleep, and thanks to him it has returned. It says maybe it should repay him, but instead it has come to collect their lives. Here we learn that one of the biggest frustrations for mages is that magic is endless, but life is so short, so the greediest among them research ways to become immortal. As a result, some gave their souls to darkness, earning the chance to remain in this world as a special kind of creature, undead liches that hated all living beings. The problem is, as they watch the creature come out of the portal, Lorena realizes this isn't some ordinary lich. It's one that has absorbed countless lives. There's no reason a monster like this should have appeared here. And on the other side, we see that Roman is still alive, sprinting with Jake as fast as he can. Then they freeze when they see every instructor dead on the ground. Right away, Roman thinks about Jan, who before the test started said he wanted to do it completely alone. Still, he admitted he'd grown a little attached to Roman during their time on the run, so he gave one clear warning: head straight for the portal the moment things start getting out of hand. Roman didn't get it back then, but after seeing this massacre he wonders what the hell Jan is planning, and whether this was part of it all along. At the same time, the lich moves toward the recruits and says they woke him from his sleep. Lorena gets ready to fight while ordering everyone to run for the next portal. Katja calls her an idiot and tells her to come too, but Lorena draws her sword without hesitation, ready to buy them as much time as she can. Instead, she tells Katja to make sure the recruits get out so no one else dies for nothing. Katja wants to refuse, but then she remembers the promise to carry on her family's line as the only one left. So she starts running, apologizing for giving in so easily, but she can't die in a place like this. Seeing Lorena stand against him, the Lich mocks her, saying no mortal could ever beat him. But Lorena isn't throwing her life away. She believes this fight isn't over yet. She still has two major cards to play. First, her mithril sword, which is deadly against the undead. The second one stays unknown because right then the Lich starts casting a spell called Skull Magic Missile, summoning dozens of dark mana shots and firing them at her at full speed. Even so, Lorena stays calm and charges forward, dodging every strike while moving behind him. She points out that her advantage is simple: mages can't use attack and defense spells at the same time. That seems proven when, with his last attack still active, she slices him in half like it's nothing. The problem is, even if she's right, it doesn't work here. The Lich activates a magic shield and reveals that each skull can cast spells on its own. One of them strikes her from behind, knocking away her sword, and Lorena gets caught, left completely at the enemy's mercy. Using the last of her strength, she struggles and tells him to let go, but it's useless. Her defiance only excites the Lich, who says he wants her because she's stubborn enough to stand against him. That's why he won't let her go. He plans to break that noble soul and turn her into a corpse that serves only him. Then one skull moves in, opens a glowing third eye, and starts taking control of her. Meanwhile, deep in the ravine, a creature similar to the Lich but with horns and a large cloak moves through the area until it accidentally steps into a fire trap, which erupts in a huge blast that nearly turns it to ash, almost. When the flames fade, it's still unharmed and removes its mask, revealing that it's Jan. He says the welcome was amazing, and they have no idea what comes next. He also admits bringing a fire-resistant cloak was a smart move. Then he studies the area and realizes there are 492 magic traps in total, so using goblins to free the Lich and explore the place calmly for the great treasure was definitely the right call. It sounds simple, but that plan only works if you fully understand how that creature behaves. In fact, it's so rare that he only heard about it in the other timeline, after he became a commander, when he got a report about an exam that went horribly wrong. Just like this one, the recruits were left on the mountain, and some blood ended up at the bottom of the cliff, starting a nightmare where 900 out of 1,000 apprentices were wiped out. It was so terrible that for the first time the authorities looked into the camp's brutal methods and launched a special investigation, discovering the place was full of incredible treasures, ancient books that could make anyone wise, and wealth beyond imagination. But among everything they found, two items were priceless: the grimoire and an egg holding all the Lich's mana gathered over thousands of years. In the other timeline, the egg was never found, and they assumed it was destroyed during the chaotic fight with the Lich, but it should actually still be here, able to give him the power he needs to draw out the grimoire's full value and completely master divine dragon breath. That was Jan's plan, the only way he has to surpass the abilities from his past life. With that in mind, he reaches the top floor, right where the altar should be, and uses what he learned from that old report to try opening the door. The problem is his spells get reflected as if the door were a mirror, revealing a special guardian with facial recognition that only responds to its master. The good thing is, that's not the only way inside, because a few meters away there's a secret passage that runs through several deadly traps, but eventually leads to the altar. Jan knows it'll be rough, but nothing is impossible for him. And he has plenty of time, since the Lich is probably busy enjoying himself right now. Back with him, Lorena doesn't hold back her insults, but that only seems to excite him more. He says he'll make her his personal toy, cut off her head, tear away her limbs, and even turn her into a zombie to devour the people she loves. Finally, she's had enough and attacks, declaring this will be his end. At first glance, it looks like Lorena has been brutally pierced, but that's not it at all. She starts laughing and shows that she managed to stop the attack with her teeth, and she's not done fighting. That bold move pushes past what the Lich can stand, so he prepares another attack to grind her to dust. But suddenly he stops and looks around like something is wrong. Lorena has no idea what's happening, until the Lich says the barrier protecting the altar has been completely destroyed. Someone had entered his domain. He gets so paranoid that he even accuses Lorena of being a decoy and asks if she's working for someone else, but she says she has no clue what he's talking about. Luckily, the enemy has no time to waste, so he slams her into the ground with a gravity spell before summoning a portal and teleporting straight to the door. 127.5. Lorena clearly can't believe she survived that, and then we move inside the main altar, where the Lich starts to inspect the place, threatening whoever dared enter, and wondering how the hell they found its exact location. Then he notices someone drank not one but all of his elixirs, the greatest potions ever made, able to rebuild refined magic, which he spent the last 1,000 years preparing for his chance to return as a human. In short, someone ruined all his work. And that someone is Jan, who calmly speaks from behind him and congratulates him because they tasted really good. He even offers him a drink, not to mock him but because he's acting drunk from taking in too much magic. Even though he isn't showing much hostility, that does nothing to calm the Lich's rage, and he tells Jan to shut up, moving in slowly to kill him and then finish slaughtering everyone else. The protagonist just laughs at him, saying he could have stolen everything through the secret path without being noticed, but he was too lazy to take that route, so he decided to end this quickly and stop putting the others in danger. With that, he attacks, and their clash of energy looks pretty even, giving Jan time to praise him for collecting so many useful items. Whether from anger or because he sees MC as an equal, the Lich finally gives his name, Momo, an ancient sorcerer who willingly became undead to finish his revenge. He spent over 1,000 years on that plan, and now it was all wrecked by one bold rat who stuck his nose where it didn't belong. He endured every kind of humiliation from a bastard who betrayed him and stole everything. He kept telling himself it would be worth it to wait for the right moment to make him pay, but now it was all ruined. Jan simply says he's sorry, in a tone that clearly means he isn't. So the Lich charges at him with everything he has, only to run straight into his death. At first, the Lich can't understand what happened, but then he connects the dots and realizes that damn kid ate the egg and now has control over him. Not only that, but Jan used it to form a mana heart, an advanced technique no apprentice should be able to use. After that, the Lich breaks free and starts chasing him while attacking with everything he has, and he warns him to be careful. Now that they're linked, if he dies, so does he. The Lich answers that he shouldn't worry because he doesn't plan to kill him. He'll just use the protagonist's body as a vessel to reincarnate and keep his plan going, since after all, that body has already absorbed both the egg and the elixir, making it the perfect option for what he has in mind. Jan says he's really not a fan of that idea, but of course that's not really his choice. The Lich ramps up his attacks until Jan has no option left but to use the Divine Dragon's Breath. Then in that massive wave of destruction, Jan simply vanishes. The Lich asks if that was enough to finish him off, but right then, the Proto appears beside him completely unharmed. He tears across the room, moving so fast that even the Lich can barely keep up. Even Jan is surprised, feeling the mana flow through his body as naturally as breathing and wondering if this is the true power of the Divine Dragon's Breath. It wasn't as easy as he thought, but after everything he did today, he might actually be able to recover all the power he had before reincarnating, maybe even become much stronger. Sadly, out of nowhere he runs into a dead end, and the Lich uses that chance to catch up. Even if killing him isn't impossible for Jan, he knows he already burned through all his weapons and tools, so he's nowhere near full strength for this fight. That hesitation gives the perfect opening for the Lich to fire off one of his strongest techniques, but it gets stopped. Not by Jan, but by Leon himself, who heard what happened during the trial and stepped in without hesitation to end the threat. Calmly, he tells the Proto, there's nothing to fear now, he'll protect him. And when the Lich realizes he killed over 100 apprentices, Lich makes it clear that's unforgivable. As for Jan, he explains he got into this mess by trying to face the Lich alone. Lich Immune says he's got guts, but now it's time to step back and leave the rest to him. The Proto agrees, but admits he was actually waiting for this because Roman's instructions for a worst-case situation were more specific than that. He had really told him to report everything to the head instructor and give the coordinates loud enough for the prince to hear. The one truly shocked is the Lich, who recognizes Leon's presence in mana and asks what connection he has to someone named Bahamut. Leon doesn't get why he's talking so casually about his majesty. Little by little, it all clicks, and the Lich realizes Leon carries the blood of Bahamut, the man who worked beside him to create the Divine Dragon's Breath, then suddenly betrayed him to keep the technique for himself and claim all the glory that came with it. So now we can confirm Bahamut was the famous first emperor and the target of his revenge. To understand it better, we go back to the past, when Momo was still alive and one of the most respected mages of his time. He spent entire days studying the stability and flow of mana, along with the explosive boost and absorption power of the mana circle. 3 factors that if combined could create something beyond this world. To satisfy that curiosity, Momo began testing those ideas using the body of his friend Bahamut, and the result was a success. Together they created a new mana core, they called the Mana Heart. Back then, Bahamut didn't hide his excitement. The two of them built a martial art that used the unique power of the Mana Heart to do the impossible, the technique later known as the Divine Dragon's Breath. As Momo kept researching it, he wanted to develop even more uses for it, until one day Bahamut appeared behind him and with a simple "I'm sorry," drove his hand through Momo's chest. Desperate, and still seeing him as a friend, Momo tried to ask why, but Bahamut only said his role was over. He admitted none of it would have happened without Momo's help, but he knew too much, and power like that should belong to him alone. Then Bahamut walked away, leaving Momo on the ground to bleed out. Years passed, and Momo's body turned to bones, yet his soul didn't die. It stayed in this world, held together by the little magic he had left. Through all that time, the only thing keeping him conscious was his burning need for revenge, to punish the man who stole everything from him. The problem is that in the present, even after spending more than 1,000 years preparing for his release, he's now being chased through his own sanctuary by Leon, the living proof of his failure, and someone far stronger than he first looks. The gap becomes obvious when Momo prepares one of his biggest attacks, and Leon easily destroys the magic circles. He moves with a confidence that clearly reminds Momo of Bahamut, and even so, Momo refuses to quit and keeps attacking, using every small opening to form new magic circles. The prince may look impressed, but Leon only needs to drive his sword into the ground to unleash a huge wave of mana that shuts down all of Momo's moves. In the end, both of them prepare to launch their final blow. A brutal clash of energy erupts and the Proto watches from afar, saying that fighting the Lich on equal footing just proves Leiron is on another level. Then he notices Leiron's sword takes the shape of a dragon and wonders if it's tied to the divine dragon's breath. He plans to use this chance to study the true power of his enemy, even though part of him knows he might have to fight Leon someday. The other part says the smart move is to run, but he says that out loud, and someone behind him hears it and asks where the hell he thinks he's going. It's Rodrigo, who grabs his shoulder and says this is where things are finally getting interesting. Jan immediately thinks he messed up by forgetting about that guy, and it gets worse when Rodrigo asks how someone as low-ranked as him in the 974th always ends up right in the middle of everything. For a few seconds, the Proto has no idea what to say, but luckily Rodrigo shifts his focus to the fact that he isn't using honorifics, and launches into a long lecture about how to speak to superiors. Still, he also explains that even though Damien tried to cover up the escape, he had already gotten a full report from one of his informants, who told him that 3 of the 4 fugitives were caught in the forest without much trouble. The strange part is that the squad sent after the weakest apprentice of them all was found dead, so Damien had to join the search himself. Rodrigo looks the Proto in the eyes and says that surviving the search squad might be luck, but going up against Damien and the Lich and still living, that's different. The Proto says it's not just luck, it's ultra-mega luck. He's been building up since his past life, a dumb joke meant to throw Rodrigo off before admitting he honestly doesn't know how he's still alive after all that. Then thinking fast, he asks if they're really going to punish him for being lucky. That sets Rodrigo off. He can't believe someone so low-ranked has such an arrogant attitude. Before things get worse, Jan says maybe they should help the prince, but the old man insists they'd only get in the way, and more importantly, the battle is so close they have no room to interfere. What really bothers MC, though, is that even after consuming the egg, he still hasn't fully absorbed the Lich's mana, and he thinks he should activate the mana heart again to finish the process. Just then, Leon corners Momo, who runs in desperation, realizing his magic has been getting drained for a while now. That's when he understands the Proto is behind it and tries to go after him. Not with a direct attack, but with his final trump card, a skill called Aura Deployment. It's so rare and powerful that only the Emperor and the 4 ruling clans can use it, and Momo clearly sees it as a sure win. He looks Leon in the eyes and tells him he's finished. But the Proto doesn't just stand there. He activates his mana heart at full power and absorbs the rest of the Lich's core. It happens so fast that Momo doesn't even notice and keeps fighting Leon, who breaks his sword while attacking head-on. Momo tells him it's useless, but the prince only needs to say one word for the broken pieces of the sword to come alive, striking from every possible angle before joining back together like nothing happened. Little by little, Momo starts to fade, refusing to accept that his plan would end in such a stupid way after everything he worked for. In those last moments, he sees his old friend in the boy's face and asks why he betrayed him when he would have gladly given his life for him if needed. Then he disappears. Leon admits that if Momo had fully used that aura deployment, he wouldn't be alive to talk about it, which only proves he's still too weak. Rodrigo and the Proto walk over and praise what he did, but instead the prince worries about the Proto, asks if he's alright, and tells him to go somewhere safe. Jan agrees, thinking things went even better than expected, and in his mind he says all of this was thanks to Momo, without knowing that deep inside the sanctuary, a small part of the Lich is still alive. After that, we move to a much nicer room, where the Proto relaxes, reads a book, and enjoys some wine, a taste he picked up in his past life, but for obvious reasons hasn't had many chances to enjoy. Finally getting to rest makes everything that happened with the Lich feel far away, but it still doesn't change how shocking it is that a place like this exists in the recruit dorms. Compared to where he was before, this is on a whole nother level. A big bed, sofas, a shower, and tons of food. This will be his new home. It was all because of the exam's final results, even though the test had been interrupted by what everyone called a sudden accident. In the end, the prince stepped in. Nothing got out of hand, and the exam resumed without trouble. Still, the real shock came when they announced the scores and explained that ranks 1 through 10 would be labeled superior, ranks 11 to 100 would be average recruits, and everyone else would be classified as lower rank. That also meant the groups would be reshuffled, and each person would get a new dorm based on their results. There were other perks too, like free access to the Imperial Treasury. That treasury is a giant storehouse filled with weapons, treasures, and spellbooks collected since the country was founded. So people say it holds hundreds of divine swords, and its spellbook shelves are as huge as a castle. The top 10 could enter the 3rd floor, ranks 11 to 100 could go up to the 2nd, and everyone else only got the 1st floor. But the biggest surprise came when the rankings were read. Ramen took 5th place, Cruel got 4th, Katja came in 3rd, and Lorena was 2nd. At that point, everyone was stunned, saying there was no way anyone could have done better than her. Lorena stayed quiet, thinking the ranking meant nothing when she couldn't even stand against the real monsters. If anything, the test only reminded her how much stronger she still needed to become. Cruel quickly used the chance to mock her for losing 1st place, and Katja stepped in to defend her. But he brought up a rumor spreading through the halls that she never fought the Lich at all, and instead begged for her life so it would spare her. He meant it to shame her, but Lorena calmly answered that the rumor wasn't that far off, because the truth was that she had no chance against an enemy like that with her current skills, and if she was still alive it was only by luck. Cruel didn't stop there. He asked how someone so weak planned to become Duchess of Werewolf, when everyone knew she wasn't worthy, even if her older brother's death had left the title open. Then Cruel went even further and asked if she had killed her own brother to clear the way for herself, and that was finally too much for her. She threatened to kill him, and the two got ready to fight when someone suddenly stopped Cruel by grabbing his ear. The crazy part was that this person pulled so hard it almost tore off. As Cruel demanded to know who dared treat him like that, the announcers revealed that first place belonged to none other than Jan. That news caused even more outrage than Lorena losing the top spot, because nobody could understand how number 974 had suddenly jumped to first out of nowhere. Hurt and shocked, Cruel swore he wouldn't show mercy, but Jan only gave him a cold look and asked what exactly he could do against him. Lorena noticed that exchange right away. She greeted him warmly and talked to him like an old friend while thinking she had known it. Someone who could take first place and scare a martial arts expert like Cruel that badly was clearly no ordinary person. She could also feel a strange energy inside him, like it might burst out at any moment. Even with so many things she wanted to ask, she only pointed out that Cruel had been insulting him and told Jan to keep punishing him. Back in the present, he relaxes in his new room while reading the only book he took from the Imperial Treasury. Then he notices someone coming and tells them to enter. The door opens, and the visitor is surprised Jan noticed him even though he had tried to hide his presence. It's Damien, and he says they still have a few things to settle between them. The protagonist quickly hands him a second glass, making it clear he expected the visit and prepared it in advance. Jan also asks about the Crown Prince, since Leon seemed worried about him after the test. Damien says it was probably just passing curiosity, but the truth is, once Leon has noticed him, he can't just kill MC and brush him off as some ordinary trainee anymore. The problem is that Damien has just received a new report from his personal search team, and they found nothing connected to Rodrigo in Simmons County, so Jan's lead was useless. He says the old man is too clever and must have erased his tracks the moment he realized he was being followed. Damien tells him it isn't his fault, but if Jan can't give him useful information, then he has no value. Right after saying that, the commander attacks with full force and blows apart the whole room. To his surprise, the protagonist not only survives without a scratch, he calmly holds up the book he was reading and says Damien shouldn't kill him yet, because he may have found a key piece of the puzzle. The document is a research record about Jade Disease, a book from the 3rd floor of the Imperial Treasury, where old Special Forces chiefs left their collected records. Most of them were training manuals or studies about monsters, but hidden among all that junk, Jan found something far more interesting, a document personally written by Rodrigo, who was obsessed with studying that disease, where a person's physical energy doesn't flow right through the body. Over time, Jade Disease can weaken someone so badly they die before turning 20. Damien doesn't see what that has to do with them, but Jen points out that it makes no sense to study that here, since people with that illness wouldn't even become trainees in the Special Forces. So Rodrigo must have researched it for personal reasons. That raises the chance that his daughter has the disease, which fits the story that she rarely left home as a child. It would also explain why Rodrigo hides her away, not just because she's his weakness, but because her health is so fragile that they've had to keep moving to find new doctors. Jan says this information won't just help them beat the old man, it can let them control him. Treating a patient with that disease costs so much money that not even Rodrigo could pay for it with his own funds, which suggests bribes and other dirty dealings. For now, the plan is to find proof that he diverted money from the Special Forces and hit him where it hurts most. Jan admits it's still only a theory, but there's nothing to lose by investigating that path. It's also safe, and it gives Damien a reason to dig into the unit's private affairs. Damien thinks it over for a moment, then says the idea is actually solid, and tells Jan to learn more about Jade Disease while he handles the missing funds. Of course, MC agrees because none of it was a lie. Rodrigo really was involved in corruption to pay for his daughter's treatment, so it's only a matter of time before the whole puzzle starts to come together. What's interesting is that Damien seems impressed. Jan ignored the Treasury's weapons just to dig into this matter, so he rewards him by taking him as his personal disciple. As he heads for the door, Damien admits he likes Jan more than most of the useless insects in that place. That alone says plenty. Even though the protagonist smiles like someone who was hoping for exactly that, he still tries to act humble, saying he isn't worthy and all that. Damien cuts him off and says the decision is already made. Once he's alone again, Jan can't help looking at the locket, knowing he can finally get closer to the truth behind that mark and its link to his family. After that, we move to the 3rd combat area, a private training ground reserved only for the superior ranks, where Jan trains hard until he decides it's time for a break. That's when he notices his body has changed a lot to match the mana heart. Even if the progress is still too slow for all the power he holds, it's better to keep that pace so his records stay believable and he doesn't draw too much attention, at least not more than he already does, because when Damien announced Jan as his disciple, the reactions were all over the place. Rahman called him a shameless lapdog, Katja congratulated him kindly, and Lorena kept watching him with those intense stalker-like eyes. Jan thinks everything is going perfectly, because even though Damien believes his treasury visit was only about investigating the old man, that issue is still just a side mission. What MC really wanted was this, a document about the Empire's birth, written by Bahamut himself. It may not seem important, but he still has a long way to go before he can properly use the divine dragon breath, a technique created by Bahamut and Momo. Jan knows that to fully master it, he'll need the strength of both of them. That means gaining Bahamut's knowledge, and even if this history book doesn't look like the answer, it's the only lead he has, so he hopes to find some clue inside. But the truly strange part begins when he opens it and finds nothing, just blank pages. That reminds him that someone as selfish as Bahamut, who even killed his best friend to keep the technique for himself, would never leave clues lying around. Then a dark hand reaches toward Jan from behind, but when he turns, there's nothing there, only the feeling that someone is watching him. Looking back at the book, he notices one page seems damaged, so he spins around again and unleashes a powerful multi-slash, one of Damien's favorite techniques. Of course, he hasn't mastered it like Damien has, and he still misses, but at least it makes the hidden presence that had been watching him laugh and say, from behind a pillar, that Jan doesn't have what he needs to unlock the book's secret. The strangest part is that he knows that voice, it's Momo. Momo steps forward and reveals he's still alive. Their last clash taught him something important. Even the smallest insects can become a real nuisance, so the best option is to kill them at once. With that, he lunges at Jan, fully intending to murder him and steal his body. But what shocks the protagonist is that Momo no longer looks like the leech the protagonist once knew. Now she looks like a white-haired girl, and even though he's seriously confused, he reminds himself that he can't be fooled by appearances. She's still one of the strongest enemies he's ever faced, so Jan gets ready to fight. The strange part comes when Momo attacks and nothing happens at all. Her body passes right through him, making it clear she's become a mental being, basically a ghost with no physical body. Even so, she's still a huge pain, so he asks what the hell she's doing here and why she came back looking like that. Momo just laughs and says she recovered the human form she had back when she was a mage, making it clear she was always a woman and someone as strong as her wouldn't vanish that easily. That's why she's back, and she plans to keep going with her revenge by destroying him, Bahamut, his legacy, and that whole damned empire. The protagonist asks how she plans to do that when she can't even touch him, and has so little mana she's basically a tiny chibi version of herself. Then Momo surprises him by saying it's his fault. The truth is, she could only keep that spirit form by drawing mana from the protagonist's heart, and since he still hasn't brought out all his potential, she has to settle for being this weak. He confirms it himself when he feels a faint flow of mana moving toward Momo, and the fact that there's an open link between them means she can interfere with him too. That's dangerous because Momo is the greatest mage in all of history, so he needs to get rid of her before she grows stronger. She mocks him and asks how, but Jan says he only has to cut the bond between them, and from her reaction, he's clearly right. Right now, she's like a parasite that will disappear the moment he sharply reduces the amount of mana she's getting. Jan bluntly tells her to get lost already, and that makes the mage start to panic, because that's not a fitting end for someone like her. So as a last resort, she says he needs her, because she can help him decode Bahamut's book. That definitely gets his attention. She tells him to cover the pages with blood filled with the divine dragon's breath, then add a small burst of mana. That will make the blood turn into words, and in the end it works, revealing a line that says, "Light and darkness are one and two." Of course, Jan and Momo have no idea what that means. But the real surprise comes when the letters rise out of the book and join together into a whole new sentence, which enters his body and gathers around the heart of mana. Not only that, it passes through it, almost using that power to create a new heart of mana right above his navel. It's an incredible sight, but then, out of nowhere, it vanishes so completely that Jan wonders if it was an illusion, until he feels something inside himself that's changed. Those words really did rebuild his own heart of mana, and the fact that even Momo doesn't fully understand what happened makes it clear Bahamut's secrets are far deeper than he thought. Still, Jan knows the mage could become his best ally, so he asks her to follow him. He'll help her find a new body so she can keep going with her own revenge. Naturally, Momo gets excited, thanking him for the sudden change of heart, though it's all fake. Even if she has no mana right now, the moment she gathers enough, she plans to wipe him out. After that, we move to the edge of the training grounds, where the morning calm is broken by the sharp force of the protagonist's fist. With every move, he leaves behind a powerful trail of energy. His movements are impressive, but Damien watches from afar with such cold indifference that he barely reacts. Then, just when it seems like Jan is finally about to throw a strike worth noticing, the commander answers by summoning a sword made of pure dark energy, and without saying a word, he attacks, destroying the stone pillars and even the forest around them. What's really shocking is that even though he tried to hold back a little, he was still fully trying to kill the protagonist, who barely made it out alive. So Jan asks him to stop praising his luck and teach him how the hell to block attacks like that. Only then will he be able to face him someday. Privately, he admits that if he hadn't found the book, he'd already be split in half. At that point, Momo reveals that Damien seems to control the Dark Dragon, so she asks who he is. He doesn't look like a commoner, and there's something familiar about him. Jan says that's because Damien is the current emperor's illegitimate son, a descendant of Bahamut. Hearing that, Momo lunges at Damien, but since she's so weak, all he feels is a strange heaviness on his shoulders. Even so, that madman admits that a light training session with his dear disciple is enjoyable, and while the protagonist has no idea what part of this is light, Damien explains that what he just used was the first dark dragon technique, the sword. The creepy part is that no other disciple has ever seen the second technique, because they all died before surviving the first. It sounds like a tragedy, until Damien admits he couldn't be more excited. He can't wait to see how many techniques MC will be able to endure. Faced with that, the protagonist thinks only one thing: I'll survive. Then he smiles and says he doesn't know how many there are, but he's willing to learn all of them, making Damien laugh and call him arrogant. Jan keeps pushing, saying Damien doesn't need to worry about him or how many techniques he can show him. He should worry about what happens once he masters them. And like that, blow after blow, the protagonist slowly starts to manifest dark energy, and time keeps moving until 2 full years pass. Then we cut to all the apprentices gathered in the main hall of the training grounds, as the latest exam results are announced. There, Jan is named for first place, which leaves Lorena pretty confused. Ever since he started his special training with Damien, he hasn't shown up to class with the others, yet somehow he still beats her every single time. She actually hasn't seen him in so long that she honestly wonders where the hell he's been, and she promises herself that the next time they meet she'll prove who the real best one is. That brings us to the third combat arena, where the final exam is held to decide who gets into the special force and who doesn't. The test is a one-on-one match between apprentices and mentors, which feels pretty boring for someone like Lorena, who long ago surpassed every teacher there. In fact, it's been a year since any mentor could even compete with her. But even so, nobody is allowed to skip. That's where the only real excitement comes in for her and the other apprentices. Because even Jan, who hasn't shown his face in the last 2 years, has to appear. Then the current fight gets interrupted when the acting mentor says he's seen enough to judge the participant. But the guy refuses and keeps attacking, saying this is a real battle. Of course, that participant is none other than Cruel, still ranked 3rd, and he insists that in a real fight, it doesn't end until someone dies. To Lorena, his attitude is disgusting, and Roman, ranked 4th, agrees completely. Since Damien stopped showing up so often, Cruel has turned the place into something like a reign of terror. Kasia says she almost feels sorry for the mentor and suggests they should step in, but Roman can't help thinking about all the weaker apprentices. Cruel brutally crushed like they're only reaping what they sowed. Even though he agrees Cruel has gone too far, to the point of committing several murders, he also has to remember that graduation is coming soon, and no one wants to provoke him when he'll soon be free to use his family's influence. Then the mentor's sword snaps in two, and he falls to the ground totally at the mercy of Cruel, who moves in to finish him for good until someone says frozen, and a blast of ice sweeps across part of the battlefield, forcing him back. Cruel knows exactly where that attack came from. It was Lorena, and she steps up without hesitation, making it clear she's held back long enough and won't ignore this anymore. With the confidence of someone stronger than him, Lorena stares him down and warns him not to say another word. Cruel just laughs, saying he planned to fight her after graduation, but this is even better. As his last show of authority, he'll take her life. And with that, they launch into a brutal clash. Lorena with her sword, Cruel with his claws, each throwing out their best attacks. Cruel even has the nerve to brag that he can beat her using only his bare hands. Blow after blow, they seem evenly matched, but Roman sees it differently. He says the fight is already decided, and Kasia doesn't get what he means, because neither side seems fully in control yet. Roman explains that Lorena is using a long-term strategy, and soon Cruel won't even be able to keep up with her pace. That eases Kasia a little, because she's noticed that every now and then, Cruel gives off a strange, dangerous energy that both his family and the committee fear. If he uses that, Lorena is screwed. But Roman tells her not to worry. The two of them basically make it clear they've never been fully interested in taking that third spot, because they're aiming for goals far beyond that. As for Kasia, it has to do with a strange organization we'll probably hear more about later. And Roman is doing something pretty similar. He's gathered slaves and recruits from foreign lands into a military group of nearly 60 people. What it's for is still a mystery, and he clearly doesn't want to talk about it, telling her to mind her own business. Just as it seems like they're about to argue over who hides their secret better, Lorena presses her sword down. It's at Cruel's neck, and she declares herself the winner, while he kneels there. She says she doesn't want to kill him and tells him to learn some humility instead of causing trouble. If he keeps going down this road, it will only end in pain. But even while Cruel listens without a word, his shadow starts grinning in a creepy way, mocking him and saying he's a loser who always has everything taken from him. But if he fights to kill, no one will be able to steal what's his. The mansion, his place as the family heir, even his father's love. All of that belonged to him until others decided to take it away, and little by little the shadow's words become his. Then, with his eyes glowing red, Cruel realizes that if he kills, everything he lost could become his again. So he asks Lorena if she's ready to die. Then he throws himself onto her blade, cutting his own neck. Lorena has no idea what the hell he's doing. Cruel tells her that for some people, death is better than losing. And even though it looks suicidal, it was really a trap, because the second she pulls back her sword, Cruel and the shadow become one and strike back. Since she's caught off guard, Lorena takes the hit head on. Cruel keeps going, ready to finish her off, but luckily a wolf made of dark energy jumps between them. It's the protagonist who catches Lorena in his arms and gives Cruel a cold stare that says he never should have done that. Right away, the queen goes totally silent, and even Cruel can't hide his shock. For a second, it almost looks like he might back down, but he quickly returns to his old attitude and claims he can handle both of them at once. The protagonist doesn't answer. He gently leaves Lorena with his wolf's protection and steps in front of Cruel, saying that even after 2 years, he's still just as stupid. Then things get more interesting when Momo shows up and warns him that Cruel has been corrupted by dark magic, and it's grown a lot inside him. It would be better to deal with him now, before he fully gives in. Jan agrees, but Cruel mistakes that pause for weakness and charges with everything he has, while the protagonist warns him he'll regret it. But the attack never lands, because a huge wave of energy suddenly fills the whole area. It's Damien, and he announces that he's here to deliver final judgment. He orders everyone to stop the chaos, or he'll kill them before they even graduate. That threat is enough to make even Cruel drop the reckless act. As commander, Damien then reveals that out of the 1,000 students who started, only 200 remain. To him, that's the perfect result. Proof that each survivor has both strength and strong magic. From this point on, they're no longer just recruits. Their old numbers are gone, because now they qualify as Imperial Knights. With clear pride, Damien congratulates them and explains the rank system. Those at the 10th grade have basic magic ability. 9th grade knights carry some kind of oath, and 8th grade knights can make their swords resonate. 7th grade knights can pour their energy into objects, and it keeps going up from there. Of course, Damien also gives the final ranking, with the protagonist in first place, and he's just about to reveal his Imperial Knight grade when the story jumps ahead to the upper personal training barracks, where Jean walks beside Momo and tries to explain how the whole knight system works. He points out that most new graduates get ranks between 7 and 8. That may not sound amazing, but it's more than enough to hunt most monsters. As for Lorena, Cruel, Katja, and Roman, they all got rank 6. Again, it may not sound huge, but it instantly puts them among the very best. Then they're interrupted by Lorena, who says it's been a long time since they last saw each other, and starts bringing up what happened earlier. The protagonist tells her there's no need to talk about it, but she wasn't trying to thank him. She was upset that he stepped in. She asks if he really thought she was going to lose, then tells him not to get too full of himself just because he reached rank 5, something only a few people have ever done. At that age, the only one before him was Prince Leon. Lorena finishes with a pretty harsh jab, and even she knows she's being too hard. Still, she can't stand that Jan has even surpassed her older brother. Momo, meanwhile, had no idea rank 5 was that impressive, but she tells MC he could have done even better if he weren't so set on hiding his true power. Jan replies that for now, this is enough to draw the moths in and keep his plan moving. As for Damien, he admits he never expected the protagonist to be this strong. One instructor says maybe he gave him too much leniency, and Damien basically tells him to screw off and mind his own business. That ends up being the final proof he and the other instructors needed to decide Damien's judgment can't be trusted. Maybe it's time to get rid of him before it's too late. Later in his room, Jan is sleeping peacefully when Momo climbs on top of him in a very questionable position, saying she's finally gathered enough power to take that bastard's body for good. Without wasting a second, she casts a mind break spell meant to control him once and for all, but it doesn't work. The protagonist opens his eyes and with one word, beats her, warning that if she ever tries that again, he'll erase her without hesitation. Their argument gets cut off when someone knocks on the door and it turns out to be that same instructor from earlier. He tells Jan to come with him because the commander wants to see him. He leads him through a market alley, while Jane keeps saying it makes no sense for Damien to call him this late. The instructor says absolutely nothing, so Jane presses harder and demands the truth. He wants to know what the hell this is really about. That pressure makes the man attack with killing intent, but the protagonist vanishes and reappears right behind him, hitting him so hard his mask goes flying. That's when we learn his name is Jock. Jean stays calm, but he notices the blood-red edge on Jock's sword is something special, so this is clearly no normal enemy. Even so, he asks if Jock can handle the consequences. Jock tells him not to be so arrogant and reveals he isn't alone. 3 more enemies rush him, and Jean thinks he can deal with it, until reality proves otherwise. The next thing we see is him pinned down, asking why they're doing this. The twist is that, even though it sounds like simple envy, Jacques is honest and says they want revenge for Jean's famous escape 2 years ago, when he brutally killed several members of the pursuit unit, including his brother. Since that day, Jacques has waited for the perfect chance to make him suffer enough to ease what he did. But just as he's about to land the final blow, Jean simply says, "Rise, Highland," and a wolf bursts out of the shadows and tears off Jacques' arm in one bite. Jean calmly breaks free and says what happened to his brother is unfortunate, but they fought to the death and he won, so there's nothing more to talk about. Still, he doesn't believe all these instructors came after him over one personal grudge, so he asks what they really want. Jean can't help thinking the rebellion of Armenia is very close, a failed uprising that still shook the whole continent, including the Empire. Out of that rebellion came the so-called Red Revolutionary Army, a rebel group known for a strange battle style that used their own blood to form a crimson aura around their swords, making them look drenched in blood. That technique was called the Red Revolution. People say the army's leader created it, and it's so strong that even an average knight can use it to deal massive damage. Its only weakness is the huge amount of blood it needs. They got around that by falling into vampirism, and Jean planned to search for those rebels, but now it seems he won't have to because they came to him first. So he asks why the hell they want him and who their leader is. At that, Jacques' attitude changes completely. He warns Jean that he doesn't know how he found all that out, but now he's dug his own grave, so they have even more reason to kill him. With that, they all get ready to use the Red Revolution, and in an instant, their swords all turn that striking crimson color, confirming his suspicions. Seeing 3 rank 5 knights about to attack him, the protagonist realizes he'll have to fight seriously too. He summons his wolf, but this time with a different technique. It fuses with his right arm and becomes a dark spirit sword, a lot like Damien's. Jacques notices it right away and asks how the hell he reached that level at such a young age, but it's obvious the protagonist isn't here to talk anymore. With one move, he creates a pillar of darkness that can be felt from miles away, and with it he wipes them all out. The only one left alive is Jacques, who stares at the slaughter, unable to believe it happened so fast. He calls John a monster, and asks who he really is, maybe even a spy sent by the Empire. Little by little, panic starts making him spill more too. He panics so badly that he even asks if John knows about the revolution because Damien betrayed them, and hearing that, the protagonist stomps on his leg hard and coldly says he'll be the one asking questions from now on. If Jacques behaves, maybe he lives. Then MC shows him the reliquary emblem and asks if he's seen it before, and that's the interesting part. Jacques recognizes it. He just can't understand why that symbol would be carved into a pendant like that. John immediately perks up and tells him to explain everything, but then things go completely wrong the moment Jacques tries to talk about it. His face starts to twist and change until it explodes. At first, John thinks it was suicide, but Momo says he was probably under a restriction spell without even knowing it. That kind of magic stores energy if the target says or does something forbidden, then blows up. So even if he didn't get the answer he wanted, it's clear Damien and the rebels are tied to that emblem, and powerful people are behind it. Whoever they are, they don't want the truth getting out. What's strange is that Damien was probably the one who sent those men after him, but Jan doubts it was to kill him. Right then, Damien shows up behind him, so the protagonist asks if he wanted him to wipe them out. Damien just smiles and says they needed to be taught a lesson. Then he tells Jan to get some rest, because starting tomorrow, he'll be sending him on secret missions, and things are about to get messy. With that said, we move to the Northern Transcontinental Railroad of Beowulf, where a worker walks through the cars checking that every passenger has a ticket. One of them is Jan, now officially a 4th-class soldier in the Special Forces. After the worker checks his ticket, MC goes back to enjoying the ride, making the most of the last quiet moments before reaching the North, where he'll carry out his first mission. Of course, he isn't the only one. After graduation, all the recruits were accepted into the forces and sent to the 4 battlefronts spread across the continent, around the Empire, and Kasha, along with 80 of her followers, was sent to the land of the undead in the south. Another group was assigned to the west, an area full of monsters, while 60 more were sent south to help in the non-stop fight against pirates. Jan, named leader of the 1st Department, was assigned to the barbarian lands of the north, a region so brutal that they only sent him with 3 other beginners. And that brings us to where he is now, wondering how he ended up in such a terrible team. For this mission, he's stuck with cruel Lorena and an 8th-class knight named Chari. So the peaceful trip he wanted turns into a nightmare, with Cruel constantly trash-talking Lorena, who mostly ignores him, while Chari does her best to stand up for her, showing how loyal she is to the girl after Lorena protected her in the Abyss Edge Mountains. Chari says that the day Lorena saved her, she decided she'd follow her all the way to hell if she had to. So if Cruel has something to say, he should just spit it out. Even so, Jan figures Cruel doesn't really care about Lorena anymore. The real reason he volunteered for the North was to follow him and get a chance to kill him, because he can't stand that a nobody managed to humiliate him and get in his way every single time. His bloodlust is so obvious that Jan just glares at him and asks how many punches he's ready to take. Cruel is so thrown off that he blurts out, 1. The protagonist answers with a punch so hard it nearly knocks him out. Meanwhile, Lorena thinks she never expected to return home so soon, and remembers the last thing the head of her family told her, that if she ever spoke that name again, she'd be exiled too. Since then, she left home without looking back, and now she fears it still isn't time to return. Jan notices the way she's acting and thinks her eyes will soon be forced open. But all of that gets pushed aside when they announce they're close to Avalon, and the Jan overhears a grumpy old man talking with his assistant. At first, they don't seem important, but the old man is Gothgor, famous for being the teacher of the current emperor and the crown prince. They even call him the Empire's sage. He's the reason MC chose to come north, a commoner with no skill in magic or martial arts, yet respected across the Empire for his genius and philosophy. He was even named a count recently. In the other timeline, he became a key figure when he tried to guide the Emperor toward a more humane response during the rebellion, to the point that he shed bloody tears for 3 days and 3 nights before the Emperor finally chose to kill him personally. That won't happen until much later, but right now, one of the train workers escorts him to a private room. Jan notices the man signaling to some of the other workers, and he also realizes that in just a few minutes, the train will enter a tunnel, and he's sure that's when they'll try to kidnap Gohar. History already proved Gohar would risk his life for the Empire and its people, but he wasn't blindly loyal to the Emperor either. That made the revolutionary forces see him as someone they had to remove, and seeing the train worker make a rebel hand sign confirms that it's all about to begin. Right then, an announcement says the train will stop because of mechanical trouble, which means they'll use the chance to attack. Jan's plan is simple: save Gohar, make direct contact with him, and strengthen his own position. So he tells the others to stay sharp and explains that this train is already under enemy control. Most likely, they'll go after the man in the VIP car when they pass through the tunnel in an hour. He doesn't know how far the enemy's influence reaches, so they have to assume the whole crew and even some passengers are involved. But just as he's about to give orders, Cruel cuts in and asks why he should listen, earning himself a second punch. Still, it's a fair question, so Jan says these are secret orders from the commander and the real reason they were sent north. They also can't say openly who they're really dealing with, but the protagonist knows they belong to the revolutionary forces and their current goal is to kidnap the VIP. After that, the train keeps moving. And sure enough, the entire crew is in on it, drugging the regular passengers with a sleeping agent and locking them inside the cargo car. Now the only loose end left is getting rid of the Special Forces team. But the second one of them reaches for his sword. Lorena strikes. She asks why a train worker would need weapons, then with one move freezes half of his body. He and the others recognize the technique as the mark of the Beowulf family, but Lorena ignores that and realizes from their reaction that Jan was right. The problem is, once they see she's a Beowulf, the men get excited and say they can sell her on the black market for a high price, which only digs deeper into Lorena's pain as she reveals that the revolutionary forces destroyed her family and drove her mentor into despair. That's why she joined the Special Forces to find them and make them pay. As she gets ready to fight, the men ask if she knows anything about her family's sins. For decades, they say the Beowulfs enjoyed the wealth of the North while everyone else survived on rotten trash. Lorena argues that the Beowulfs follow the path of the sword to protect the North, but that doesn't stop the fight from starting. It gets so intense that the whole car is wrecked, and at the same time, other rebels realize they haven't been able to contact their allies in the front of the train, so they rush over to see what's happening. They're stopped by Cruel, who's thrilled to have found some decent punching bags. How that fight went is left unsaid, but the result is clear. The rebels are wiped out, and the white-haired idiot is enjoying his blade and the bright red blood on it. Then the moron promises himself he'll do the same to the Jan. But the really important part happens on top of the train, where Momo warns MC that she senses a strange magical energy and tells him to stop jumping into trouble. He says he has no choice, this is the moment to save Gofor. Luckily, everything is going according to plan. While the others block the main routes, Jan will enter the VIP car from the inside. Momo admits that even if Cruel is useful, he's a time bomb that could blow up in their faces if they aren't careful, especially if this Gofor really is that important. He insists he is vital. If he wins him over as an ally, the rest of the plan should go smoothly. Meanwhile, the rebels' plan has already started, and Gore is tied up roughly while Hala, the third disciple of the commander of the 7th Revolutionary Army, asks if he really is the Emperor's teacher. She also wants to know if he can understand ancient languages. It sounds serious at first, but then she asks if he speaks dog. Garena actually starts barking along with her joke. Jan and Momo hear all of it from above, so the mage asks if this man really is the genius everyone claims or just a fake, but the protagonist is sure, because Garena's scariest trait is how easily he can throw away his pride when it matters, or when it helps the Empire. In fact, even with Hela mocking him to his face, he thanks her for not killing him, which is clearly too soon, because she says that was fun, and gets ready to attack. Not him, though. The parasite watching them in silence. With one strike, she tears open the roof, and at that point Jan has no choice but to reveal himself in front of them, telling the old man that he's here to rescue him. Naturally, Hela doesn't take that well at all, saying they'll make him squeal like a pig. Like a pig. While that happens, Momo takes the chance to read her magic and warns Jan. This woman is level 5, and even worse, her sword gives off a strange one-of-a-kind aura. Still, MC had already guessed that much. It feels a lot like the power of Erectus, the divine sword master who probably trained her. That means she's dangerous, which matches how confident she is. But he doesn't even get the chance to fight, because Varys suddenly shows up, grabs Gore, and threatens to kill him on the spot. Jan turns to Momo, totally confused because she swore there were only 2 people in the room. She says it was a mistake, but the protagonist has no choice except drop his weapon and surrender before things get even worse. The problem is, Hela couldn't care less and attacks anyway. While elsewhere on the train, Lorena is handling most of the enemies and turning the whole place into an icy nightmare car after car. At first, it looks like she has everything under control until she starts coughing up blood, a sign she pushed her power too far, and if she keeps going, she won't be able to use it again for a long time. To make things worse, a mysterious man appears with scars all over his face, walking forward without any fear as dark energy wipes away the cold around him. What matters most is where he came from, the back of the train, right where Cruel was supposed to be taking out every enemy. That's why Lorena attacks right away. Then we cut to Cruel and find him lying in the cold, and it's obvious Lorena has no real chance against this guy. Even Cruel says he might be stronger than the commander. That becomes clear when the man stops Lorena's sword with just 3 fingers. Seeing her shock, he even apologizes if that felt insulting. In fact, he says he's sorry for what he's about to do, because if they hadn't met here, there'd be no reason to kill her. But before we see how that fight ends, we go back to Jan, trapped between his enemies and trying to stay calm until Yahello comes in trying to kill him, and he answers with nothing but a smile. At the same time, Cherry complains that Jan ordered her to stay hidden, saying she can fight too, and wonders how Lorena is doing. Lorena crashes to the ground, her head split open, and for several minutes the only thing she hears is the train rattling down the tracks, while the man starts to walk away. Then Lorena gets back up, and he tells her that if she knows what's good for her, she should stay down. Even with no chance of winning, she calls him arrogant. He tells her to be realistic. What could she possibly do in her condition? But for Lorena, this isn't about living or dying. It's about acting like a true Beowulf, which means even if she can't beat him, she still has a duty to fight to the death. After thinking for a moment, the man admits she's right and says he disrespected her by looking down on her. So he introduces himself as the Black Tiger and promises he'll fight seriously and show her his full strength. Meanwhile, Varys is speechless at what he just saw. Yahello had lost even though she looked sure to win. Now Yahello's body is lying there half dead, unable to move, and even after seeing everything, Varys still can't understand what went wrong. So Jan tells him the answer is simple. They're weak, then assures Gora that the nightmare is over. We also learn that in his past life, MC was the one who defeated Erectus, his own master, so this fight felt like a second round against someone he already knew well. Then, in a serious tone, he asks Varys if he wants to live, saying he'll let him go if he answers a few questions. Jan shows him the famous emblem, and Varys recognizes it as the symbol of the beginning, a term he has never heard before. Sadly, just as Varys starts to explain, the forbidden seal on his body activates and kills him instantly, proving the secret is so tightly guarded that no one involved can say more than a single word about it. Even so, it's still a step in the right direction, and now that Gora is with him, Jan just needs to get off the train and move on with the real mission. But then loud explosions shake the train, and with her last breath, Lena starts laughing, saying they blew up the engine room, so the train won't stop, and will slam straight into Avalon Station, putting on one hell of a show. She mocks Jan and asks what he'll do to stop it, but his thoughts go somewhere else. This didn't happen in the other timeline. It's so serious that even Momo realizes they're in trouble, and asks how they're supposed to survive while keeping the old man safe. Then they feel an overwhelming presence, and Jan says maybe they don't need to worry after all because that monster can handle it. And that monster is standing right in front of the train where the 7th Royal Knight arrives, giving off a crazy amount of pressure. Calmly, he says the Emperor ordered him to rescue the scholar, but he can't ignore what's happening with the train either. Jan has gotten into serious trouble. He explains that the Royal Knights are the Empire's highest warriors, the ones who protect both the Emperor and the Empire itself, and every one of them is a Class 3 superhuman or higher, people strong enough to match a natural disaster on their own. Even so, Kai bows his head and hopes his lord can forgive him for not following orders exactly. Then, with absurd power, he manages to stop the train with the little energy he still has left through his sword. Inside, Jan can tell that was too much, and the next thing we see is that Kai actually flipped the whole train by himself. He looks over the damage and can't believe those awful revolutionaries would do something so extreme. Gora stares at him and asks what the hell he's talking about, since that last part was his doing. The old man says he was perfectly fine until Kai nearly killed him and almost blew the damn train apart. Kai calls it a misunderstanding, saying he was sure Miss Beowulf would protect him, since she even managed to redirect the force so only a few cars were destroyed and everyone survived. Lorena tries to explain that wasn't her, it was Jan, but Krill cuts in and starts bragging, saying that's just the basic level you should expect from Special Forces members like them. Seeing how confident he is, Kai feels relieved they have capable people around. Still, what matters most is Lorena telling him one of the attackers was the Dark Tiger, Mamoru, an elite killer who reached level 3 10 years ago, which means he's now likely one of the strongest fighters in the world. He was probably hired by the rebels and ran as soon as he sensed Kai coming. Kai says the important thing is that they're alive and that surviving a fight with him is impressive. Meanwhile, Jan focuses on treating his wounds after the train disaster, unable to understand why things keep happening that never happened in the other timeline. Amira's involvement, Kai's help, the train explosion, none of that happened before, and worse, it could lead to even more changes. Jean wonders if his trip north started a domino effect with completely unpredictable results. Then Gura asks to speak with him in private, apologizes for all the trouble he caused, and makes it clear they owe Jane now, which is exactly what he wanted to hear. The old man gives him a commemorative tablet with his name on it as proof of his support, something that could be very useful later. Of course, Jean accepts it, then jokes about whether he should forget hearing him bark like a dog, which gives them both a pretty relaxed goodbye. The point is, Jane got what he wanted, and he tells Momo that depending on how they use it, that tablet could be the key. So now they just need to focus on reaching their next destination, the land of extreme cold. From there, we move to a weapon shop, where a guy tries to charge $500 for a sword. Jean thinks that's insanely expensive, but the seller points out that his current blade is basically wrecked, which is true. Jean came here because even though his sword is amazing, The dark energy he uses is so strong it's about to snap the weapon in half, so he finally takes the deal. We learn he's in Villian, a small town near Beowulf, and no, that wasn't the final destination. Because of the bad weather and the ruined train tracks, they decided to travel from Villian to Beowulf by portal, but it takes 24 hours to prepare, because the area has very little magic energy. In short, they're stuck there until the next day, so Jean uses the time to look around. He realizes it's the first crowded place he's visited since coming back, and even Momo feels something is off. Jean assumes she means the town, but she says no, the weird part is Royal Knight Kai. She clearly felt the energy of the golden dragon inside him. Yes, golden dragon, not divine dragon, so the protagonist has no clue what she means. Momo calls him clueless, then explains that a magic core can hold 6 kinds of energy: black, red, blue, green, gold, and earth, with the golden dragon being the strongest. Jean kinda gets it, but not really. The important part is that dragon energy is something he usually only feels from Leon and Damien, which, that makes sense since both of them carry Bahamut's blood. The real question is why the Royal Knights are different. But before Jean can think it through, the girls show up too, restocking for the mission. At first it looks like they're just shopping, but Lorena quickly explains it's for supplies, with a nervous tone Chari picks up on. So Chari basically drags the Proto along to help them shop for clothes fit for Beowulf's brutal cold. The whole thing is being watched from afar by Cruel, but he doesn't join them. Then we get Jean picking the simplest, cheapest, most practical clothes he can find. Out of nowhere, Chari says they should check out outfits for Miss Lorena too, and the poor girl ends up modeling all kinds of clothes including a tight dress, a maid outfit, and for some reason a swimsuit. Obviously, it's all just an excuse to let Jean see her in something other than her usual uniform, and he even admits that they all look great on her. That makes Lorena blush, and Cherry looks completely pleased with herself. The cutest part is when Lorena says she still feels best in her uniform, and Jean tells her that's the one that suits her most because it shows her strength and skill with a sword. It reflects who she really is, and his words are so sincere that she freezes up, then heads back to the inn. She rushes off with Cherry right behind her while Momo starts teasing Jean, saying he made a mess of things and he has no clue what she means. Outside, Cherry apologizes to Lorena if the whole thing made her uncomfortable, but Lorena says there's nothing to worry about. Still, the blush on her face makes it obvious Jean's words meant a lot to her. Jean runs after her and says he'll see her the next day by the portal. He notices she's acting strange, but the poor guy can't figure out why, so instead he decides it's time to go see that guy. At the same time, we cut to a cheap bar where locals and mercenaries hang out. Everyone seems to be having fun except Cruel, who drinks in frustration while wondering how the hell he's supposed to beat Jean when the bastard never leaves an opening. He also can't understand why Jean would hide his strength, but his thoughts get cut off by all the noise from people drinking, gambling, and joking around, until he finally yells for everyone to shut up, because the Honorable Lord Cruel of House Wit is trying to eat in peace, though his actual words are way nastier. He even threatens to kill them all and show them the difference between nobles and filthy commoners. Right then, someone behind him says they'd like to see him try. It's the Prota, who calmly tells him he shouldn't say things like that. After all, rebellions are born from class gaps like these, the kind that only help a handful of people. Jean goes even further, saying Cruel himself would benefit from letting go of that burden. Then a man puts a hand on Cruel's shoulder and offers him advice on how to get stronger. It's Villy, leader of a famous mercenary group. With good intentions, he says Cruel should eat more protein and train hard until failure, only for Cruel to knock him away with a single hit. Then the rest of the mercenaries rush over asking how he dared to drop their commander. Cruel gets ready for a fight, but instead they praise him for being so strong despite looking so skinny. The funniest part is that poor Cruel has gotten so little affection that he has no idea how to react to kindness. He just stands there awkwardly until they invite him to drink. And that's how he spends the rest of the night, having fun with the very people he was supposed to hate. By the end, Jean even has to drag him back to the inn where Cruel declares that Villy is now his brother. He admits it feels strange to be treated so well, strange to feel seen by other people. What hits hardest is realizing that total strangers showed him kindness even after he treated them like trash. That makes him wonder why he's never heard a single encouraging word from his own family. While he pours his heart out, Momo asks Jean what he put in Cruel's drink, and he reveals it was a magic purifying powder used to lower darkness levels. It's super expensive, so Jean admits he cares about Cruel because his fate reminds him of his own past, someone who lost his way and committed terrible crimes against his will. The next day, we move to Duke Beowulf's castle, where the family's guardian knights meet them as soon as they step through the portal. Cruel immediately starts shivering from the cold, while the Proto reminds himself the mission is to help stop the ongoing fighting over the little bit of land people can still live on in this brutal region. On paper, it's a simple mission, but John knows the real problem won't be the enemy. It'll be the ridiculous pride of the North, since they've never liked accepting outside help. Then Lorena stops them and warns that from here on out they'll see things they can't predict, so they need to be ready for anything. That becomes obvious right away when Hans, the family butler, calls them unwanted and tells them to leave, saying they never asked for help from the special forces or agreed to receive guests. He gives off a powerful aura because he's no ordinary butler. He used to be commander of the family's Knight Order, a rank 3 warrior. Still, his attitude softens completely when he sees Lorena. He treats her like a child and asks why she's siding with the special forces instead of her own people. Then, out of nowhere, the knights start bringing out flags with her face on them and give her an incredibly warm welcome. She answers by saying she missed them too. But everything changes when Hans mentions that her father will return soon and they can talk properly. Lorena makes it clear she didn't come for that and tells him not to mention that man in front of her again. She says she'll finish the mission before he gets back. Hans insists she misunderstood her father, but she ignores him. Next, we find the group waiting at the table for her to arrive so they can eat. Of course, Cruel starts complaining and arguing, until one of the family maids tells him to be quiet, saying Jan isn't here yet either. That's because he wandered off to explore the palace, all the way to an abandoned weapons storage room. To everyone else, it looks like he's just killing time, but he actually came for one specific item, a weapon the Emperor was obsessed with in the other timeline, so much that he searched the whole continent for it. According to legend, when the primordial dragon was defeated, its body was split into two divine swords. One ended up with Bahamut and the other vanished for decades. The Emperor later became desperate to find it, offering rewards and sending special forces everywhere. And just when he was ready to give up, it turned out the sword had been lying around like trash in a northern storage room. Since that discovery is still far in the future, Jan moves fast. There it is, Astalon, the twin blade of Nilinga, the same sword Leon used to kill him, and the one that can make MC stronger than he ever was in his past life. Looking at it now, he understands why nobody guessed where it was. It looks completely ordinary, but from here on, it will be crucial. He can't let the Emperor get it, so he reaches out and grabs it, and things instantly get weird. It's like something inside the sword wakes up and starts speaking. Even so, Jan doesn't back off. He realizes the voice is coming from inside the blade, which begins releasing a powerful energy and resisting him. It tells him, "You have no right." Then the Proto looks at his ruined glove, a clear sign that Astalon has rejected him. That catches Momo's attention, because the sword doesn't seem like the usual kind with a personality. It's probably the type that chooses its own master after gaining divinity on its own. In short, it looks like it rejected him for being weak and inexperienced, which Momo openly mocks, but the Proto doesn't give up and tries again, this time using his shadow technique. As you'd expect, the sword isn't dumb enough to fall for that trick. Then we move to the next day, with Beowulf's knights getting ready to leave for the extermination mission against the barbarians. Hans keeps telling Lorena over and over that she shouldn't go. This time it's not pride, it's caution. He admits it's too dangerous and they can't afford to lose her. But she asks if he really sees her as someone useless, someone who can't even do her own job. After everything she's been through, she doubts collecting 10 barbarian banners could be harder than fighting a lich. Hans warns her not to underestimate it. The barbarians believe their ancestors' souls live inside their tribal banners, so they'll fight to the death to protect them. In the end, Hans realizes nothing he says will stop her, so he only asks the others to protect her. He makes it clear that everything has to go well, because this is her first mission as a member of the Special Forces. Just then, a shadow spreads around them. It's the Proto, arriving late with his arm completely wrecked and apologizing for the delay. Seeing him like that, Cruel mocks him, but he ends up with his face smashed in. Momo says that's what he gets for being arrogant and that he should learn to accept no for an answer. Lorena walks over and quickly says he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She's only wearing the special unit uniform because this is her first mission. Jan just stares for a second, basically thinking, okay, sure. He clearly doesn't get why she felt the need to explain it, but he still tells her it looks good on her. He only meant it was a solid outfit for battle. But Lorena blushes hard and instantly turns away. Then she announces it's time to move out, and the city gates begin to open. Cruel wonders why everyone is making such a big deal over a few barbarians, but John says nothing. He knows it makes sense. Nobles from safer regions have no idea how terrifying the barbarians are, because Wolf has held them back for decades. Now that the tribes are starting to unite like one massive kingdom, though, they're becoming a real threat to the empire. They're being led by powerful tribal chiefs, and above them stands the barbarian king Hani, the strongest warrior on Earth, with the body of a beast. His other abilities are still unknown, but just his presence alone can crush people. What makes him truly dangerous, though, is a strange power that lets him read an opponent's skills just by looking at them, ruining almost any plan. That means any hidden trick the knights might have is useless. In the other timeline, they tried every possible way to kill him, and every attempt failed. Jan has no idea where Hani is right now, so he just hopes they don't run into him as they keep moving. Soon they reach the forest northwest of Wolf, and the 3rd Brigade pushes ahead. Cruel complains, asking why the hell they're walking instead of riding horses. Jan explains that in weather like this, it's easy to lose your way, so going on foot is safer. Lorena laughs at them both and says, "This place looks like this all 365 days of the year, nothing but snow, emptiness, and cold that freezes you to the bone." Still, that just proves how tough the people here are, and the group can't help admiring them. Her words hit the knights hard, and they feel even more fired up to fight to protect this land. For now, the plan is to meet up with the rest of the army when Jan notices red smoke. It's the scout's signal that they've found a barbarian group. Like a total maniac, Cruel gets excited that things are finally getting interesting. Sub-Officer Sabo asks if he'll still be that confident once he sees the brutal reality of war in the north. Of course, Cruel shrugs that off. He says they've already fought monsters so strong that barbarians seem like a joke by comparison. Sabo answers with silence, and they keep going. But soon they learn that none of their training could have prepared them for what's waiting ahead. Pure cruelty. As an order of knights slaughters a small barbarian village. They kill the elderly, children, and anyone still moving. Chari freezes, unable to understand why the honorable knights who should protect people are acting like demons. The violence is so savage that the barbarians look like nothing but victims. For the first time, even Cruel can't stomach it. Even Jan is stunned, though he knows most people inside the Empire don't realize that wars between races have always been like this. A non-stop massacre until one side is wiped out. Lorena already knows that, but this is the burden she has to bear, and she wonders if she can handle it. Then she hears a baby crying in its dead mother's arms. Chari and Cruel both think about stepping in. But one knight raises his axe without hesitation, ready to kill the child before it grows up as a filthy barbarian. Chari yells for him to stop, but he ignores her and keeps going, until Lorena steps in front of him. She says all the adults are dead, the mission is over, and she won't let him kill an innocent baby. Jan watches quietly, knowing it's noble, but also dangerous, because to them that child is still just a barbarian. When they see their lady refusing to kill an enemy, they mock her. A heavy bloodlust starts spreading through the group, but Lorena doesn't back down. She has always known the truth about her family and the war against the barbarians, but she can't ignore what she just saw. A mother in thin rags, far too light for the northern cold, protecting a baby wrapped in layers of fine fur. That image, a mother ready to give everything in life and in death, is enough that even knowing how things have been done for decades, Lorena decides she'll take responsibility for the baby. The knights immediately argue that leaving even one barbarian alive, no matter how innocent it looks, could cause terrible trouble later. Seeing the other side with Lorena, they ask if they really plan to go this far for an enemy, betraying them and the very orders they've always followed. From a distance, Jan watches and thinks this reaction was expected. This is a war with so much bloodshed that ethics and logic barely matter anymore, and forgiveness is impossible. Then everything is cut short when the protagonist feels a huge presence rushing toward them. Out of nowhere, a man drops right into the middle of them, smashing the ground with power that can only belong to the village chief. Everyone quickly readies for battle, but the force he releases doesn't just crack the earth, it sends out a wave of fire so intense that the freezing north suddenly feels like hell. When things finally settle, one knight demands to know why the scout didn't warn them he was coming. The man answers by grabbing him by the head with one hand and lifting him like he weighs nothing, furious that they killed his tribe and his family. This is Jabor, one of the 20 barbarian chiefs. Without a second thought, he starts crushing the knight's skull as he warns them they'll die too. Luckily, Lorena steps in and attacks with her ice power, but everything goes wrong when she sees Jabor block it with his bare head. He looks at her like she's nothing. Then things get even worse when he rushes her at insane speed, so fast that the other knights throw themselves in the way to buy her time to escape. The same men who were arguing with her just minutes ago apologize for their disrespect, knowing their road ends here. After that, the knights start dying one after another so fast that Lorena can't even react. She's about to be killed too when a voice shouts, "Now!" And for the first time in years, Jabber sees blood spill from his skin. He's been wounded. Just as expected, the one who struck him is Jan, who tells him not to panic over a scratch. Soon he'll split him in half. Here we learn that barbarian tribal shamans tattoo Gimun symbols on their bodies, letting them use Dantian, a technique of their people that controls mana, with the tattoos acting as power points. Those marks work directly with the skin and muscles, creating a fierce burst of physical strength. With the right method, the result becomes unbelievably destructive. And that's proven when Jan attacks again. The tattoo on Jabber's head lights up and completely repels the blow. MC realizes he's stronger than expected, and the bald brute swears he'll kill him. Lorena and Cruel jump into the fight too, swinging their swords with such terrible teamwork that they almost get in each other's way. Jabber tosses them aside like lint, calling the rookies pathetic. By now, though, not even Cruel is crazy enough to keep thinking these enemies are weak, and Cherry says the baby is hidden somewhere safe, so they decide to focus on stopping Jabber before it's too late. Slipping back into his manic mood, Cruel says they should cover him so he can attack, but Lorena says she'll handle that part herself, and as usual, they start arguing until John shuts them up, saying this is no time for that. And in this fight, both of them are just getting in the way. That only starts another argument, and it ends only when Jabor forces them all to focus again, reminding them they're in the middle of a battle. Jan realizes it's not that they can't beat him, it's that every time they attack alone, they just create chaos that helps no one. Then Sherry decides it's time to join the fight, and her entry changes the flow right away. Jabor notices too, and it makes him nervous. The reason isn't that Cherry is especially strong, her attacks are actually pretty basic. But because she fights with simple movements, she can slip between Lorena and Cruel's attacks and link them together, giving the battle real rhythm. It's such a subtle talent that most people would miss it, but Jan is seriously impressed, wondering why he never once heard of her in his past life. Chari doesn't stop there. She also starts giving quiet instructions to keep their timing steady, and little by little they start landing more damage. Then they pull off what seemed impossible. Lorena and Cruel finally launch a combined attack that hurts Jabor and forces his guard down, letting Jan drive his blade through Jabor's chest and finish him for good. Seeing him on his knees, the others figure the fight is over. but Hador uses the last of his strength to flee, moving so fast there's no point chasing him. It's not the ending they wanted, but at least they're still alive, and the group is ready to keep moving until they realize Jan is gone too. With that, we cut to Hador, telling himself this wound is nothing, and that he has to live to avenge his people. But then he's caught off guard by Jan, who says running was the right choice. Honestly, Hador was so fast that he barely kept up, and he makes it clear he doesn't want to kill him. He says he'll let him go if he answers one question. Has he heard anything about Han? Jan already knows the answer is yes, but what matters now is where he is. Hador drops any thought of helping and just tells him to shut up, shouting that a Donati like him has no right to say that name so lightly. His rage is so intense that he almost recovers from his wounds and attacks the protagonist like he wasn't just beaten, saying the protagonist is way too arrogant for someone who needed a 4-on-1. What stands out most here is his loyalty to Hannah. He swears he'll kill anyone who tries to harm him, while remembering the words of the man who like a leader asked them to build a better world for their people together. In the end, Jan realizes Hadar won't talk, so he launches his next move, a wall of stone that brings the end, and he even grabs Hadar by the shoulder, ready to finish him. But then Momo appears, saying she was his ace in the hole and attacks, piercing him with a single motion of her hand. Hadar doesn't even know what hit him, but the result is obvious. Momo uses the moment to mock Jan, asking what the hell he planned to do with such stupid techniques. Meanwhile, Hadar watches the blood spill, and we understand what Han means to him because his first thought is to apologize. He knows he can't keep the promise he made, and begs him to build the world they dreamed of. With his last strength, he asks out loud why his tribe has to die when they're only trying to do the same as everyone else, survive in this cruel land. Jan doesn't know what to say, so he only answers that the Beowulf are also trying to survive. He admits they've proven to be dangerous enemies, and even though Hador laughs at that, reminding them they literally just defeated him, Jan still says he fought like a strong and brave warrior, so he should be proud. At the end, Hador reveals he saw what the baby was called, so he asks MC to spare him, since he's the last thing left of his family. He tells him not to worry, the baby will live. In return, Hador gives him his own bone bracelet, which in his tribe means Jan has inherited his will. Even though the protagonist tells himself he doesn't have to accept it or keep that promise, he still does, wishing him a next life with less war and more peace. Back at the Beowulf mansion, the knights celebrate the destruction of the enemy base and the fall of one of their leaders, while the commander leads a lively toast for them, their fallen comrades, and the Beowulf family. This man is named William, and he's also Lorena's uncle. Seeing how down she looks, he walks over and tells her this was still a victory. He knows she may feel bad about all the losses, especially since it's her first time watching her people get wiped out in battle. But he reminds her that for knights there's no greater honor than dying fighting the enemy. As for the baby, he'll ignore it just this once. Even so, he warns her not to think of him as human, because he's a beast just like the rest of those savages. Still as kind as ever, Lorena says, calling them beasts is going too far, but William doesn't take it back. He says that keeping the child inside the castle will only turn him into a threat, because an enemy inside your own land is always scarier than one outside. Lorena answers that she'll raise the baby as one of their own, and even if he does become dangerous, the Beowulf won't fall to one child. The problem is that William suddenly starts remembering a terrible massacre, and with pain in his voice, he asks her not to treat this lightly. Too often it's other people who end up paying for our choices, and nothing is worse than surviving with that guilt and pain. By now it's clear William's hatred for the barbarians is more than simple prejudice, so Lorena asks why someone so kind would talk that way about a baby whose only crime was being born. Sadly, William ignores her and leaves, and then Han steps in to explain. The reason a good man like him can speak that way about a baby goes back 30 years, when the war was at its worst and a young knight found a barbarian child standing in the middle of a burning village, enduring the cold without any protection. Even though his companions objected, the knight chose to take the child in and brought him home, where the knight's fiancée cared for him with love for a full year. They clearly hoped kindness would change him, but in the end, the child killed her and ran away, while the knight was out on a mission, so when he came back home, it was already too late. After that, the knight threw himself into work and rose to commander. That knight was William, who from then on swore never to make exceptions again, regretting that choice every day. Ashamed, Lorena says she didn't know any of that, and Hans reminds her that everyone here has a similar story. Family, loved ones, and comrades killed by barbarians. Even so, he says he understands her wish to help an innocent life. Jan overhears all of this and realizes William won't bend on this issue, leaving him wondering how he's supposed to keep his promise. Then Hans says the story doesn't end there, explaining that at the heart of the movement to unite the barbarians is that same child now grown into their great chief Hane. That's exactly the information Jan had been looking for, and he realizes that if nobody knew the man's origin in the other timeline, it's because the Beowulf covered it up. Now he wonders how to use that knowledge to predict Hane's future moves. Then Hans tells Lorena that if she wants, he can deal with the baby so she doesn't have to. Of course she refuses, and Jan steps in, saying the problem is simple. If they want to know what to do with the child, they should ask the Duke. Hans gives him a hard look and says he gets no say in this, and no one would dare bring such a stupid idea to the Duke, but Lorena offers to do it herself. She'll speak with her father and accept whatever choice he makes. Meanwhile, William wonders if he was too harsh with his words. Still, he tells himself he's only trying to protect Lorena from the same mistakes he made in the past. Then he notices the Order of Ice has returned from its latest mission, which means Lord Beowulf has finally come home, or at least that's what it would mean normally. Because the Order's leader tells William the Duke had other business and sent them back first, staying behind alone in the North Sea, a place that's basically his playground, where he'll probably spend the time killing monsters. Of course, the Order's leader already heard about the baby and feels for William, who must be having a rough time. But what he really wants to know is what they think about the youths who arrived with Lorena, and whether they can be trusted. William says they're still inexperienced but talented, especially Jean, who is clearly no ordinary fighter. They can relax because with him around, Lorena will be safe. Even so, the leader admits he has a bad feeling, like a storm is about to hit them and ruin everything. A few days later, we move to one of the castle annexes, where Momo is trying not to die of boredom. The issue with the baby has finally settled down for now, while they wait for the Duke's decision, and Jean has decided to take a break from fighting. So even though Momo collected 3 flags herself, she burned through all the energy she had stored up, and now all she can do is watch the idiots train. One of them is William, who can outmatch Cruel with nothing but a wooden sword, holding him back so impressively that it only makes the boy want to keep fighting. And the other idiot is Jan, who says the battle with Hadur showed him how weak he was. But really, he's there because of Astalon. He finally found a clue. He noticed that every time he tried to touch the sword, it pushed him away, and when he asked a random knight if he felt the same thing, the answer was no. For people of the North, the sword is just heavy, and Jan figures that maybe because everyone here uses the Beowulf method, a unique way of controlling magic power. To learn more about it, he needs to train with them. Then he walks over to the Order's leader. Guillaume greets him kindly and praises them for beating a boss at such a young age, but Jan says it was just luck. He only finished the fight the others had already started. Guillaume uses that chance to ask about his connection to Lorena. When the Protoss says there's nothing between them, Guillaume presses him on why he isn't interested in her. He seems like another Beowulf fanatic, but he's really checking what William told him. Jan may look like a rank 5 knight, but it's obvious he's hiding huge potential, so Guillaume asks him to fight Mirror, his youngest and most promising recruit. Even though this is the kind of match Jan would usually avoid, he accepts to learn more about the Beowulf method, and he even provokes his opponent by asking him to use a real sword. In this place, that's a direct insult, so Guillaume gives Mirror permission to get serious. Even so, Mirror still chooses to fight with a wooden sword and unleashes all his power in a fierce attack. It looks impressive, but then Jan quickly disarms him and pins him down in seconds. At the same time, in the northern thorn forest, an old barbarian tells a man that the Duke still hasn't returned. That makes him think for a moment before ordering all the chiefs to gather. The great Janie is calling them. Back with the Prota, Cruel finally gives up against William. William praises his effort, but Cruel takes it like mockery, since he couldn't land a single hit. Still, William says he means it. Cruel has a bright future. It's one of the first honest compliments the boy has ever heard. Of course, that gets forgotten when they hear a commotion and go check it out, only to find Janie overpowering Mira. It seems like things might get tense, but instead of getting offended, Mira thanks him for the match and admits MC is amazing. The others agree too, making it clear they enjoyed the fight. Jane stays completely casual, which isn't something you usually see from knights who live for honor and pride. In fact, the Order gets so fired up that right after, another knight asks to face the Prota, even apologizing for his friend, because he couldn't show Janie everything he had. That's why he decides to go all out from the start, pouring every bit of energy into his first strike. It's strong and fast, but Jane only needs to use his shadows to beat him, landing a hit before the man even realizes it. And again, the surprise is that he doesn't just accept losing. He treats fighting someone stronger as an honor. After that, they all start lining up for their own turn. From a distance, Guillaume admits William was right. Janie is on another level. That also shows how incredible Damien's training has been. To both of them, it's obvious his talent is being wasted in the capital, and Guillaume can't help thinking how useful he'd be if he stayed in the north. But of course, that would also mean more time with Lorena. The problem is, just as Janie is about to, a horn blast fills the whole palace. It's the kind of alarm that should only sound for a regional emergency. At first, they think it must be a mistake, until Hans arrives in armor and announces they're under attack. That man has finally come, and suddenly one of the main gates is smashed to pieces, letting in an entire barbarian army led by Great Chief Haney. Unlike everyone else, the most shocked one here is the Prota, who wonders why the timeline changed again. But there's no time to think, especially when they realize the enemy has already passed the third wall of the fortress, and now all they can do is gather their forces to protect the second. The problem is, the enemy numbers are so huge that even defending looks impossible. There are about 30,000 of them, and somehow the spy team never noticed a thing. Then they learn why every scout was wiped out. There's no time to waste, so the knights split into 2 groups. One evacuates the residence, while the other heads straight to the defense line. The Prota realizes the timeline changed in a way that's even worse than he expected. As long as Duke Beowulf was in control, Haney shouldn't have invaded. If he did anyway, then he found a way to deal with him. Still, nothing should have changed. The only thing different from the last timeline is his own presence, and Lorena's. Meanwhile, Haney's men wait for the order to break the second wall, but he tells them to hold on and sends his fastest warriors to handle a small detail first. That's when the Prota finally understands what changed. It's Lorena. Because she's here. Haney attacked now to capture her. At the west gate of the second wall, the knights do everything they can to hold the enemy back, repeating again and again that they just need to last until the Duke arrives. Sadly, nothing they do is enough. The barbarians are more fired up than ever, with Haney repeating that they fight for their fallen comrades, and that tonight they will become the rulers of the north. Meanwhile, Lorena and Sherry protect the civilians from any enemy that gets close enough. But when it becomes clear things will only get worse, the white-haired girl tells the little one to evacuate the rest while she holds the area. Then a barbarian attacks from behind, shouting that he found her, but he doesn't even get the chance to start fighting, because the Prota appears and takes him out, then drags Lorena away, warning her that she's the target. She's the Duke's only weak point. Clearly, Haney plans to use her as bait against her father. So even if everyone else dies, tonight's top priority is for them to escape, because as long as she stays safe, the Duke can face anything head-on. But Lorena refuses, saying she could never run away alone. Then one of the castle's main towers collapses toward them, and the Prota lets go of her hand to shove the whole tower aside, something that shouldn't be humanly possible. On the ground with an injured leg, Lorena starts calling for him, but the one who answers is Haney. Just his presence puts out a crushing pressure. She can only compare to her father's. Even so, she can't give up and tries to attack before it's too late. But Haney sees it coming and in a split second appears right in front of her. It happens so fast that Lorena doesn't even see him move, wondering if this is the Great Chief's power. Haney tells her that if she stays still, he won't hurt her. She's too valuable to damage. By instinct, Lorena looks ready to strike, and Haney reacts instantly, blocking the attack. The twist is that it wasn't her, it was the Prota, who seems to get brutally impaled by the enemy. Or at least that's how it looks. Until Haney's smile vanishes when he sees it was only an illusion made with magic. Behind him, Jan says if he keeps relying only on his eyes, he'll fall for simple cloning magic again. What's even crazier is that he already has Lorena in his arms, saying it's nice to meet him, but this is definitely not the best time. Lorena tells him to put her down, just as Haney warns that it won't even take a minute to tear him apart, which is true. Still, Jan asks if he really has time to waste on that. If he fights him, his target might disappear. Haney says that makes no sense. His target is right in front of him. The protagonist answers that he doesn't mean the bait, but the real goal. Haney didn't come for Lorena, he came for Astalon's mythical sword. With that in his hands, conquering the Empire would stop being a stupid dream. And with the calm of someone who really doesn't care what Haney plans to do to the Emperor, Jan says he can give him the sword's exact location as long as he doesn't touch Lorena. The deal is simple. Let them leave alive in exchange for the sword. Confused, Lorena asks if he's sure that's the best choice, and the Prota tells her he has to do this for her. It sounds sweet, but really this is something he already planned for, back when he learned about Haney and the Beowulf's shared past. With Haney's eyes, there's no way he missed the sword's magic power, so offering it is basically dangling perfect bait in front of him to pull his attention away. But then something strange happens. Just hearing its name makes Haney angry. He says Astalon is a stupid name they gave it, when really it was the legendary sword of King Transmedia in his tribe. From there, Jan knows his only move left is to keep provoking him, so he says that while Haney wastes time arguing, the Knight Order is probably already moving to safety, and the Duke won't be far behind, so he has to choose right now, Lorena or the sword. Haney replies neither. What he wants right now is to kill Jan, then take both. In an instant, he rushes at them with absurd speed and says, die. At the same time, he releases a burst of magic strong enough to blast them in opposite directions. Startled, Jan tries to call out to the girl, but Haney attacks him again and admits he was smart to try for trying to make a deal, but says that same boldness will make him beg for his life. Jan dodges again and notices Haney pulled back at the last second. MC teases him, asking if he suddenly got soft, but the truth is, Haney spotted Havru's bracelet hanging from his waist. Jan explains he has it because Havru himself gave it to him when he promised to carry on his will, the last request he made before dying. Haney is shocked, though part of him knows it fits, since Havru was a warrior who only cared about his tribe, so he tells Jan he'll spare him as Havru's heir if he gives up the sword's location. It sounds like the deal the protagonist wanted at first, except now it means saving only himself and leaving the others behind. Haney says that's only fair, reminding him he doesn't even belong to that family, so they aren't worth dying for. After that, we don't hear Jan's answer, we only see what happens next. Lorena wakes up just in time to see Haney place his hands on her while admitting he really wants to see the Duke's face when he finds his daughter like this. Then, weirdly, a voice yells, idiot, and Lorena starts to break apart, revealing one of Jan's usual tricks. He did give Haney the sword's location, but when he saw Haney would never let Lorena go, he decided the best move was to escape with her, betting Haney wouldn't waste time chasing them. Of course, the trick works so well because Momo agreed to help, and she praises him for leaving Havru's bracelet visible to mess with Haney. But now they need to wake Lorena and go after the sword, because Jan never planned to hand it over. He'll use the fact that the sword won't go with just anyone to buy time and claim it for himself. At the same time, Haney reaches the warehouse and really finds the sword there. He celebrates, sure that with it in his hands, neither the Duke nor the Empire can stop him. The problem is, just like Jan predicted, Astalon doesn't submit easily. It releases a huge burst of power and declares, "You have no right." Still, Hanny treats the whole thing like a challenge, grinning as he asks why some damn sword is making such a fuss. Then the barbarian chief grabs the sword hard and demands that it stop resisting and recognize him as its owner already. Surprisingly, for some reason the sword obeys and Hanny feels it starting to yield. Until out of nowhere, Hans bursts in with his own sword, smashing through the warehouse wall and attacking with everything he has. The problem is, Hannah catches the attack with his bare hands. At the same time, Jan brings Lorena to a shelter under the tower and tells her to wait there until he finishes the job. She insists she can fight too and can't just sit still while her people are under attack, but he tells her role in this battle is even bigger. In fact, there's something only she can do to stop Hannah. Of course she's shocked, but says she'll do anything, and Jan tells her he needs the most valuable thing she has. Only then can they beat the enemy. The problem is that wording sounds pretty strange, so she blushes and assumes something completely different. Even Momo notices it sounds like he asked her to do something dirty, so MC has to clear up the misunderstanding. What he really wants is the union spell. He can't explain why yet, but without it, they can't stop Hannah. That may sound reasonable, but she asks if he's lost his mind. They're talking about a secret spell passed down in her family for generations. She seems ready to refuse, but in the end, she only makes him promise not to tell anyone else. With that, we cut back to the battle between Hans and Hannah, who trade fast blows and show they're even in power. Hannah even uses techniques that only the Duke should know. Even though the barbarian leader admits he's impressed, he says that still won't be enough to beat him, and with a single move, he shuts Hans's attack down completely. In the middle of the destruction, Astalon lies quietly on the ground, and then Jan slips toward it while Momo says sending Hans to distract him was smart, but warns that if the plan fails, the second the sword reacts to him, Hannah will notice and he'll be done for. The protagonist knows that, but he has no choice except to try, and the effect is instant, unleashing a wave of energy so huge it almost blows him out of the place. Then he starts to remember his talk with Lorena, who was still unsure, repeating to him and to herself that she shouldn't say anything because it's a rule her family has kept for hundreds of years. But Jan looks at her seriously and asks what matters more, rules or the people under her command. She has to lose her people to protect the rules or break the rules to protect them. And even if that sounds simple, her father's voice echoes in her head warning her never to speak a certain name again, because that person broke the family's rules. Even so, she admits she can't just stand by, so she takes MC's hand and places it on her chest, saying she'll trust him with everything. MC immediately blushes, but this time he's the one reading it wrong, because she tells him to focus and feel the flow of mana inside her. Then he must make it turn as she repeats the words, "Ice is the height of calm. If you reach stillness, even in the cold snowstorm, the soul will bloom perfectly." Back in the present, the sword's power turns bright white, and symbols begin to circle around them. The same union spell marks that came from the first Emperor's book. They swirl for a moment, then sink into his body, announcing that he has finally gained the mighty dragon sword, Astalon. And that's not all. Because it has basically accepted him as its partner, the sword changes form and becomes far more imposing. On the other side, Hans falls to the ground, unable to understand what kind of monster he's facing, or how Hans keeps reading his moves so perfectly in the middle of battle. He even asks if the man has no limits to his strength or mana, as if he's never met many people this powerful. But when Hans says Hans will die here, both of them freeze when they feel the sword's overwhelming energy. This time, though, it's very different from what they felt before. So Hanu realizes it's coming from John and explodes in rage when he understands the bastard tricked him. Han sees that distraction as his chance to strike, but Han once again stops the blade with one hand, then shatters it into pieces. Still, he doesn't stop there. He throws in Hans's face that if he hadn't interfered, John never would have taken the sword, and then he goes for the kill. But where there should be the sound of flesh being torn apart, there's nothing, because Han is stopped at the last second by powerful chains of ice, a freezing spell no one in the castle should be able to use. No one except the one person who always manages to do the impossible, Jan, walking toward them with a brutal aura. Han instantly starts cursing him for taking his king's sword, but he ignores him, stunned that he can use that much power just by swinging it. Even holding it has boosted his ice magic to an insane level, so there's no doubt the sword is incredible. But what shocks Han even more isn't just that Jan could wield it, it's his body, because he wasn't an original and still had full control of 3 mana circles inside him. The protagonist is annoyed that Han saw that so easily, but worse, Han doesn't seem worried. In fact, seeing the sword's power only excites him more, and he says the sword chose MC, so all he has to do is kill him and take it. With that, he gets ready to fight, gathering a huge amount of energy in his palm until it forms a sphere of pure mana he calls Great Black Sun, then hurls it straight at him. He answers with one of the most basic sword moves. The difference between the protagonist and any other knight, though, is that one simple swing creates massive destruction, splitting part of the castle in two. It also cuts down Han's Black Sun and slices his chest open cleanly. Sadly, the barbarian leader's body is on another level, and even after that he still manages to launch his attack and drag Jan across the battlefield. In the brief calm afterward, he admits it's been a long time since he was hurt like that, and once again the fight only excites him more, because this may be the only sword able to tear his muscles and survive his best combat technique. In general, the sword can cut mana, which pairs perfectly with him since he can see mana. But Jan corrects him. Astalon isn't that simple. Astalon is the flow of mana itself, and can stop it completely. But Han's brain can't grasp the difference, so he says he'll figure it out when he uses it, until he notices his foot has been completely frozen. Then he feels it, the shadow of death, that brutal cold only a few in the north ever experience. The power of a white-haired man behind him, asking what a savage like him is doing in his home. That white-haired man is none other than Duke Beowulf himself. After hearing Han's answer, he starts walking down toward them, on stairs of ice. He makes himself, it's an unbelievable sight, and just like that, Han's bold attitude is gone. As the Duke summons a huge ice dragon, he asks again what the hell Han thinks he's doing, and tells him to choose his next words carefully, because they might be his last. Han shakes off the shock and introduces himself as the Great Chief, who united the barbarian tribes. The Duke doesn't care. To him, a common barbarian's name means nothing. That arrogance matches his power. Han realizes he has never seen mana this dense, but even that doesn't stop him from charging in, saying they were always meant to fight. The Duke cuts him off. Someone like Han shouldn't throw around his name so lightly. Without lifting a finger, he unleashes his domain expansion, the final seer hold ritual, Eternal Ice. With it, he can freeze every enemy for miles around him. To the knights, especially the veterans, this is the sign that their leader has arrived, and they can finally breathe. The battle is over. After that, the Duke asks MC if he's all right, and MC says yes, admitting that even after all these years, the Duke's domain still feels overwhelming to watch. It's even more amazing because it instantly shut down Han, the enemy who had been overpowering everyone. The Duke brushes that off, calling Jan dramatic. Han is still just a barbarian. They explain that the Duke's domain freezes all enemies while leaving allies unharmed. It's the ultimate technique protecting the North from invasion. Varkas Beowulf's trump card. Once things settle down, he explains that Lorena and the civilians are safe, all thanks to the protagonist. But right as they call him over so he can be properly introduced to the Duke, Han's eyes come back to life. He breaks free of the ice at once and keeps attacking. Even then, the Duke turns calmly and tells him that attack won't kill him. Han laughs and admits he knows that, but maybe it can hurt someone else. Then he launches an attack, not at Varkas but at one of the towers holding civilians. His plan is simple: force the Duke to rescue them and use the opening to escape. Too bad he forgot there was one more piece on the board, the protagonist, who uses his sword to cancel the attack. It blows up before reaching the tower and avoids even worse damage. The problem now is that after all of this, Jan can only think about one thing. He's completely exhausted. He has no mana, no magic power, and can't even stay standing, so he just lets himself fall, trusting the rest to those still left behind. He's ready to rest or get badly hurt from the fall, whichever comes first. But then comes the surprise. Before he hits the ground, a voice starts yelling his name. It's Lorena, and she grabs his hand just in time. After that, news of the northern barbarian invasion spreads fast across the empire, reaching both Damien and Leon. Leon reads the report carefully and stares at the protagonist's photo, unable to understand how someone like him always ends up in the middle of trouble. A few days later, at the main cemetery of the Beowulf Palace, Lorena sadly walks up to one of the graves, saying it's been a long time since her last visit. She figures her mother must be upset that she stayed away for so many years. Then Lorena starts talking about the brutal training that kept her away so long. She even says she met someone almost as strong as her brother, a great boy who pushes her to do better every day without even trying. Of course, she hasn't forgotten why she joined the special forces, to avenge her mother by wiping out the bastards who killed her, and to find her missing brother. Sadly, the moment is interrupted when Varkas arrives, and Lorena decides it's time to leave. She says she can't miss the train leaving that afternoon, but her father stops her and hands her an ice crystal, an amazing elixir for northern users. He says it will help her use the ritual Disa Elohuan someday. Lorena refuses, saying she doesn't need it. Her father answers that he already heard about the barbarian baby she keeps protecting, so if she wants him spared, she has to give in on something. In short, if she wants them to look after the child, she needs to stop being so stubborn. Lorena finally takes the crystal roughly and walks off while the Duke gives her advice, praises how much she has grown, and admits he wants her to stay home. At first, it seems like Lorena will ignore him, but she stops and asks him to stay strong. Watching him fight made her feel like nothing in the world could threaten them, but the praise ends there. With tears in her eyes, she asks how someone so strong still couldn't save her mother or keep her brother by her side. She doesn't hate him, but without them, home became a place she never wanted to return to. After saying that, she leaves. Now it's the Duke's turn to speak at his wife's grave. He admits he was never as wise as she was, and he has no idea how to make Lorena forgive him for what happened with her brother. He wonders if telling the truth would help, that the day those insects from the Revolutionary Army attacked the castle, they only managed it because of help from the inside, help from the very brother Lorena admires so much. Back then, Varkas could hardly believe what was happening until his own son Dio Beowulf looked him in the eye and confessed. In the end, Varkas couldn't bring himself to execute him, so he only exiled him, still unsure if that was the right choice or how to tell Lorena the truth. Worst of all, one day she'll meet her brother again and learn everything in the cruelest way. But then his thoughts are interrupted by the protagonist, whom he summoned because of his battle performance. That's why the Duke says he has decided to reward him and is willing to give him anything he wants, even that powerful sword hidden in his coat that he stole in secret. The funny part is that Jean says he's not sure that's enough, since he has saved Lorena several times, and after all, it's just a dirty, dusty sword he found abandoned in the storage room. That makes the Duke laugh, calling him a damn madman for talking to him like that, but he's glad to know Jean isn't someone who will be controlled by the sword's power. In fact, he can keep it instead of asking for anything else. Still, there's one condition. The North may be under his rule, but the Empire's center is controlled by a bunch of lunatics, so MC's job will be to protect Lorena. He agrees to look after her whenever needed. After that, we move to Beowulf's Central Station, where he meets the others. They're excited about all the rewards they'll get for finishing the mission, especially with not a single casualty. Then the train arrives to take them to Avalon, and they leave with gold, strange items, and in Jan's case, a sword that will completely change the story. The strange part is that before getting on the train, a weird crow lands on his shoulder, and Jan tells the others to go ahead because he supposedly forgot something at the palace. The group agrees, though a little unsure, but it's clearly a lie because the crow was sent by none other than Damien, with instructions for Jan's real mission. After that, the protagonist heads to the center of the city, where Momo finally gathers enough energy to return to her real body. She says that even if idiot Jan acts like he did everything alone, the truth is different. If she hadn't been with him, he would have died 1,000,000 times. In the end, she used so much mana that she passed out, but at least that rest made her stronger than ever, ready to beat up as many barbarians as needed. Too bad for her, the protagonist says. The fight with Hain ended a long time ago, and they're not even in Beowulf anymore. They're in a nearby city called Soma. She would know that if she hadn't spent almost a whole week asleep, swallowing her insults. Momo asks what they're doing there. Jan says there's no time to explain everything, and tells her to follow him because it's time to work. Then as they move, he finally explains how things ended, saying it was all thanks to the Duke's arrival. He was about to leave with the others when Damien ordered him to go to Soma. The reason wasn't fully clear to him, but the note said his childhood friend would be waiting there. That means Rodrigo's daughter, the one he supposedly hasn't seen since becoming a Special Forces trainee. So it looks like Damien finally tracked her down, and the mission is to kidnap her. It sounds simple, but everything is on the line now. If Damien finds out Jan's whole story is fake, everything he's built could fall apart. The only good part is that reaching her first will help him keep up the act. That brings them to a street packed with bars, inns, and brothels. Momo starts teasing him, saying he finally reached that age, and insists she can give him tips with girls. Jan tells her that's not why he's here, and they stop at a modest tavern called Ovitan, a very strange place where the bartender tells them they don't sell alcohol, food, or anything. The guy basically tells Jan to get lost. Momo gets offended right away and says they should leave, but the protagonist just smiles like he knows they came to the right place. Then he says he's ready to order. He asks for 2 glasses of whiskey with wine and an olive on top. That turns out to be a code. The man's attitude changes at once, and he welcomes Jan like an important guest. But the strangest part comes next, when he activates a switch in the wall, opening a path to the real tavern. At least that's what it looks like. In truth, this isn't a normal club at all. It's a spy network. And what they really sell is information. At this point, the network is still small, limited to Soma's back alleys, but Jan knows it will soon spread under the name Beggar's Guard. At the end of the hall, a voice welcomes him. It belongs to the leader, Bella, and she asks why he came. Jan says he's looking for someone he knows only by name, Bella, meaning her. She's instantly shocked and asks how he knows her name and who the hell he is. Jan warns that in this world, curiosity can get you killed. Without waiting another second, Bella hits a button on the edge of her desk and triggers a trap. Dozens of arrows slam straight into his back. With a sigh, Bella says he was just a foolish kid who met a bad end. But she's the one left stunned when Jan stands there completely unharmed. He says it's time to talk business. And while Bella still can't figure out how he stopped the arrows, she plays nice and wonders if he's some mercenary hired by a noble. Jan says he came only to make a deal. More exactly, to buy something. Her. Of course, both Momo and Bella take that the wrong way, so he quickly explains that he values her talent for gathering information and exposing nobles' biggest secrets without fearing payback. In short, he wants her to work for him, and Bella admits she could consider it for the right price. She mostly says that to test him since she doubts a boy his age could pay enough. Jan simply tells her to name the price, then drops a bag filled with 100 pure gold coins. That alone is enough to pay for her services. Still, Jan makes it even more tempting. He offers to raise the amount to something beyond anything she imagined or hand it over to the many enemies she's made over the years. In the end, they strike a deal for 400 gold coins, enough to feed thousands for a full year. Even then, Bella thinks he probably wants something shady and expects her body too. Jan shuts that down at once by showing her the contract and telling her to read it carefully before signing. He says they'll meet again soon. Once she's alone, Bella can't believe she almost agreed to work for a total stranger. Then she starts laughing because no way is she serious about it. Her plan is simple: take the money and betray him the first chance she gets. The problem is, the moment she thinks about breaking the deal, her head starts hurting so badly it feels like it could burst. Then the contract moves toward her and highlights one key clause: if she breaks the agreement or tries to harm Jan, her head will explode. In other words, she's now bound to him like a slave, and her yelling can be heard outside, where Momo praises MC for the idea. That's when we learn she helped him cast the binding spell. As for the money and the storage space where he kept it, that was a small gift from Duke Beowulf. More importantly, bringing Bella to his side is only the beginning. Meanwhile, later that night, several instructors arrive at a mansion deep in the woods where a young blonde girl is being kept, apparently Rodrigo's daughter. After that, we move to Verdine Forest, where Jan finds traces of a road and figures they're about 3 days ahead, so he knows he's on the right path. Even so, Momo starts fading in and out, and Jan explains the mission is still to rescue Rodrigo's daughter. That sounds strange, since Rodrigo leads the special forces and he works under him, but he assumes Damien wants to use her as leverage in the faction conflict. They've now spent 3 full days following a huge road packed with escorts, so Jan starts wondering if this really is Rodrigo's daughter, or if they've mistaken her for someone else. Then a group of villagers finds him and assumes he's lost. They invite him to spend the night in their village. The young man's excitement doesn't go unnoticed, and the others start teasing him, but Jan refuses and asks them to just point him the right way. Instead, the girl offers him a lantern so he can keep going safely. That's when things get weird, because out of nowhere, Jan summons Astalon and, with one swing, cuts the girl in half. The other villagers panic, and even Momo calls him crazy, until Jan tells her to look at what came out of the lantern. It was a self-detonating firestone used by the Special Forces assassin unit. He says they put on a decent act, but this is where it ends. The fake villagers confirm he's right, pulling out their weapons and attacking. Jan reacts just in time and wipes them out on the spot. News of the attack reaches Tiburon, the Special Forces secretary, who quickly connects the dots and decides it must be Commander Damien's personal dog. The informant says Jan is near Sector 4, so there's still some time. Tiburon orders the rest of Unit 2 into the forest, while Unit 1 stays behind. Then the informant offers to protect the daughter personally, but that's when everything flips. Tiburon strikes her from behind. He says the disguise was sloppy, and she almost fooled him, if not for one of Jan's wolves ripping off his arm. The protagonist steps forward and asks where the girl is. Tiburon, desperate, starts screaming, but it's pointless because the whole assassin unit has already been wiped out. He doesn't want to believe it, but finally gives in and reveals that Rodrigo's daughter isn't there, all they have are test subjects. Then something darker happens, his head suddenly explodes. That catches Jan's attention, because a binding spell that strong isn't normally used on someone that high-ranked. It means a major secret is hidden here. They were never guarding a sick girl, they were covering up something far worse. So Jan heads deeper inside. It's the same mansion we saw earlier. At first it seems ordinary, but everything changes when he enters a large hall and finds an unconscious girl bound over a stack of magic circles. Jan immediately sets her free and notices she looks strangely familiar. Still, he's not ready for what happens next. The moment he removes the blindfold, she opens her eyes and releases a blast of power so strong it sends him flying across the room. The hit is so heavy that Jan suddenly remembers that face belongs to someone he knew in his past life, one of the 3 great calamities of the continent. In that timeline, not even the strongest knights could subdue her. So the real question is, what is the Witch of Oppression doing here? We learn that since the Empire was founded, it has produced countless superhumans and powerful figures, but even the strongest among them stayed within human limits. The 3 great calamities were the exception. The first was the Eternal Flame, the second was Despair, known only through survivors who faced it, and the third was so dangerous that the Emperor himself ordered everyone to ignore her and avoid any fight with her at all. She was a monster so overwhelming that no matter what anyone tried, the ending never changed. That was the Witch of Oppression, a name born from fear and awe in everyone who saw her power. Now that she's right in front of him, all the clues Jan has been chasing finally start to fit. The assassin unit guarding the area, the extreme secrecy, and the mention of test subjects. Rodrigo wasn't hiding his daughter. He was creating one of the strongest beings alive. For now, it looks like they still have her under control, but it's obvious that in the other timeline, they failed badly. That means Jan has to be extremely careful from here on out. Remembering the little he knows about her, he tells himself that if she opens her eyes, it's over, so he decides to strike first. But right then, the girl apologizes and explains she tends to lose control when she gets scared or hurt. Then she asks if anyone got hurt again. Stunned, Jan says he was sent flying, but he's fine. That makes the girl burst into tears, and MC starts wondering if this really is the famous calamity that will shake the whole continent. At first glance, she just seems like a normal girl, and that changes everything. Now he realizes that if he could keep her under his control, he'd hold the strongest card of all. The problem is how to control a power even the Emperor couldn't contain. She's like a poison chalice too dangerous to ignore, and Jan knows that if he wants to kill her, now is the time. Momo tells him to stop overthinking it. He has to take her, and Momo insists she can help keep the girl under control. After all, Momo stands at the top of all mages, the kind who break the laws of nature, and if anyone can do this, it's her. She reveals that the trigger can be managed, so if they protect the girl from it and use it well, the rest will be easy. With that, Momo once again uses all her power to create a collar and a special bracelet to limit the girl's strength, and Jan doesn't hesitate. He thanks Momo, though it's obvious she's also doing this for herself. The girl's power goes far beyond the rules of mana, so Momo can't pass up the chance to keep her close and study her. With power like that, even Momo might not be able to stop her. Then the witch asks where they're going, begging him not to send her back to the lab. At first that place was full of kids like her, but one by one they died from the awful injections and the daily experiments forced on them. In the end, she was the only one left alive. So all she wants is to leave that place, making it clear she'll do whatever he asks. If he promises she'll never go through that again, it hurts so badly she wished she were dead. Jan realizes that isn't so different from what he went through in his past life. So even if he's not much different from the people who wanted to use her, he still asks her to join him and promises he will never abandon or hurt her. With a smile, the witch agrees. When he asks for her name, she says it's number 1. So Jan puts on the bracelet and the collar, then tells her name is Leah, short for Elphilia, the goddess of beauty. Leah thanks him and admits she really likes it. But if they want to keep moving together, they need to make a few preparations to fool the monster. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the Special Forces, a man desperately begs to be killed until one of the assistants tells the torturer that what he's been waiting for will arrive very soon. Then we learn the torturer is none other than Damien, who gets excited at the thought of seeing the gift Jan brought him. A few minutes later, the protagonist and Leah reach the facility, where the girl gets nervous hearing the prisoners scream in pain and asks if this place is also a lab and if he plans to lock her up again. Of course, he tells her she has nothing to worry about. He wraps an arm around her and asks her to just stay close. Right then, Leah remembers the promise he made and calms down a little, while assuring him she memorized everything he taught her, the story that they were childhood friends, and that her father is Rodrigo, matching perfectly with the fake story the protagonist told Damien years ago. It's risky, but with all of Momo's restraints, it should work. Now they just have to see if they can get past Damien's sharp instincts. Suddenly, the protagonist senses something coming and tells Leah to get behind him. It's a prisoner running wildly through the halls until his head is split in two, and a mocking voice greets the protagonist, saying it's been a long time. He immediately says he has returned from his mission, and the man quickly assumes Leah is Rodrigo's daughter, adding that he hopes they enjoy the welcome party he prepared. With those words, we cut to a room where the girl starts shaking and whining, not from pain but from excitement, because it's the first time she's seen so much delicious food in one place. Turns out Damien brought them straight to the VIP reception hall and surprised them with a feast fit for nobles. Innocently, Leah points at a cupcake and asks what kind of food it is, and the maids tell her it's just a normal little cake. At the same time, in the inner garden, Damien arranges flowers and says he likes them because the more he cuts them, the prettier they become. Then he asks the protagonist if he really thought he would torture the girl. He stays quiet, but honestly, both he and we expected the worst. Damien goes on to say torture doesn't work on kids since fear ruins how reliable the information is. Either way, he congratulates him for completing the mission with results beyond all expectations. He not only stopped the Imperial Counselor's kidnapping and a terror attack, but also helped silence the nobles opposing the project. So as a reward, he says Jan may use the royal armory freely. The protagonist then asks what he plans to do with Leah. They both agree she has no valuable information, and for her age, she even seems a little foolish. The good part is Rodrigo must already know his daughter was taken, so he's probably desperate, trying to strike back or find proof of what happened. For now, Damien only needs to remind him that she's in his hands while keeping her completely hidden, and the best way to do that is to erase her existence. In short, Damien plans to kill her. The protagonist expected that, so he asks Damien to hand her over to him, saying he has 3 reasons. First, killing the girl is a waste, because even if she has no information, she could still be useful later, especially as a hostage. Second, the special forces are full of spies like the one tortured earlier, so hiding her well will help avoid suspicion. As for the third reason, this is where John is finally honest. He promised to protect her. Ironically, even though that's the only real truth, Damien doesn't believe it. He never saw him as the sentimental type, but he eventually asks if she was his first childhood love. Taking advantage of that mistake, John says yes, and Damien grants the request. Still, he makes it clear he doesn't fully trust him yet, so she'll only be spared if she stays where he can see her, working as a maid. What's interesting is that in exchange for granting the request, Damien wants a small favor. Go east and support the squad led by Kecha. It was supposed to be an easy mission against a few undead, but now the whole squad has vanished. Normally they'd just be assumed dead, but this time it's different. Crown Prince Leon heard what happened and ordered a rescue. And no one knows what happened to that squad except the protagonist, who explains that the eastern plateau of the dead lies on the border between the Empire and Luthul, so even though it's overrun with undead, neither side launches large purges to avoid making things worse. Cash's squad was there to scout the area and handle a few enemies, but then everything went to hell when a sudden mass zombie outbreak caused the massacre known as the Night of the Dead, where everyone in the region was wiped out, leaving only one survivor, Kasha, who changed completely after that. becoming cynical, cruel, and cold. The good news is that's how things ended in the other timeline. So the protagonist reaches the Plateau of the Dead 4 days before the incident, with the goal of saving as many soldiers as possible. Still, this will be much harder than expected, because even from far away he can tell the situation is bad. The zombies are roaming around in broad daylight, and in the other timeline there was no rescue order, so he knows things have changed again. The only one excited about that is Momo, who has gone back into Anna and wants to use the undead energy flowing through the whole area, refine it into mana, and according to her she might even return to her peak, and obviously use that chance to kill him once and for all. Still, her real question is why they didn't bring Leah, since her strength would make this mission easy. Jane tells her it's not time yet. Even though Leah begged to come with him and asked him not to leave her, he insisted he wouldn't be gone long, and even promised to return in a few days. He also gave her permission to stay in his room while he was away, making it clear he wouldn't need her destructive power, because the 2 people he brought to help him would be more than enough. Those 2 are none other than Cruel and Roman, and as expected, they quickly start arguing again, which makes Momo doubt how useful they'll really be. The protagonist explains they're both important for the mission. Cruel's family has major influence in that region, and Roman's defense is vital for any rescue. More importantly, both are desperate to grow stronger, so he's sure they'll give it everything they've got. The thing is, even though those 2 were enough, for some reason he also brought Shari and Lorena, who basically forced their way in so they wouldn't be left behind, creating the strongest lineup of the new generation of special forces. Jan's only problem is that together they're total chaos. A bunch of maniacs he has to threaten just to make them shut up already, and follow him to the camp. They arrive at the United Camp of the Eastern Front, where they find a bunch of soldiers hanging around, drinking, eating, and showing off what they stole from villagers. As they walk through, the group can't believe these are the men guarding the territory. It's the complete opposite of what they saw in the north. Then one of the drunks suddenly walks up to Lorena and starts harassing her like a creep. She tells him they're reinforcements from the special forces, but the guy just laughs in her face, mocks them as children, and invites her to his tent for disgusting reasons. Lothona steps forward to deal with him, but the protagonist beats her to it with a kick to the groin so hard the man drops to the ground writhing. As a complaint, she says she had it under control, though her blush makes it pretty clear she didn't mind being protected at all. Still, the really interesting part starts when they go looking for the commander of those troops, a man Joan remembers well from his past life as the first one to be the one who refused to rescue Katja in the first place. So in the end, he's partly to blame for the slaughter of every Special Forces member on this front. That man is Viscount Heron, and honestly, he's no different from the troops under him. While they complain about cheap booze, their commander just lounges around, drinks the best whiskey, and sleeps with as many women as he can. At first it sounds like empty gossip, until we find him sprawled on a couch with 2 girls bragging that there's nothing to fear from the zombies. Then one of his men interrupts, warning him that visitors have arrived and he needs to meet them. Joan and Lorena introduce themselves, and even though they try to stay polite, the Viscount shows his true nature right away. He sneers that the last group they sent was just a bunch of useless brats who couldn't do anything. From that alone, he can tell he's the usual rotten noble who bought his rank with money and doesn't even bother pretending to be capable. So Joan tries to keep things calm and explains they're here to check on his troops and see how things are going on this front. The problem is, Heron starts laughing in his face. He says this isn't some shelter for charity cases, and if those soldiers vanished, they were either eaten or are hiding because they're worthless fools. Then he tells them to leave before they end up like their little friends, because he has no plans to waste soldiers on something he thinks is already obvious. Lorena answers by drawing her sword and slicing off his cigar and that stupid hairstyle in less than a second. She calmly reminds him that by order of the Emperor, smoking indoors is banned, then asks again for his cooperation. As you'd expect, Heron loses it and calls for his guards, but Joan warns everyone not to mess with Lorena. She won't just beat them down. She's also the only daughter of Duke Beowulf, so touching her would be a huge mistake. And this is the same Duke who leads the military force among the 4 great houses, a man with such a bad temper that even his allies are scared of him. Heron knows that much but still asks if Joan is really threatening him in the Beowulf's name. Then he says he has powerful people backing him too, namely Marquis Zion, who rules most of the eastern lands. Joan knows that name well. It belongs to a man with massive political power, which only makes this mess worse. From the start he felt this wasn't some simple accident. It may have been planned on purpose. He still has no proof, but hearing a name this important tells him something bigger is being hidden. So he tells Lorena it's time to leave, and of course Heron takes that as a win and starts mocking them. Lorena shuts him up with one look, then complains to Jan that she at least wanted to wipe that idiot's smile off his face. But the protagonist makes it clear everything is going exactly as planned, and in Heron's office on the other side of the mansion, Roman and Cruel have already taken out all the guards while Chari steals a small chest that will be very important later. Of course, the kids still waste time arguing with each other, and Chari looks at both of them for what they are, a pair of idiots. But things get really interesting when we cut to an abandoned fortress outside the area, completely surrounded by zombies. The soldiers inside have been trapped for days. Their food is almost gone, and those soldiers are the Special Forces team. They're starting to doubt anyone is coming to save them, and their spirits keep sinking until Kasha steps in. She tells them that as long as they're alive, they still have a chance to get out. Little by little, she reminds them why they have to keep fighting, and does her best to keep everyone calm, even though deep down she agrees with them. Without weapons or food, they're almost out of options and only have a couple days left before people start dying. Then things get worse when a loud crash rings out, and they realize part of the fortress wall has been smashed down. But it wasn't done by a normal zombie. A different kind of monster appears, an abomination. Its blows are so strong that just a few hits tear down part of the concrete wall. It also fires fast spheres of pure energy, opening a path for the zombies to flood inside, and turning the fortress into hell. Without wasting a second, Katja orders everyone to hold formation. It was already hard against regular undead, and now with that thing there, one wrong move could kill them all. Here we learn the abomination is made from several fused corpses, but the key detail is that creatures like this don't regenerate naturally like normal zombies. They can only be made on purpose by someone controlling them. That means this isn't random. And then it gets even worse when the creature's chest splits open and releases hundreds more zombies. It's basically a Trojan horse someone is using to wipe them out once and for all. Under that pressure, Katja is dragged back to that day, the dark morning when, by the Emperor's order, her family was sentenced to death for treason. Their lands were taken, their bloodline was erased, and only Katja escaped by hiding for a while. Even then, many people doubted the evidence and believed her family had been framed. But the worst part came when her parents were beheaded, their heads rolling to her feet. And if that wasn't enough, Katja remembers the exact moment one of them looked her in the eyes and begged her to restore the Everain's name and avenge their unjust deaths. After that, she snaps back to the present battle, when her teammates tell her the abomination suddenly stopped. They haven't lost anyone yet, but the wall is completely destroyed, leaving them totally cornered. The monster didn't stop by chance, it's charging energy, so Kasha orders them to bring it down before it attacks again, all while they deal with endless waves of zombies pouring through the breach without stopping. Then the creature's eyes glow again, and Kasha tells herself there's only one way out of a disaster like this, one way to survive: use her comrades as bait and escape alone. It sounds awful, but she believes it may be the only thing she can do, run whenever death gets close, so she can keep the promise she made to her father. But when the abomination launches its next attack and the Special Forces kids start getting overwhelmed, Katja doesn't run. She summons her spear and fights, admitting all that talk about revenge was really just an excuse for her own weakness. With one strike, she knocks down the creature, then tells the others not to let their guard down and to fall back to the tower. That's the only place they can hold out a little longer. She keeps acting as their leader too, reminding them they just need to endure a bit more because reinforcements should arrive soon. But right after she says that, a spear made of blood pierces her chest. It came from the abomination, which seems able to prioritize regenerating its body whenever it wants. The others stare in shock, saying they can't leave her, but with her last strength, Kasha rips the spear from her chest and orders them to stick to the plan. They all have to reach the tower now. Sadly, she hasn't even fully freed herself when the abomination starts charging another attack. All she can do now is apologize for not being strong enough to avenge her clan, begging forgiveness from her father. But then someone answers, "You are strong. Anyone who can stay standing and keep fighting against an enemy that seems impossible to beat can't be called weak." Those words arrive with Jean and Astalon's sword, which freezes everything around it before finishing off the abomination. Without hesitation, he gives her a healing potion and praises her for doing well, telling her to rest because they'll handle the rest. Still in disbelief, Katja only says his name as he tells her the rescue mission has officially begun. After drinking the potion, she finally gets the chance to thank him and warns him to be very careful with the abomination's regeneration, since she just experienced it herself. It sounds like a fair warning, but John says it won't regenerate again, insisting he came as soon as he heard what was happening here. He claims he volunteered for the rescue because he couldn't just sit back while they were in danger. Of course, that last part is a lie, but it's still enough to win over everyone there. They're nearly stunned when they hear that the famous rescue team is made up of only 5 people. Naturally, that makes them feel like they were abandoned and won't get much help. Kasha orders them to be quiet, saying what matters isn't the number of soldiers but the quality of the force. She says that to calm them down. But in her own mind, she knows the higher-ups don't really care whether they live or die and only sent the protagonist, so they could claim they at least tried to save them as more of a formality than anything. Then, out of nowhere, her worst fears are confirmed when the abomination regenerates and attacks the protagonist from behind with what looks like a fatal blow. But to everyone's shock, it misses, and Jan wonders if he'll have to kill it 100 times before it stays dead. The strange part is that he doesn't even bother fighting back. The creature keeps attacking over and over, missing every heavy strike, and everyone assumes its aim is just terrible. They think it might be weak, but Katja sees the truth. It's not missing, but Katja realizes the truth. Jan isn't missing. He's dodging every strike by a hair so fast it looks like he hasn't moved at all. Then the abomination gets ready to fire that same finishing attack again. This time the others warn him to run or he'll die, but Mihi uses a skill called Thousand Blade Swift, unleashing a storm of slashes so fast and precise that every enemy is cut down in just seconds, shutting down the monster's regeneration and making its body start to fall apart. But that only works because of Astalon, which can cut through both magical power and the death energy zombies rely on, erasing the abomination for good. Even better, the rest of the reinforcements have arrived, with Cruel and Roman crushing zombies at the gate like insects, while Lorena and Cherry wipe out the rest at the south gate. They fight with amazing skill, and even though she should feel relieved, Katya can only feel useless when she compares her growth to everyone else's, especially Jan's. She knows she's fallen far behind, but this isn't the time to sink into that. So she focuses on what she does best, leading, sending teams to the different gates to act as support, and that doesn't go unnoticed by Jan, who realizes she can still be useful. He tells her to gather the wounded because they're leaving right away with a portable teleport device, an absurdly expensive item they stole from Jaren, who had already prepared it as his escape plan in case things went bad. The only issue is that moving so many people will take an insane amount of magic power. Jan tells her not to worry because he already has that covered, and she quickly realizes this jerk plans to use her like a mana battery. He shamelessly admits it, though he says he'll repay her by granting the favor she asked for earlier. But the talk is cut off when a pair of demonic eyes opens, and everyone on the battlefield starts to feel the area fill with a crushing dark magical energy. Then dozens of zombies and abominations start moving in, all in a tightly organized formation. Combined with that energy from before, it can only mean one thing. The one behind all this has arrived. It's the King of the Dead, and Jan orders everyone to move in pairs and spread out as much as possible. That's how the counterattack begins, but to understand it better, we need to go back 30 minutes. Earlier, Jan told the group their top job was to evacuate as many allies as possible because he could feel a huge death aura about to awaken there and it would be dangerous. They also had to take down the abominations up front because the death aura gathered by those creatures would become the power needed to charge the portal. In other words, this fight is part of the escape, so Cruel, Lorena, and Roman must wipe them out while Cherry evacuates the weaker ones so they don't suffer a single casualty. Then Katya says she can fight too, insisting she needs to earn merit if she ever wants to rebuild her family, because she made a promise. She even asks Jian if she can fight at his side, and he agrees, but says he'll collect that favor later at a very high price. He also gives them flasks of holy water to strengthen their weapons, saying that if they can't kill the abominations, they at least need to hold them off while he handles the rest. How? By defeating the King of Corpses. As long as that guy exists, the army of undead will keep reviving again and again, leaving them at a clear disadvantage. Even with how confident he sounds, the others insist that's not something a rookie can do, but he doesn't even listen anymore and gets to work. That brings us back to the present, where Roman uses his body-strengthening technique to give his fists enough power to stun an abomination with a single blow, which Lorena uses to rush in and cut it in half. They didn't mean to, but they're working together pretty well. Cruel refuses to be left behind, so he gets ready to attack, but Katya steals his target, insisting they not leave her behind. The problem is that after landing a heavy hit, she gets caught off guard and would have died right there if Cruel hadn't kicked her out of the way and taken the full blow himself. Of course, Katya can't believe the selfish guy she knew at the academy chose to save her on purpose. She assumes he's completely dead until Cruel stands up alive and kicking, admitting that move almost got him killed, but he was trying one of Jan's tricks. Katya apologizes and admits the selfish one here was actually her. Cruel just tells her to pin down the legs of the enemy while he tears open its torso. Still, he doesn't brush her off. He says he understands how she feels, because he also spent years trapped in his inferiority complex. But it's time to move forward, or Jan will beat her senseless. With that simple line, Katya realizes Cruel has changed, and if he could do it, then she still has hope too. Meanwhile, the King of Corpses watches the destruction and says human life is pathetic because it's too short to walk the path of arcane magic. He invites everyone there to join his one true glorious army, but the only one who answers is Jan, who says no thanks. His attack shouldn't be able to hurt someone that strong, but things are different now. His sword is enough to split him in half, and once the protagonist gets close, he recognizes him as Lich Amain, one of the Empire's 5 future calamities. Amain also senses the power that struck him, and asks if it belongs to Bahamut. Of course, being cut in half still isn't enough to kill him, which becomes obvious when he starts releasing huge magical power and raves that he's finally found the one responsible, the one who destroyed the tower and slaughtered all the novices, Bahamut. Jan has no idea what the first emperor has to do with any of this, but he doesn't have time to think because Amon's body mutates into a giant abomination. It stares MC down and swears to kill him, repeating over and over that it will destroy everything tied to Bahamut. Here we get the legend known across the whole continent. The Magic Tower, the Paradise of Mages, a place most people thought was just a myth because no one had ever seen it. It supposedly held power equal to a great nation. Yet its mages cared more about studying magic and were said never to interfere with mortal affairs until their desperate search for magical truth angered a powerful dragon and the tower was destroyed in a single night. Jan always thought that was just a story, but now it's clear this bastard once belonged to the Magic Tower, which raises another question. Why is he attacking them? That answer comes faster than expected, because the Lich starts screaming about how he'll put Bahamut in his place, calling him the scum who destroyed the Magic Tower to steal its research. So his rage is pretty justified. He keeps attacking while Jan tries, without much success, to explain that he isn't Bahamut. He also notices this new lich looks a lot like Momo. But that thought gets shoved aside when the bastard summons a black hole behind him. Luckily, Momo takes that as her cue to step in, cancels it, and makes one thing clear. She looks nothing like that creature. Not just physically, but because this lich has been corrupted by death aura for so long that his sense of self is close to collapsing. He's on the verge of losing his identity, and soon he won't even remember who he is. Momo recognizes him as a young magic student from the tower, someone she personally taught, so she asks Jan to hold out while she restores her strength because she wants to deal with the lich herself. After saying that, she simply vanishes, leaving Jan alone to handle a direct attack that he barely dodges by pure luck, not because he's weak, but because the bastard is so unstable and unpredictable that the protagonist doesn't think he can stall for time without killing him first. Elsewhere, Krul and Katja collapse, both unable to move. He looks around and asks if the nightmare is finally over, since the enemies have stopped regenerating, which means Jan must be keeping their leader busy. Everything seems fine until they notice a giant beam of light shooting up from the ground toward where MC is fighting, and the wildest part is that the tip looks like the head of a dragon. That same attack tears the lich's body into several pieces, and standing before him, all they can see is Bahamut fighting in one of his trademark styles. The lich says he's finally shown his true form, but the interesting part is that it's really Jan who realizes his technique must look a lot like the Emperor's. That pushes him to go one step further, and he tries to activate a new mana core for the sword technique that's been calling to him for so long. But the problem is that this tiny attempt makes his organs fail and drops him to the ground, exhausted and helpless. That's proof enough that it's still too soon for him. Worse, he burned through all his mana, which the lich uses as his chance to prepare a final attack meant to bring justice for himself and for all his comrades from the tower. His long-awaited revenge, powered by a mix of every technique he knows, magic missiles, an ice storm, a wall of fire, acid rain, lightning. He throws out his whole arsenal. All of it together is beyond anything Momo has shown before. Without hesitating, he yells, "Die," and that should have been the end of it, but Momo cuts in and tells him to be quiet. In seconds, she erases the missile and the ice storm, the wall of fire, the acid rain, and every magic circle he made. Then she tells the Prota he never should have tried to get clever. She still hasn't gathered as much power as she wanted, but she has no choice now. She has to step in. After all, she's a master of the magic tower, so she has to take responsibility for the disasters caused by its members and students. The moment she starts to show her real strength, something cracks in the sky, and Jan realizes she even recreated the body she had when she was alive. Of course she can't keep that form for long, but Momo doesn't care at all. It's worth it if he gets to see how she looked at her peak, when she became the leader of the entire tower. For the Prota, it's emotional too, but the one most interested is the lich himself. He may not recognize her, but he does see her as a worthy enemy. Someone he can finally go all out against with everything he knows about magic. That's why they both use magic amplification and fire off a huge beam of energy so massive that for a moment, the Prota can't see anything at all. Several seconds pass, and Momo shows no sign of life, making it seem like he actually hurt her, until she calls his attack pathetic. She stopped it by summoning a magical beast that can devour mana. Then she says she's disappointed that a student of the magic tower really thought he could win with such a basic set of spells, pushing him so far that he starts hurling rocks and debris at her instead. Momo admits that switching to brute force when magic stops working isn't a bad idea, but it's still predictable. Just like his magic circles and all his earlier attacks, it only shows his sad lack of creativity. She's offended that one of her students really thinks a body corrupted by evil energy could ever reach the peak of magic. That finally gets to the lich, and he says he's willing to do anything, even corrupt himself, if it means rebuilding the magic tower. That's his goal, not just destroy those who ruined it, but also revive his friends, bring back his teacher, and keep uncovering the secrets of magic together. His words hit Momo hard because she had many chances to return to the magic tower, but ignored them all, blinded by her own need for revenge. Because of that, she left them behind, and the tower met the tragic end. Everyone knows, so in some way it's partly her fault. Then everything changes when the lich reveals that a certain man came to him with that mark, offering him a crazy amount of power so he could do whatever he wanted. That means someone planted that evil energy inside him, and even though Momo tries to get more out of him, right then the energy inside the lich starts going out of control, and within seconds it explodes. But instead of killing him before it's too late, Momo moves closer, trying to purify the evil energy inside him and save him. If she can clear out the darkness in him, he might become himself again. And then something shocking happens. It actually starts working, to the point that the mask covering his face begins to crack and slowly break apart. Sadly, it's already too late, because then he apologizes, and his body shatters into countless pieces, unable to survive the purification. Desperate, Momo begs him to hold on, but even if it's useless, her voice awakens the man's mind, and he recognizes her as his teacher. He apologizes for appearing before her in such a pitiful state, and the way he speaks makes it clear this is a goodbye. She doesn't want to accept it, but the truth is that it's already too late for him. The moment he left the path of magic and chose evil instead, he sealed his fate. So getting to see her one last time before dying is already more than he deserves. That's why he asks her to let him go, and Momo honors that wish. she decides to end his life with one of her most complex and powerful spells, so that in his final moments, he can witness the true peak of magic. It's her domain expansion, and she tells him that if he follows that path, his soul will live forever inside her magic. With a smile, the lich thanks her, and disappears in a peaceful, beautiful scene that finally lets Momo feel at peace. And the best part is that with his death, the teleportation portal in the fortress activates, so the only question left is who corrupted him with that dark energy. The Proto already has someone in mind, and even if he's not sure that person is still alive, it's worth paying him a visit. The problem is that this time they're already too late, because the person he's thinking of is likely Viscount Heron, who is found dead in headquarters. Meanwhile, all 80 members of the Special Forces sent to the Plateau of the Dead make it back to base alive, which is a total victory in a case like this. Roman admits he really doubted they'd pull it off, and Katja says it was all thanks to their teamwork. Then Krul's heroic image vanishes the second he opens his mouth to brag about how he saved the girl. But even though everyone officially made it out alive, the truth is that one person is still missing, the Prota, which leaves Lorena really worried. Luckily, right then a portal opens behind them, and Jan steps out of it. He tells them the main enemy has been defeated, and as expected, instantly steals all the attention from Krul. Without wasting time, the Prota asks about Heron. They're sure that bastard must be hiding in shame, so they go look for him, only to find him hanging in his office. They even find a suicide note where he takes full blame for what happened on the Plateau of the Dead. Still, even though he clearly looks guilty, Lorena notices something strange. The handwriting changes from page to page, so something is definitely off. The Proto says nothing and just leaves the room to keep investigating until he finds a hidden chamber under the office, with a large sphere in the center. Momo then appears as a floating jellyfish-like thing, because she ran out of energy, but she keeps insisting they still need to get revenge for what was done to her student. The Proto tells her not to worry, because Heron was clearly not working alone, and that sphere is Heron's personal communicator. He checks it and finds hundreds of calls with Marquis Saga, remembering that the man was one of the big shots backing that bastard. So John decides to call him. A moment later, the image of the Marquis hanging a woman appears in front of him. With a nasty tone, the man asks who the hell he is and why he dares call. The Proto replies that he's a member of the Special Forces, and apologizes for interrupting him like this. Shamelessly, the man says he was only disciplining a rude bastard girl, then orders the poor woman to leave, clearing the way for Jan to explain that he's calling about Baron Heron, who confessed everything and named him as his superior and backer. Of course, Heron never confessed, but he sounds so sure that Xion falls for it, and the old man's face twists with pure hatred. He's not stupid, though. He only admits that he had been taking bribes from Heron, calling him a very generous man, carefully speaking in the past. Worse than that, he shows no regret, because all Eastern funds pass through him, and someone that powerful thinks he can't be punished for this. Yan answers that he never said Heron was dead, which can only mean Xion either killed him or has ears everywhere. And most likely he already destroyed any evidence. Xion replies that he's right, then asks what authority a mere soldier has to question him like that. To him, Yan is nothing but a disposable pawn, someone he could have killed whenever he wanted. But his threats are cut off when someone else says the protagonist does have the authority, simply because he belongs to the Special Forces and is the head of his own division. Part of his job is to investigate and punish noble houses, and the one saying it is none other than Damien. The Marquis greets him with shocking smugness, but it's obvious he wasn't ready to be confronted by someone at Damien's level. Out of nowhere, he says he has other business, and if they have more questions, they can come see him in person. Just like that, he cuts the call. The Proto thanks Damien for promoting him, but Damien takes the title back, saying he obviously only used it to back him up. As for why he's there, Damien says he had a feeling Jan would cause trouble, and he was right. He also warns him to be very careful with the Marquis, since his influence reaches across the Empire. If MC acts rashly against him, he'll pay for it. What matters now is that Damien didn't come only to watch over him. He tells him to get ready to leave with his little group because Crown Prince Leon has personally summoned him to Avalon, the capital of the Empire. Elsewhere, on top of a high cliff, a hooded figure laments the Lich's death, which means the plan will have to change. Still, what bothers him most is seeing that brat use the Emperor's style. And remember, his name is Jan. That's a name he'll need to remember from now on. Back with the protagonist, he arrives at the gates of the Imperial Castle, and the images in his mind blur together between the beauty of the present and the destruction he left behind in the other timeline while trying to kill the Emperor. And we already know how that ended. That's why he just stands there, staring. The others take it as a clear sign that even if he won't admit it, he's nervous. For him, it's hard to believe he ever came back to that place again. The city he once burned to ashes and the city that destroyed him too. As they keep walking, the others admit they're just as shocked, because they weren't only invited to pay their respects, they're also joining a huge banquet. Cruel mocks them, saying a place like this clearly isn't for commoners like them. Then they notice another castle towering above the rest, and the surprise is that it doesn't belong to His Majesty, but to another member of the imperial family. Still, that's not so strange, since Jan explains Avalon is split into 8 sectors, all built around the imperial palace, 3 for commoners, 3 for nobles, and 2 for military and government use. and the only way to reach the palace is through the noble districts. So they move through streets packed with wealth and luxury that amaze Roman so much, he blurts out that the emperor is basically just some rich guy. Honestly, it sounds like something anyone might say, except Kasha shuts him up right away, warning him that Avalon has eyes and ears everywhere, and Damien himself already told them one mistake could cost them their lives. And Roman gets why she's worried, but that still doesn't stop him from biting her for grabbing him like that. Meanwhile, Cherry starts daydreaming about finally getting to attend a ball like the ones in books. But she barely gets to enjoy the thought because Lorena tells her those parties are really just groups of poisonous nobles fighting for power, and since the host will be the crown prince himself, it'll be a minefield where they can't afford a single mistake. In his head, Jean agrees. He seriously doubts Leon invited them just to praise them for the last mission, and even though he doesn't seem to have turned into the monster he was in the other timeline, they still need to be careful about everything they do and say around him. They head straight to the banquet hall in the Imperial Palace, which is still mostly empty since they arrived pretty early. But before they can enter, a member of the royal guard stops them, asking them to identify themselves. Right away, Roman and John feel a crushing pressure that makes it clear just how strong even one royal guard knight really is. The good part is that after a few seconds, the guard recognizes Lorena and lets her in without checking an invitation. But that only works for the girls, because the moment Roman tries to step inside, he gets blocked. Then Cruel foolishly thinks being a noble will let him pull the same trick, but the guards put him in his place fast. Roman and the protagonist instantly start making fun of the white-haired guy, and it's a fun moment that shows that, even if they won't say it out loud, they've become real friends. But the laughs don't last long, because from behind Cruel, two voices ask why the hell he keeps dragging the wit name through the mud like that. Roman doesn't recognize them, but the protagonist does. They're Cruel's brothers, the same ones who kicked him out and forced him into the special forces to remove him from the line of succession. Bruce the oldest, and Rock the second. Of course, in the other timeline, that move cost them dearly, because as soon as Cruel went back home, he brutally murdered them and made it look like accidents. That was the Cruel who couldn't control his killer instincts. The protagonist wonders how he'll react this time, and to his surprise, Cruel actually greets them. But when Bruce says it makes sense that trash like him would hang around filthy commoners, Cruel cuts him off, demanding respect for his comrades. Yep, the idiot really has changed, because he even says he won't fall for their pathetic attempts to provoke him, then asks if they're afraid he might still become the heir of the family. It looks like the white-haired guy has everything under control, until Bruce reveals he plans to sell Cruel's beloved nanny, and says his arm already hurts from beating her so much. Since she's getting old, the best thing to do is sell her to a tavern while she's still useful. At that, Cruel instantly remembers all the times she comforted him, and he lunges at his brother, ready to beat him. But the shock is that he doesn't even get the chance, because the protagonist moves first and smashes Bruce's face with a kick. At the same time, he also has a bad feeling about this whole gala, but he calms himself by thinking there's no way the group could cause trouble this fast. Sadly for him, he's wrong, because that idiot Bruce hits the floor like a pig and demands to know what the hell the protagonist is doing. He answers that it should be obvious he's smashing his pathetic face. In fact, he's about to hit him again when hundreds of magical swords surround him, and a voice warns that it won't allow this kind of mess in front of the palace gates. Luckily, he recognizes the protagonist. It's that same royal guard knight he met during the train incident on the way to the north. Of course, the others are shocked to see he has connections like that, but it still doesn't get him out of trouble, because Bruce insists he must be punished for attacking and insulting a noble. Kyle says he may not even be able to help him out of this. Then the surprise comes when Jean insists he didn't insult him at all. He simply issued a formal duel challenge to defend the honor of his dear comrade, and that last part doesn't go unnoticed by Cruel and Roman, who stare at him like he just grew a second head. Still, the plan works, because the Founder's Law says a knight can challenge anyone to a duel, no matter their status, as long as it's to defend their honor. Bruce immediately says he won't waste his time fighting a commoner, and Kyle tells him he's free to refuse, but first he should look around, because if he backs down in front of all these nobles, his reputation will take a hit, and nobody wants to be known as the weakling who refused to fight a commoner. So Bruce accepts. Next, the two stand face to face ready to fight, while dozens of nobles watch. Kyle takes the role of fair judge, notices the protagonist has no sword, and offers him his own. But Jean says he doesn't need it, and that becomes clear when Bruce attacks without warning, and one simple move is enough for Jean to dodge. Shouting angrily, the blonde warns him not to let his guard down and keeps pressing with fast attacks that slowly start slipping past Jean's defense. First he slices Jean's clothes, then a few strands of hair, and before long the crowd starts saying this is exactly what they expected from the eldest son of a family famous for swordsmanship. Overall, it looks like he has the advantage, and most of them think Jean has no chance, except Ramen and Cruel, who see through the act and know the protagonist can handle this and more. Rock seems to realize it too, but says nothing, and the pattern of attack and dodge keeps going until Bruce pulls out his trump card, a skill that can rob his opponent of sight. As confident as someone who's done this 1,000 times, the bastard moves in for the finishing blow, and then blood sprays across the area. But it doesn't belong to the protagonist, it's Bruce's. After taking a direct hit to the chest, he realizes his magic didn't work because Momo stepped in to help the protagonist. Though honestly, he didn't even need it because he keeps going with an even stronger blow that drops the poor idiot to the ground, unable to move. Kyle immediately declares him the winner. Even if Jean thinks it's a little embarrassing to beat someone that weak, the nobles are thrilled to finally watch a real fight again. And what really makes the difference is the story behind it. Jean now looks like a true knight, a commoner willing to risk everything to defend his friend, while Bruce not only lost, but also tried to use a dirty trick. Then things get even more interesting when someone starts clapping and tells the protagonist he's grown a lot since the last time they met. At once, everyone bows because it's Prince Leon, and he's with Damien, whom he tells that his subordinates are full of the youthful fire he loves. Still, his attention stays on Jean, saying it's a real pleasure to see him again. Damien then asks Kyle why he didn't stop such an embarrassing scene from happening in front of the royal palace, and the blonde explains that the duel system was created by the founder himself, so it has to be respected. Even so, the redhead still starts scolding the protagonist for doing exactly what he was told not to do, and probably would have gone even further if Leon hadn't stopped him by reminding him that Jane is today's guest of honor. And just like that, they learn the banquet is meant to celebrate the birth of a new executor. Nobody around them understands what's going on, not even after they move into the main hall and Leon gives a speech, explaining that as the Emperor's spokesman, he wants to congratulate Jean for the service he has given the Empire. And he's not only talking about the latest event, but also the train incident and the Northern Invasion, 3 disasters that could have thrown the Empire into serious danger. So they grant him the title of Baron and appoint him as an executor, which the protagonist accepts respectfully. After that, the banquet continues as normal, but now the nobles no longer see the protagonist as some nobody. Instead, they start approaching him with one thought in mind: what can they gain from him? After all, executors hold enough power to pass judgment on the spot. That includes criminals from noble houses and even the royal family. Seeing Leon so close to the center of power inside the palace makes it clear things are shifting, and he's likely gathering allies for his path to the throne. For Jan, that kind of political mess is just draining. The nobles won't stop bothering him, and Leon probably gave him the title to use him too. Luckily, all of that fades for a moment when he meets Lorena. She asks if he plans to leave the special forces now that he's a real noble, and her shy voice makes it clear she likes Jan. Sadly, this idiot thinks she's challenging him to some kind of duel, so he's shocked when she sincerely congratulates him. Still, Lorena makes it clear she hasn't given up or anything. More than anyone, she knows how hard he worked and how much he deserves this. And that's where things get good, because Jen admits that hearing it from her means more than any title ever could, and it really seems like they're about to kiss until her father shows up behind them and kills the moment. At the same time, the others enjoy the party too. But things aren't that simple, because Leon asks Damien if he's upset that Jan was named an executor. Damien says no. He understands the goal is to keep Captain Rodrigo of the Special Forces in check, especially now that his moves have started looking more suspicious, possibly even involving human experiments. The worst part is that there's still nothing that directly ties him to it. Leon says he's right, and making Jan an executor is a way to warn Rodrigo that he's being watched. Even though Leon sounds sure of himself, Damien asks if he can really control what's coming next, but he doesn't wait for an answer and simply leaves. Once he's alone, Leon thinks he's not even sure he can control Damien himself. But that last part is said out loud, not by Leon but by a sinister figure watching him through the window's reflection. To be honest, it looks a bit like an older, darker version of him. We'll get to that later. For now, it asks if trusting someone like Damien is really wise, when Damien hates him and the royal family with all his heart. It even warns that bastard could ruin him, and it keeps going until Leon smashes the window with his glass, making the sinister figure vanish, leaving him wondering what the hell that was. Outside the room, Damien admits that putting Jan in that position was a very smart move, and the only real downside, as he sees it, is that the little bastard now has more excuses to mess with him. As for Rodrigo, he seems to be getting desperate, and that can only mean keeping a daughter nearby really is working. Now there's only one thing left to check, and with a scene change, we move to the capital's shopping district. More exactly to a very exclusive club where Jan arrives to meet a mysterious girl, who turns out to be none other than Vela working undercover. At first she doesn't get how he recognized her so easily, but she's even more surprised when Jan asks if this is what she's been doing with the money he gave her. She explains that her job as an informant means blending in with people, sometimes as a noble, sometimes as a maid, and sometimes even as a man. In short, meeting in fancy places like this is part of the job, and she doesn't care that much if he wants to stop funding her, because she made sure to investigate him and knows he isn't some heir, just a member of the Dragon Project Special Forces, or at least he was, since now he's been made a baron. Jan admits that finding all that out is impressive, but tells her to focus that effort on something more useful. His tone sounds so threatening that she's sure he's about to attack her or something, but instead the protagonist tosses her a bag full of money and tells her to stop wasting time on side jobs and overly complicated fake identities. He wants her focused on everything he asked her to investigate last time. She thanks him right away, but insists he shouldn't look down on her like that, because she already has all the information he wanted and hands it over in a small but packed folder. Without hesitating, Jan starts reading, and the first report is about the activities of the Special Forces captain, who recently began attending private meetings with many nobles, people who are unhappy with him. Most importantly, the key figure in all this, besides Rodrigo, is Marquis Xian, which leads straight to the second report. Vela found that several facilities in Xian territory are being used for biological experiments, confirmed by the absurd number of mages moving in and out every day. Of course, Jan is shocked they want to go even further than the madness they pulled with the Witch of Oppression, but he praises her and puts her back in charge of his intelligence network. Before he can leave, Vela stops him because there's one more thing he needs to know, and it's about that symbol from before. She says she searched for a long time with no luck, until recently, when someone claimed to have seen an emblem with the same shape, the shape of a flame. That changes everything. Jan heads back to the private Special Forces quarters, while reading the third and most important report. It starts with Vela explaining that there's a remote village in the southwest of the Empire. At first glance, it looks abandoned, but inside, top-quality magic crystals are being mined under the orders of an unknown group. So far, nobody knows its goal or how many members it has. The only thing known is that one high-ranking member has a face tattoo with the same flame symbol, an emblem tied to the group's founding commander. The report ends with Vela admitting that's all she has, but even that is more than Jan had learned. He's in a great mood until near his room door he finds traces of blood and for a moment wonders if something happened to Leah. He rushes inside only to find Damien there, and Jan quickly connects the dots. Damien must be the founder of that mysterious organization, or at least one of its leaders. But that thought gets pushed aside because there's even more blood inside, along with broken glass like someone came in through the window. I doubt it belongs to Damien, but he doesn't explain what happened, and instead insists he has something to ask. At the same time, Jan says he also has something he wants to talk about. The problem is, within seconds the tension keeps building, and Damien decides to make the first move, not with questions but by attacking with everything he has. He even leaves behind a large pool of blood, but the surprise is that Jan doesn't even move, because it isn't his blood at all. It belongs to a being cut down by Damien, and like a proper master, he asks if becoming a noble made Jan lazy, or why the hell he didn't react in time. Jan says of course he noticed, but stayed quiet, because he didn't want to embarrass him. Still, he honestly didn't expect Damien to act so openly. Damien says maybe they both let their guard down too much because they reached the same conclusion. This was Rodrigo's doing, and he's probably already figured out that Leah is here. Just then, one of Damien's men reports that they're chasing the intruders, but the gap is too big. So Damien orders them to stop and focus instead on preparing the bastard at their feet for interrogation. Of course, he'll be the one to pull the information out of him personally. But first, he has something to ask the protagonist. Who exactly is Leah? That helps John finally understand what happened. Rodrigo likely tried to kidnap her, and one attacker revealed she wasn't there to take the girl at all, because one of the assassins managed to reach her and made it clear he wasn't there to kidnap her. He was there to kill her. Of course, Damien started connecting the dots, because there's no way Rodrigo would want his supposed daughter dead. Any doubt he had was confirmed when the girl released her powers, unleashing so much energy that the assassin was burned to ashes. Worst of all, that same flash of light made Damien lose consciousness and let the other assassins escape with her. So now the question is obvious. If Leah isn't Rodrigo's daughter, then who the hell is she? Knowing there's no point lying anymore, Jan admits she isn't the captain's daughter, but he says Damien has nothing to worry about because she'll become a far stronger and more valuable card than any daughter ever could. Then he reveals she's the only survivor of a human experimentation program, which clearly explains why Rodrigo is willing to go this far to erase her. Jan says it's now up to them to risk their lives to hide her, because the captain has broken the founding emperor's pact, a law stating that anyone who conducts human experiments is unconditionally expelled from the empire. That means if they get solid proof that Rodrigo is behind the experiments, removing him from the special forces will be easy. But Damien also realizes that first they need to find her, and even he has no clue where she was taken. Still, all they need is to dig through the mind of the man they caught to find out, which also sounds a lot like human experimentation, but he doesn't care at all. For the moment, that settles things, until Jan says he still has one question for Damien. Then he throws him the pendant and tells him to look at it closely. He needs Damien to tell him everything he knows about that symbol. Damien goes quiet right away. He clearly knows it and asks Jan where he got it. This time, MC answers honestly. It's the only thing his family left behind, a photo, an object, and that strange symbol. He held onto them through everything he suffered in the training center, and he believes that if he finds where the symbol came from, he might find his family too. But the clues are so vague that now he has no choice except to ask if Damien has ever seen it. After a short pause, Damien says that long ago there was a man. Nothing special on the surface, except for how deeply he hated the Empire's tyranny. He had no weapons, no great power, nothing like that. But he still rose up with the people and stood his ground, carrying a burning flag they had made themselves. With that and a few work tools, they faced an army 100 strong. That man became the first supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, and this was the symbol tied to him. As for Damien's link to all this, it started on the night of his 7th birthday. Out of nowhere, his mother told him to run far away so no one could hurt him, because too many people were after him. Back then, she was accused of high treason against the Empire and killed right in front of him. The whole thing was so cruel that he swore he'd take revenge himself. After that, little Damien ended up living on the streets, kept going only by a cold, deadly rage that caught the eye of a man proudly carrying the Revolutionary Army's flag. That was Damien's first time meeting the commander, who saw through him and immediately warned that revenge solves nothing, though it does feel satisfying. All young Damien could think was that the guy talked way too much, so he told him to just leave him alone. Still, the commander already knew a lot about his situation. He wondered if Damien was the son of those fools tied to the coup. After all, he'd heard the boy had escaped, and without waiting for an answer, he went to get him food. He was surprised to find that even as the son of a noble family, Damien had strong values, and his mother had raised him never to take advantage of others and to always help people who had less. So the commander insisted he wanted to show him something fun, how to turn the empire upside down. With those simple words, he was basically asking Damien to join the rebellion. And while Damien admits he didn't trust him, he did want to see what he could do to bring the empire down. So from then on, he followed him. But Damien was shocked to learn the man's plans involved helping the elderly and building orphanages. One day, Damien asked what the hell any of that had to do with toppling the empire, and the commander said, "Not much. Still, a revolutionary can't ignore people who need help." Over time, Damien realized he wasn't just a smooth talker. He was a madman who somehow became friends even with people who hated him at first. Little by little, more people joined him, and before long he had built his own rebellion. That also makes one thing clear. The man we saw earlier wasn't actually the leader. The man fighting soldiers with only tools was just one member of the rebellion, following the commander, who was also its founder. In the middle of that battle, the commander didn't just fight. He rallied everyone around the goal of ending the people suffering under Serva's rule, and in the name of the Revolutionary Army, he made the first official declaration of liberation. By his side, Damien was already a teenager and had clearly joined the revolution, which is why he explains to Jan that every founding member has that same symbol tattooed on their body. But the biggest shock is that Damien even remembers the pendant. It was a gift from the commander to his son, which means the commander is his father. Deep down, he had already guessed his family was tied to the rebels, but not that closely, not the founder himself. Damien then asks if that doesn't bother him, knowing he's part of the special forces. The protagonist says he doesn't care. What feels strange is realizing that, in a way, Damien is more his father's son than he is, because Damien actually knew him. Damien shoots that down. He could never be the commander's son because to that man, family meant everything. That makes it pretty clear things between them didn't end well. Of course, Jan uses the moment to joke a little, and says Damien should show him some respect as the commander's son. Damien counters with a question. Doesn't he want to know more about his father, like where he is right now? MC instantly thinks yes, because that's what has kept him going all this time. Even so, there's something more important first, saving Leah. Everything points to them working together, so Jan tells him to get ready. There's something he needs Damien to do. After that, we get a short time skip. Then we cut straight to the headquarters of the Special Forces, where Damien shows up in a ridiculous hat with a gift, insisting he's come to apologize to Rodrigo, all while thinking he'll kill Jan for putting him through something this dumb. At the same time, in the central office of the Inspectorate, the director, Diana, gets word that the commander-instructor of the Special Forces has arrived in the capital, though they still don't know why. But what matters most to her is finding Jan, the famous new executor, because she sees him as high risk. And she's not stupid. The center of almost every major incident hitting the Empire lately has been him, his motives, and the mystery around him. Then things get strange when she enters her office and finds a red envelope with a letter, asking if she plans to hunt the Black Dragon. In other words, Rodrigo. Basically, it's a clear warning that the old man is involved in something dirty. But the real surprise comes when she says out loud that if someone has something to say, they should say it to her face instead of sending a letter. She isn't talking to herself, of course. Jan finally steps out, admitting he never thought she'd notice. Still, he makes it clear he didn't come to cause trouble. He came to deliver that message himself, because it was too sensitive to risk being intercepted. In his head, he figures Damien has already reached Special Forces headquarters. So while Damien keeps Rodrigo distracted, Jan faces Diana and reveals his goal, to tear down the Special Forces from the ground up, and he needs her help. He's found out that the key to bringing Rodrigo down is somewhere near the center of the capital, but unlike Diana, he can't pinpoint the exact place. For her, this is the perfect chance to take back control over the Special Forces. Diana doesn't even let him finish before refusing. As far as she's concerned, there's no reason for the Inspectorate to step into what looks like a faction fight inside the Special Forces. The risk is huge, and the Inspectorate gains nothing. Jan tells her she does have something to gain and asks if she doesn't want to know who was behind her husband's death. That leaves her frozen in place, and the protagonist thinks about how she has always carried deep hatred for the Special Forces, because they were the ones responsible for killing her husband, to silence him while he investigated corruption. Tied to the commander, there was never hard proof the Special Forces did it, but it didn't take a genius to figure it out, and now that she finally has confirmation, her reaction is instant. Diana releases an absurd amount of energy, and without hearing Jan out, attacks him. But we don't get to see what happens next because the scene shifts. We move to the outer edge of the capital, where in the basement of an ordinary house, Leah is sitting inside some kind of magic circle. At first it looks like she's alone, quietly repeating Jan's name as if waiting for him to come save her. Then one of the assassins tries to attack, only to get a nasty surprise. The circle is actually a kind of force field around her. He can't get even an inch closer, and even worse, his weapon shatters completely. From a distance, the others tell him to give up. He has no chance. That's when we learn they're the trio of demon assassins, a secret unit that works directly under the captain of the Special Forces, Rodrigo. They handle the organization's dirtiest, most immoral jobs, so they look at each other and agree on one thing. The goal is to kill her, no matter how they do it. Then the green-haired one says it's his turn, because there's no way that power lasts forever. They just need to wear her down until she hits her limit, and for that he plans to hit much harder than before, so he activates a skill called Blood Typhoon and attacks. But shockingly, the strike doesn't go at Leah. It tears into one of the tunnels behind her instead. The assassin yells that they need to deal with the rat that's been watching them first, and demands to know how the hell that person got inside, when every entrance was supposed to be guarded by the Special Forces. At first it seems like he means Jan, but then the intruder steps forward and says that some time ago an inspector lost his life while investigating the captain's corruption network. That's right, the infiltrator is Diana, an expert at tracking and locating people, and she came to handle this herself. She also tells them the investigation found that the ones behind that murder were 3 people, 3 individuals, the 3 bastards she personally arrested. Like true killers, they treat her warning like a challenge and rush her with their strongest moves. Those are basically all kinds of demonic assassin arts. Their style is simple. They throw weapons charged with dark energy and use their numbers to strike all at once. In most cases that would work, but Diana is a beast woman. One swipe of her sharp claws is enough to block them head-on, showing monstrous strength they clearly didn't expect. But the biggest shock comes when, instead of counterattacking, Diana runs out of the tunnels. They chase her right away, but what they don't realize is that her goal isn't to escape, it's to leave Leia alone, so John can step in and do his part, just like Diana planned. The problem is, when the protagonist ends up face-to-face with that monster, she doesn't just ignore him, she won't even let him touch her. At first, Jan thinks she's upset because he failed to protect her, but it's much worse. She's still unconscious and can't control herself. Even worse, with the seal around her, he can't even get close. Then Momo shows up and points out that the restraint device they made has failed. The protagonist instantly blames her, but Momo makes it clear the tool was only meant to keep her power steady during emotional swings, not an extreme case where her life is at risk. And of course, an attempted murder and kidnapping is intense stress. If you want someone to blame, he should blame himself for getting careless, because that carelessness let the assassins reach Leah, and he admits she's right, then honestly asks what they can do now. The problem is, right then he gets hit by a wave of shurikens that keep changing direction no matter how much he dodges until they finally cut his skin. Right away, he realizes there's only one group that uses throwing weapons like that. Momo thinks he's overreacting since they're just a few scratches, but she's wrong. Within seconds, he panics and drops to his knees, unable to stand, and a voice in the distance explains it's because he was just injected with hydra poison, a deadly toxin. Slowly, the owner of that voice walks closer, and the craziest part isn't just that he can walk on water like it's nothing. The protagonist knows him. It's Black Shadow, 3rd in the Special Forces ranks, and Rodrigo's personal assistant, and he's definitely bad news. He admits bringing Diana here was a brilliant move, and now he sees why Rodrigo sent him personally to handle this. Even so, as he gets closer, it's obvious he doesn't see MC as a worthy opponent. He's a master assassin, and in his current state, MC can't beat him, so he tries a different approach and reasons with him. He warns that if they don't stop Leah soon, she'll completely lose control, and the underground channel connected to the capital will collapse in seconds. There's even a chance the palace itself will be turned to ashes. But even after hearing that, Black Shadow says Rodrigo must have had his reasons for locking her up here, and makes it clear he doesn't care what happens if Leah goes berserk and destroys everything. That leaves Jan with only one choice: kill Black Shadow and help the girl come back to her senses. It sounds impossible, and the bastard laughs at him for even thinking it. But that stops being funny when Jan hides in the shadows, slips behind him and attacks, proving the poison was completely useless. Well, not totally useless, because Momo is detoxing him in real time. Still, the enemy doesn't need to know that, and he gets ready to strike again when Black Shadow admits it might be time to fight for real, and suddenly tears open the stitches on his eyelids and opens his eyes for the first time in a long while, because he's about to show Jan the true art of assassination. To understand how dangerous this guy is, we need to look at a secret mission where the Special Forces were ordered to kill Count Grandolph, who was hiding inside a maze-like castle with hundreds of guards around him, and after several failed attempts, the mission was labeled Maximum Difficulty. Then they gave it to Black Shadow, and he cut off the Count's head before the guards even noticed. Over the next few minutes, he wiped out everyone else in the castle. That's why Black Shadow is called the best assassin alive, a man strong enough to fight head-on, but who still chooses surprise attacks because he enjoys them more. Momo immediately notices Jan getting nervous and asks if he wants her to handle it, since one shot of her magic would be enough to kill the enemy. Of course, she doesn't know everything this monster can do, so the protagonist says that'll be their last option. He also needs her to save energy to break Leah's gravity field and free her, and hearing that she's his trump card makes Momo's huge ego grow even more. Jan doesn't care because he's too busy thinking that not even in his past life did he ever have to fight Black Shadow. That's exactly why he has to use every advantage he can, so he strikes first, only to watch his sword pass straight through Black Shadow's body like mist. That's when he realizes the man already activated one of his most famous techniques, Shadow Escape, which basically turns his body into a shadow he can move at will, letting attacks pass through while he keeps attacking. Using that, he appears behind Jan and says he's pretty disappointed, because honestly he expected much more from one of Damien's students, but MC moves like a complete amateur. Then the bastard dives into the shadow under Jan's feet and pops back out seconds later with a weapon, slashing from head to toe. It happens so fast that he barely manages to block, and Black Shadow tries to press the advantage by pulling out another weapon, launching a storm of cuts that should have given him the edge, but then he realizes Jan is using the same technique to cancel his attacks. He's so shocked he doesn't even block when the protagonist smashes him in the chest and knocks him back. Now it's MC's turn to say he's disappointed that a supposedly seasoned fighter relies so much on shadows. That technique has a weakness. Direct attacks from weapons can be blocked, but that doesn't work against spread-out impacts like punches, so beating him is easier than Jan first thought. He just needs his fists and body-strengthening techniques. Thanks to that, he manages to take the upper hand for a few seconds until Black Shadow starts to panic and activates Black Domain, a move that spreads his shadow across the whole room until it covers everything. But the worst part comes next, when he uses it to fire shurikens from every direction, pushing Jan to the limit, while at the same time, back at Special Forces headquarters, Rodrigo finally agrees to see Damien. He says he almost felt bad watching him make a fool of himself, but Rodrigo isn't stupid and sees through Jan's plan right away, telling Damien it's useless and won't work. Even worse, Damien says he brought a gift too and hands over a report with every detail of Project Destroyer, the evidence Rodrigo knows they were after. Even then, Rodrigo makes it clear that something like this won't be enough to beat him, and tells Damien to get out already. But Damien doesn't back down, basically showing Rodrigo isn't working alone, and the surprise comes when Damien attacks one of Rodrigo's men and demands that he introduce this famous ally. Rodrigo says nothing, but a new voice asks if he really wants to meet him, then steps forward, shocking Damien because it's not a stranger at all. Judging by his face, it's someone he knows very well. But first we cut back to Diana, who manages to split one of the assassins in half without changing her cold expression, which is honestly terrifying. Of course the fight isn't over yet, because two are still left, and they chase her through the tunnels until they realize her plan is to lure them out and kill them one by one. Even then, they're too arrogant to run, and instead they decide to use Beastman's instability against her by trying to make her lose control. And yeah, their idea is to insult her dead husband, calling him weak, a coward who didn't fight back when they killed him, saying he even begged for his life while licking their boots. And the worst part is, it works. Diana drops her careful strategy and starts attacking head-on with a brutal strike. The bastards dodge it, then use the opening to wrap her arm in silver threads. At first glance, it looks like they caught her because Diana stops moving, and one of them uses that moment to attack with everything he has. But it backfires. He's met by a clean slash from Diana, who tears off the threads in one motion, and it all happens so fast the guy doesn't even understand what's happening until his vision splits, and he realizes Diana's cut was deeper than he thought. Just like his partner, he's been cut in two, and now only one is left. He doesn't waste a second before stabbing her through the paw. The last assassin stabs Diana in the back. Sure, he's won. He's so full of himself that he starts bragging about finally tasting her blood. But Diana doesn't even bother turning around. She just takes his head off. Her hair moves like a blade, and with that, the third and final assassin drops dead. It's the ending she wanted for a revenge she carried for years. Then the wound in her chest closes on its own, making it clear they never really had a chance against her. And at last she lets herself think about her husband, the man she still misses like he died yesterday. Back with the protagonist, he somehow managed to avoid most of the attacks, but only because of Momo, who put a force field around him. She warns him to hurry since this will drain all her mana, and he answers firmly that he has a plan, even if things look really bad. Black Shadow is so sure of himself that he starts rambling about how the protagonist is weak, not even that strong, and that inside his darkness he won't be able to hide or run. Then he throws another wave of shurikens that look normal at first, but they're actually his secret weapon. They tear through the air at insane speed, and soon it feels like Jan is being shot from every side. Still, he doesn't even flinch. He asks if Black Shadow wants to see true darkness, and says his shadow is deep enough to swallow shadows themselves. Then, out of nowhere, he activates the second form of the Dark Sword Art Final Cut, and with it he tears through and destroys the enemy's domain expansion. And that matters because the domain was actually an extension of Black Shadow's own being. So when it breaks, he starts slowly falling apart on the spot. With a steady voice, Jan tells him he made the mistake of thinking darkness would always stay on his side. That should have been the end, but it's already too late, and a sudden quake shakes the tunnels. Right away, the protagonist realizes it's the sign that Leah has finally lost control. And of course, it's not just a few tremors. She starts releasing so much energy that it rips through the tunnels and forces its way outside with brutal force. At that point, there's only one priority: stop her. The protagonist's first instinct is to run to her, but Momo stops him right away, warning that stepping into that gravity field with just his body is a terrible idea. Without wasting a second, she also uses her magic to cancel the waves around him so he doesn't get thrown across the room in an instant. She insists the only smart choice now is to retreat. For a moment it seems like he might listen, but the second he can, he starts walking toward Leah. He doesn't care if it costs his life. He promised he wouldn't leave her, and he means it. So Momo begs him to at least take a new distraction device, which should help keep Leah under control. With that, he keeps moving and shouts for her not to give in to that power. More than anyone, she deserves a normal and happy life. But sadly, with every second that passes, the girl's energy keeps growing, until he realizes that not even she can survive it. Soon she won't just be a danger to others, but to herself too. And there's no more time, so he gets ready to act. But as if things weren't bad enough, something shifts inside him, and he feels his mana draining. Probably the price of pushing himself so hard earlier. It gets so bad that he can't even move, and the despair of being unable to do anything drags up memories of his past life, those final moments when he realized all his efforts had meant nothing, and Leon mocked him to his face while he bled out on the ground like an animal. Luckily, instead of giving in, that memory sparks something in him, a wild fury. It lets him release a power that even shocks Momo, and it flows straight into his sword, a power fueled by rage that forces his mana-starved heart to move again and produce more and more energy. Soon he can stand again, and he can actually feel the mana heart guiding his blade, pushing him forward to fight. And so, acting on pure instinct, the protagonist raises his sword, not to attack Leah but to drive it into the ground, spreading his energy through the whole area and taking control of the situation. As a result, he cancels out the girl's runaway power, and then she falls into his arms completely unconscious. Still, it doesn't take long for her to open her eyes and thank him, because she knew he could help her. He answers firmly that it's time to go home, and they head for the entrance of the underground canal where they were supposed to meet Diana, but she doesn't show up. After a while, she slowly walks in, apologizing because she can't protect him from what's coming. Then, without warning, she collapses. Everything makes sense when someone appears behind them. Kyle, he says it's awful they have to meet like this, then places him under arrest for treason. Without hesitating, the protagonist asks who gave the order, and the blonde explains that only one person can move the Royal Knights right now. At the same time, in the underground prison, the special forces arrest Damien with magic restraints and all. Then Rodrigo's ally explains that a mixed blood of such high lineage can't be treated like trash. Of course, Damien doesn't care about that at all. Instead, he asks what the charges are, and whether his crime was trusting his brother. Because yes, Rodrigo's ally, and the one who sent Kyle into the tunnels, is none other than Leon. Then the scene shifts, and Damien and the protagonist are taken to a maximum security cell, right in front of the other prisoners, who get excited when they realize the redhead who locked them up is now joining them. During that walk of shame, the protagonist comments that Damien did a good job hiding the tattoo on his chest, but Damien knows Leon already figured out everything. Even as the guards tell him to shut up, the threats keep coming, and one idiot keeps repeating that he'll kill him. Damien's response is grabbing the man by the tongue, making it clear he could rip it out if he wanted. The guards quickly stop him, and the only good news is that once they're inside the cell, the shackles vanish and they can move freely. To the protagonist, it almost feels like a luxury room compared to the training camp barracks. Still, neither of them looks very worried, because they both know escape or fighting back is basically impossible. Besides the hand restraints, they were also given magic collars that block mana, and if they try to break them by force, their heads will fly off instantly. Damien uses that moment to blame him, saying this was all his fault, and the plan had too many holes. But the protagonist reminds him that neither of them could have predicted a betrayal like this from Leon, especially since the second they fought back or even had swords pointed at them, they'd be branded traitors. On top of that, he couldn't fight Kyle because that would have left Leon defenseless. So yeah, they got captured in the easiest way possible, all because they never imagined how far Leon would go. And the protagonist asks if Damien ever noticed anything strange about the prince, and Damien admits that lately he's been saying weird things, like everyone should give their lives for him. It's basically the same speech John heard hundreds of times in his past life, which means that the change from the normal guy Leon used to be into a psychopath has already started, and now the question is what's causing those changes. Still, the protagonist thinks that part doesn't matter as much as figuring out the real goal. The isolation, the experiments, Marquess Rodrigo, and Leon's transformation. It's obvious all of it is connected. As if reading his mind, Damien says this reminds him of something his father once told him when they were talking about the goals of the Revolutionary Army. He explained that he wanted to stop the Empire, because if they failed, the land would have no future. Back then, Damien argued that Leon was different from his father and could change the Empire's fate, but the commander told him that yes, he was different, yet he still wouldn't be able to escape the fate in his blood. In short, something in the throne or the Emperor's bloodline corrupts the heirs and turns them into monsters, and his father knew it. That's why he sealed himself away in the sacred lands of Armenia. His martial power had reached such an inhuman level that he almost lost control several times, so to stop the worst from happening, he chose to isolate himself until he recovered, so if the Empire finds him, they'll kill him and trigger a disaster. Sadly, the protagonist realizes that must be what happened in his past life. The Armenian revolt where Damien died was probably a sacrifice to protect his father. He never would have expected something that human from a madman like him, but all of that gets pushed aside when guards tell them they have a visitor. So they lead them toward the supposed visiting room, but to their surprise they stop halfway and without warning, attack. Of course the guards have the advantage, they can't use mana. Still, they don't take any chances and send in a third ally to lock him down, and he can't even fight back. He can't rely on brute strength either. Luckily, the whole thing flips in seconds when the attackers suddenly freeze in place, and then the third person pulls back the hood. It's Lorena. She came herself to get him, admits she was seriously worried, and demands to know what the hell is going on. Why are they suddenly calling him a traitor? What did he do? And most of all, why did he let himself get caught? To her, he was the strongest in their class, so she expected him to at least have the guts to run, and she keeps going off until the Prota cuts her off and asks how she even got here. That's when we learn Lorena found out through Damien himself. The moment he realized Leon had betrayed them, he sent a shadow to the Special Forces base to reach her. At the time, she was only wondering why he hadn't shown up yet. She didn't think anything bad had happened, until she saw Damien's shadow crow staring at her through the window. Using the little strength he had left, he gave her a new mission: rescue the people in prison. So even if Damien was caught off guard too, he still had a backup plan, and the shadow arrives right when the restraints on the Prota's neck and hands vanish. Lorena takes that as proof the others did their part, though now she understands absolutely nothing. He just tells her to follow while Roman is in the mana suppression chamber destroying the crystals that run the whole system. Lorena had told him to do it in a specific order so it would only affect the Prota and not everyone else. Too bad the idiot forgot all of that and ended up canceling the restraints, not just on the Prota but on every cell, and even throwing all the doors wide open, letting the other prisoners escape too. Luckily, Cruel and Katja realize that this chaos will keep the guards busy. He points out she really shouldn't be here since they could pin treason on her too, but she shoots back that she'd rather face that than deal with the Prota's anger. Outside the prison, near the trash yard, Chari and the others are waiting with a carriage ready to run. Lorena told them that if the group didn't come out in 10 minutes, they had to leave, but everything falls apart when a voice behind them says not to bother waiting because Lorena and the others aren't coming out. Sadly, we still don't see who it is. Then we cut back to Cruel, who spots a couple of prisoners trying to escape, only to get hit by some kind of light that reaches them too and blocks any chance of seeing what's happening. As for John and Lorena, they start feeling a strange vibration too, and all of a sudden the ceiling above them starts to collapse. The cracks bring in that same weird light, and then they find the unconscious bodies of Cruel and Katja, along with the same man who caught Chari, the Special Forces captain, Rodrigo. In a calm voice, he says he should have killed them all back when they were still at the academy. Lorena tries to strike first using one of her strongest techniques, but the bastard only taps his staff against the floor and unleashes a dragon of light that rushes at them to kill. Luckily, the attack gets cancelled just in time, not by the Prota, but by Damien, who escaped too. He tells Rodrigo to fight someone on his own level, and we see he even managed to pull the others behind him so they wouldn't get hurt. Rodrigo cares more about the separation technique Damien used to stop the attack, an advanced move even he didn't know existed. It's clear Damien is way stronger than any of them thought, and the two trade insults for a bit longer, until Damien quietly tells the Prota there's no time. In a few seconds, the suppression chamber will reactivate, and the shackles will start working again, so they need to run with their friends now while he handles the captain. The funny part is that before he can even finish, Jan is already running off with the others behind him. Damien doesn't get mad at all. That's exactly what he expected from his dear student. He just tells him to be careful, and from the Prota's face, it's obvious he values that sacrifice, feeling just how much things between them have changed. By nightfall, the city starts slipping into chaos. Several knights talk about someone escaping from prison, and even though the fugitives are already far away, they still want to search because the bounty on their heads is huge. One of them even says that if the Prota shows up, he can catch him in seconds. What matters, though, is that the group made it to safety. To everyone's surprise, the Prota admits he wouldn't have made it without them. He does point out the rescue was a complete mess, so he gives them a few tips before moving to the real issue, saving Damien. Roman refuses, not because he hates him, but because it's impossible. He reminds Jan that without Damien's sacrifice, they'd all still be locked up. Lorena agrees and suggests they head north to hide for a while under her father's protection. The protagonist says that would be too obvious. Instead, their best move is to stay here until they fully recover. The others still don't understand whose property they're hiding in, but before he can answer, Leah jumps into his arms, and right after that comes Diana. She tells them that while they're in this place, they don't need to worry about safety, not just because it belongs to her, but because of something else. When the Prota was arrested, he asked Kyle to protect Leah and Diana, since neither of them had anything to do with the plot. Of course, the blonde first said he couldn't help a criminal, so the Prota asked if he really believed he was guilty. Obviously, he didn't. That's when we learn the mansion actually belongs to Kyle. Back in the present, the Prota meets with Diana, who gives him one of the official white uniforms nobles usually wear, the same kind he wore in his past life before he was killed. That matters, because when Diana asks what his plan is, Jen says they'll strike back using the same move Leon did. They'll kidnap one of his allies, Marquise Chion, who probably outranks even Rodrigo in this whole operation. Best of all, he could expose the hidden experiments in his domain. It sounds solid, but when Diana asks if the others are coming too, the Prota says fewer people is better, and of course Lorena overhears him. She appears behind them and asks if he sees her as dead weight, giving off such a killing aura that Jan starts making nervous excuses. He clumsily says it's because they're injured, but Lorena throws it right back. She and Roman are perfectly fine. She's also clearly jealous that he'd rather go with Diana than with her. And the funniest part is that Diana actually agrees it's better for him to go with someone he has more experience fighting beside. Of course, she also stirs the pot a little, and once Lorena shows her claws, the Prota gives up and decides the three of them will go. Then he activates a teleport gate set directly to Marquision's estate, so they'll arrive in just seconds. Next, we see the three of them moving down the main hall, and overall the estate looks almost empty, so the Prota suggests splitting up, making it clear that the goal is to find the target, confirm where he is, and regroup in 5 minutes. Since the place isn't that big, he'll take the main building while they search the annex. Sounds simple, but not even he was ready for what came next. The moment he peeks into one of the rooms, a voice says it was waiting for him, and it's Marquise Chain himself, staring from a chair in the back. He says they took longer than expected. With no real choice, the Prota steps in and admits the man is bolder and smarter than he thought. The problem is that once he gets a clear look at Chainham's face, he realizes something is wrong. The man keeps repeating the same line like a recording, and his eyes are lifeless. But the worst part is lower down, because in his chest, something explodes. The blast is so huge it can be seen from outside the mansion. The real shock comes when John opens his eyes and notices the explosion is somehow fading away. Confused, he turns and sees that Momo absorbed it and compressed it into a tiny ball of energy, while scolding him for being useless, because he should have been able to stop it himself. John tells her that with her beside him, he doesn't need to bother defending himself, but Momo says that still doesn't explain why he missed the trap. That makes it clear he was so desperate about Damien's situation that he let his guard down. Either way, Lorena comes rushing into the room and MC has to explain that things went very, very badly. The Marquis figured out their plan and self-destructed. Strangely, the only thing Lorena cares about is whether he's okay. Once Diana joins them, they conclude Jan didn't do it out of panic or despair. Someone forced him to kill himself. That's exactly why the best thing they can do now is run, because if the enemy could predict their moves, that's how bad it is. That place is a ticking time bomb. What Lorena can't understand is how someone as important as the Marquis went from being in charge to being used like a disposable pawn. John has a few guesses, but all of that gets pushed aside when Diana says she found something, a hidden passage that leads straight to the Marquis's lab, where the main thing that stands out is an altar built from dozens of human sacrifices. That brings up even more questions. What kind of ritual would need that many lives? John says there are only two possible answers. Either it was an offering or a way to summon something. Right away, he asks Momo if it looks familiar, and she panics the second she sees it, because she clearly knows what it is. This is the project she was working on before she died. Back then, she had finally understood the limits of human life and was searching for a way around them. A reincarnation spell, a perfect resurrection, where both a person's soul and body would be passed on, but she was betrayed before she could finish it, leaving her with no choice but to come back as a lich. All this time, she thought her spell had been lost, but there's obviously one person who could have continued the research, the bastard who betrayed her, Bahamut. And right then, John, Diana, and Lorena feel like their heads are about to come off their shoulders, not because they were attacked, but because a killing intent crashed over them, stronger than anything they had ever felt. While they wonder where it came from, the magic circle activates, and a human shape starts forming inside it. At first, it's only a shadow, but little by little it takes shape until that dark energy turns into Prince Leon. In just seconds, he steps down in front of them, and John tells the girls to get back, because the moment that thing opens its eyes, it's obvious he isn't human. Worse, with a single look, he knocks them unconscious, and John recognizes those eyes as the same ones that looked at him with arrogance in his past life before killing him. What's even stranger is that Leon suddenly talks to him like they've never met, and he can't make sense of it until he connects the dots. None of this is random. The reincarnation circle creating this twisted version of Prince Leon can only mean one thing, and suddenly every piece falls into place. That's why Jan greets him, but not as Prince Leon, as Bahamut, the founding emperor. And sadly, he's right, because even if the man in front of him doesn't say it outright, he smiles and calls Jan very interesting. With that confirmation, the protagonist asks why he came back by stealing the body of one of his own descendants. Bahamut answers that it's his bloodline and the nation he built, so using them however he wants is only natural. But the really shocking part comes when Momo finally understands what's happening and steps forward, her face twisted with rage. How dare he kill her? Then reincarnate using the magic she created. Bahamut recognizes her right away. She looks very familiar, but he doesn't get to say much because Momo attacks, firing a blast of energy that tears through half the mansion in seconds. Of course he dodges, and after seeing that level of magic, he starts putting things together, asking if she really could be Momo. She answers with another attack, a hurricane-like aura made of pure fire, a spell she created just for him. As long as her mana heart keeps burning, the flames will never die, and to her, it's the perfect move. But just when she thinks she finally hit him, he says, "I don't think so," and cuts through the firestorm with one slash that reaches Momo and slices across her back. In a smug voice, he says that even though it's been a long time since they last met, her condition is pathetic. The great master of the magic tower reduced to a thought form, basically a pet owned by some boy. Shocked, Momo asks if he can actually see her, and he says he can see everything. Then he grabs her by the chin and shamelessly dares her to attack again if she has the guts. She doesn't back down and tells him to go to hell, but Bahamut keeps talking, saying she looks awfully happy with that Jan, so maybe he should go kill him too. At that exact moment, a giant wolf appears behind him, ready to tear him apart. Even though the blonde man splits it in half with one move, the wolf was only a distraction because Jan is right behind it, using the second form of the Black Shadow sword art. If you've been paying attention, you know that's one of his strongest techniques, and that becomes obvious when the energy strike smashes through the ground and rips through the whole structure they were standing on. The destruction is so huge that even Momo tells him not to be reckless, but Jan's desperate move works. They manage to make some distance, and that gives them a chance to tell her to run with the girls. Still, Momo refuses because more than anything else, she wants to kill Bahamut herself. The problem is, in reality, she doesn't have enough mana, and Bahamut now looks at MC in a different way. He clearly realized Jan used an adapted version of the Mana Heart technique, making him a far more interesting enemy. Without wasting time, he attacks with a move called Thunder Slash, basically sending a storm of dark energy at his opponent. But he still can't hit him, so he tries a technique that's stronger and more direct. That fails too, and it keeps going like that, one technique after another, while Bahamut just enjoys watching the strange tricks Jan has hidden. But according to him, it's like giving pearls to a pig. Great techniques wasted on someone too inexperienced. Worse, that bastard uses the opening to close the distance, and once he sees Jan has nothing new to show, he decides it's his turn, forming a bright energy dragon to swallow him whole. That's when the protagonist realizes he can't hold back anymore, so he goes all in and activates a secret technique he created himself, Madman form, covering his body in dark energy. Even so, it barely helps, because Bahamut pierces right through it like it's nothing. He says Jan entertained him for a while, but he doesn't have time to waste watching a monkey do tricks. Even then, he admits MC deserves praise for what he managed to do, so as MC drops to his knees, unable to move, Bahamut rushes in to take his mana heart as a prize. A second later, all that's left is a huge pool of blood, and Jan is stunned when he realizes it isn't his blood, but Bahamut's. For some reason, he stabbed his own arm. Then Bahamut tells him to listen, and he realizes the one speaking is Leon, who somehow took back control of his body. Using what little strength he has left, he tells the protagonist to run while he holds him back. Sadly, Bahamut has already rooted himself too deeply inside him, and Leon knows this will be the last time he controls his own body. But Damien can still be saved, and with everything he has, he screams for MC to run. MC doesn't want to leave him, but what happens next makes things even worse. Bahamut starts taking partial control again and stretches an arm toward him, saying he looks delicious and that he won't rest until that mana heart belongs to him. And just like that, a struggle begins inside Leon between Bahamut and Leon. Jin uses the chance to ask where they're holding Damien, but things are so bad that Leon can barely speak. Mamo then tells him the girls are awake again, so all they need to do is activate the teleport gate and escape. Jean looks back at Leon and asks him to hold on just a little longer, because he'll come back and kill that demon, so Leon can finally be free. With that promise made, he runs. And even though that bastard Bahamut soon takes full control of Leon again, he doesn't even bother chasing them because he knows they'll meet again. He knows their mana hearts are fated to draw them back together. In the next scene, the group makes it back safely to the mansion, where the girls finally ask what the hell that was. They've never seen a human give off that much pressure in their lives, and of course Lorena feels useless for not being able to help. But Diana insists that surviving at all is already incredible. As for Jan, he knows his pride took a hit, but he also explains that the Founder's return goes beyond all logic. No one could have expected it, and no one would have walked away unharmed. Now things get interesting when Kyle appears, saying they came back much faster than expected. Jan thanks him for protecting them, but Kyle says not to bother. He still plans to arrest him. The protagonist accepts, on one condition. Kyle has to hear him out first. So he explains everything that happened with Bahamut, and of course Kyle has a hard time believing it. So MC starts laying out all the proof, like the traces of reincarnation they found in Chion's mansion, and the fact that he was behind the massive zombie outbreak in the East. Back then they didn't know what it meant, but now it's obvious it was a ritual to bring something back. Sacrifices meant to revive the Founder. That's exactly why Jan asks what he plans to do as a royal guard, since the soul belongs to the Founder, but the body belongs to Prince Leon, which puts him in an impossible spot. And Kyle explains that the Founder has always been every knight's idol, a legend, and the reason he kept going until now. A legendary hero like that should have stayed in the history books. On top of that, he swore to serve and protect Leona, so he could never side with someone using her body like a puppet. So the choice is simple. He'll join Jan and bring that bastard down. He says the Founder he met was nothing like the hero from the legends. He's a demon whose only goal is to devour everything, and since Jan saw him himself, he knows they can't beat him alone. So he asks what happened to Damien and learns he was taken to the Imperial Palace to be executed without a trial. Worse, they plan to burn him to ashes, and since Bahamut already wiped out the current council members, no one objected. The good news is there's still no set date, so Cahill promises to find out everything he can. Jan tells him to be careful because things are getting serious. What the protagonist can't figure out is why they're so desperate to get rid of Damien. He starts wondering if they're hiding something, and if they even stand a chance against Bahamut. From behind, Momo asks if he's scared and says he can still run, but Jan is done joking around. He just wants to know, from someone who has seen both of them fight, if they can win. Momo answers honestly. She's amazed by how far he's come. His mana heart shines like the moon in the dark, but Bahamut's is like the sun. It devours everything. Right now, there's no chance they can beat him head-on. That doesn't mean the bastard can't be killed. There is one way. So Jan desperately asks what it is, and Momo says, "You have to die." Then we get the backstory. Long before the age of humans, the world was ruled by three races: the ancient dragons, the spirit kings, and the primordial giants, huge beings with overwhelming power. That changed when humans discovered how to awaken the mana heart. After that, a single person could bring down even those three great races, and of course, the greatest of them all was Bahamut himself. He became a legend by devouring other creatures to grow stronger, and over time he turned into something beyond all limits. There weren't even words to describe him. Mamo makes it clear to Jan that this is the monster he has to face. He seems to have no weakness, but that overwhelming power is actually his biggest flaw, because Leon's body, strong as it is, still isn't enough to hold Bahamut's full power. On top of that, the magic circle used to reincarnate his soul had flaws too, so they aren't using a complete resurrection. That means the link between Bahamut's soul and Leon's body must be pretty weak, and he may be beatable if they drain his mana heart and break that bond. That's where the dying part comes in, because the mana heart that has to be drained is Jan's. The mana heart is tied to both body and soul, and even if this part is confusing, that connection is what will protect him. Seeing how strong Bahamut is, MC can't understand why Momo helped him in the past once he became a monster. Momo says Bahamut used to be completely different, and they met in a village being destroyed by monsters. Back then, when hope was almost gone, Bahamut kept fighting alone against the enemy with only his sword and no one protecting him. Even though he could have run, he stayed to kill the creature and save the people. Then his sword broke in half, and seconds later the monster slammed him in the back, sending him flying across the ground. But even when it looked like it was over, Bahamut got back up and kept fighting. Even with a blade that barely looked like a sword anymore, he refused to give up and might have died right there if Momo hadn't stepped in and split the monster with a lightning strike. Afterwards, she admitted she was impressed by his courage despite how weak he was, and introduced herself because she wanted to know what kind of person could hide behind that much bravery. That's how she learned Bahamut wasn't even from that village. He had risked his life for people from a place the beast had already wiped out. Still, he made it clear he wasn't after revenge. He was protecting the dignity of the people who had lived there, and he didn't care about risking his life if it was the right thing to do. Once again, Momo found him fascinating, so she offered to help him get stronger by taking him to the tower and teaching him to stand on his own. Thanks to Momo, Bahamut awakened his mana heart and became the legend everyone knows. A legend who, even with all that power, still cared about others. He wanted everyone to use the mana heart because that would begin the age of humans. That kindness made Momo think he could be the perfect king. But everything changed one day when the sky above Bahamut split apart and a strange creature appeared. It looked down at him and said, "Repent." Then it fired a huge blast of energy that fell on him like a meteor. Thinking he had been erased, it kept repeating, "Complete repentance." But luckily the creature had underestimated him, because Bahamut managed to rise from the rubble without a scratch and declared he would destroy any being that threatened humanity's survival. That kicked off a battle Bahamut herself called insane. It lasted for 3 full days, and on the 4th, a huge explosion went off. After that, the creature's wings fell apart. With what little remained, it asked why Bahamut opposed it, hinting that it had tried to reason with him, but Bahamut ignored that. Standing as the winner, he told Momo the creature called itself an angel, which of course caught the mage's attention. But there was nothing left of the angel to study, and things got strange when Bahamut ignored all her questions and made just one request. They had to take the mana heart to the next level. From that day on, her friend began to change. Back in the present, Bahamut sits alone in the throne room and wonders if they still haven't come. What exactly he means by that will be clear later, because Rodrigo walks in to report that the troops have all been deployed. The palace knights are stationed at every gate, 3 battalions of secret assassins are spread through the city, and even the private guards gathered from the nobles are ready to fight. As for Damien, he says they've locked him in the palace dungeon under maximum security because he's too crafty to trust. Rodrigo even suggests killing him, now to stop any rescue attempt, which shows just how much fear and respect he has for the redhead. But Bahamut says that won't be needed, because Damien is the reason he knows Jan will come and he wants to enjoy that moment properly. That confuses Rodrigo, who admits he doesn't understand Bahamut's obsession with the boy. To him, any small threat should be wiped out immediately. At once, Bahamut vanishes, and the air around them turns deadly as he asks if Rodrigo is suggesting Jan could threaten him. Rodrigo instantly apologizes, and here we learn how his family got tied to Bahamut's resurrection. Bahamut gave the mission to one of Rodrigo's ancestors, and it was passed down from generation to generation until now. That's why Bahamut spares him, then goes back to wondering when he will arrive because he's craving some fun. Lucky for him, Yan and his allies are already on the move. They gather with equal parts fear and resolve because they're not going up against a few nobles anymore, but the imperial family itself. By every standard, they're traitors now, but there's no time to hesitate, so Yan explains the mission one more time. First, they have to rescue Damien from wherever he's being held, then cause enough chaos to lure Bahamut outside the palace, all while dealing with every enemy waiting for them inside. Their biggest disadvantage is that Lorena isn't with them. She vanished that same day, leaving only a note saying she'd return soon. Yan takes that as a sign she's preparing something big to help them. And he's right, because in the next scene, Lorena is in the north, standing before a great dragon, the master of the snowy plains. Back with Yan, he declares that the time has come, starting the final operation to bring Bahamut down. From there, we move to the gate of Avalon's third fortress, where one soldier asks how long the emergency will last, and another says it ends only when Damien is executed. Supposedly, all this is to stop the rebels from rescuing him, though they can't believe that lunatic would really storm the capital like that. What bothers them most is that the whole story about Damien being a traitor makes no sense at all. That becomes a problem when Rodrigo overhears them and threatens to hang them too if they keep talking nonsense, then orders them to stay alert. If even one defense line falls, he'll punish them brutally. By now, even Rodrigo has to admit Yan is pretty clever, so he tries to think like him. That leads him to the next answer. Without a doubt, the protagonist would come through the fourth fortress, set between the grain stores and the commoners' district, the perfect place for a rat like him to blend in. So Rodrigo set a trap to kill him right away, but his smug laugh is cut short when he spots the protagonist leaping straight at him as if it were the most normal thing in the world. It looks like he chose a direct attack, and of course Rodrigo's men immediately chase after him across the rooftops. They try to warn him off, but the protagonist flat out ignores them until he gets hit by a white light dragon that slams into his side and takes him out in seconds. Even after that earlier grin, the protagonist crashes into a wall, and Rodrigo catches up, admitting he didn't think he'd be dumb enough to charge in head-on. Clearly, he gave him too much credit. But then the protagonist starts laughing and reveals it's actually Cherry, who managed to change her appearance with transformation magic. Calmly, she tells Rodrigo he didn't overestimate Jan at all. Right then, one of Rodrigo's men rushes in to report that MC, the Empire's #1 fugitive, has been seen in 4 different places across the capital. No one knows which one is real, and that sends Rodrigo into a rage that keeps building until he gives a very clear order. No matter which one is the original, they have permission to kill them all. At the same time, in the fourth fortress, one of the Johns stays hidden as he moves through the crowd, and we can guess this is the real one, because he thinks everything is going to plan, and if things go bad, he can hide among the people. He feels pretty confident until one night calls for all the civilians to listen and announces that a traitor is among them. By royal order, the road is now closed, and everyone will be searched on the spot, which sends the crowd into panic. That makes the protagonist decide it's time to slip away. But then the real problem starts when a voice insults the civilians, calling them peasants. It's Bruce, using the authority given by the prince to remind them they must obey without question. Now it's obvious Bahamut has been gathering idiots hungry for power into his ranks. Things get worse when one man argues that he's an imperial citizen too, but Bruce says that also makes him a traitor. And sadly, it's not just a threat. The lunatic attacks the man and burns him alive instantly, then orders the knights to wipe out all the rebels. Just like that, the city turns into a slaughterhouse, and a teenage girl is about to be killed on the spot, when John steps in and slices the so-called knight in half. From a distance, Bruce sees it as a win, convinced this is his chance to beat John and bring Bahamut his head. But the protagonist apologizes for disappointing him, because this isn't him after all, but Cruel, who says he'll be Bruce's opponent. Naturally, he also calls Bruce out for staining their family name by killing innocent people. Bruce argues it's their fault. They had to suffer because he was branded a traitor. He says they were finished and might even have been executed, until Prince Leon really Bahamut came to him with an offer. Help him in exchange for a chance to restore his house. Then Bruce lets out a nearly demonic scream, making it clear that deal was far darker than it sounded. And we don't even have to imagine how bad it is, because in the next moment, Cruel is on the ground, horrified as he watches his brother mutate into some kind of monster. Bruce says Leon gave him that power, and he treats it as an honor, a strong, perfect body chosen just for him. Leon even told him he was the perfect fit for the world he plans to create. It's obvious that was just a way to manipulate him, but it clearly worked because Bruce stands tall with pride, declaring that this makes him the only one worthy of becoming the clan's next leader. Then Cruel mockingly asks if he still cares about something that pointless, since he stopped caring long ago about becoming the next head of the family. But with Bruce looking like that, it's obvious he's not getting that role anymore. Of course, those words hit a nerve, and Bruce attacks. Cruel dodges fast and comes back with everything he has, because one thing is clear, their fate will be decided right here, right now. In the next scene, we move to the 6th fortress where another John is being chased by the guards at full speed. They follow him through the alleys, sure that he must be the real one, until the protagonist's figure suddenly disappears into the air. Logic tells them he has to be nearby, so they start searching, but then the fake John reappears behind them, saying he's not the type who runs away. From his face, it's pretty clear this isn't the protagonist at all, it's Ramon. The worst part is that the guards realize it too, so they smartly decide to ignore him. Now Ramon gets offended, drops the disguise, and surprises them with an insanely strong ray attack, while insisting that real knights don't back down from an enemy in front of them. The knights answer that they weren't trying to run, they just don't want to waste time on someone who isn't the target. But Ramon keeps provoking them, calling them weak and saying that if they want to prove themselves they should fight one-on-one like real men. Somehow that's enough to make them take off their armor. The problem is that one of them is a huge vice commander, ready to show him how real men fight. He even ends up taking off his shirt, and Ramon does the same, suggesting they settle it bare-handed. No powers, no weapons, just fists. I'm adding a little flavor there, but you get the idea, because this feels like it came straight out of a wild fighting anime. And so they begin, trading blow after blow, beating each other down with an intensity that leaves everyone stunned. Like real fighters, both of them respect the other's strength, grinning through it, and they keep going until they throw the final punch. Still, we don't get to see how it ends, because we cut back to Chari, who wakes up in the Imperial Palace torture chamber. A man is there ready to start forcing the truth out of her. Worse, he mentions that the other prisoner caught in the next room was very quiet, hinting that someone else was captured and the torture ended badly. Of course, Cherry starts to panic. The man calms her down in the creepiest way possible, saying he'll just open her head and read her thoughts directly, and all he wants from her is to scream once in a while to make things more fun. Then we return to Roman and see that the final blow they both threw wasn't enough to end the fight, so they keep going a little longer until their fists slam into each other's faces at the same time in a clean cross counter. Roman admits the bald guy isn't as weak as he thought, and like a true fighter, the other man also shows respect, saying he'll remember the warrior who beat him. Then the bald man drops. He's still alive, but his subordinates step forward to get revenge, each offering to fight next. For a moment, it seems Roman will have to deal with them one by one, but after seeing their leader barely scratched him, the next move is obvious. They order everyone to attack together. That's how the second battle starts, and from there we move to the 6-star magic circle, a key point in the palace's defenses because it controls the magic barrier. If that place is destroyed, the barrier goes down too. That's why the guards can't understand why the protagonist tried to sneak in there, knowing it would be protected by extremely strong warriors. From the fake Jan's face, it's clear he's been fighting them for a while without much luck. Still, the truth is that this isn't the protagonist at all. It's Katja, who admits they're stronger than she expected. She knew she couldn't match them in a fair fight, but she hoped to hold out longer, so the knights tell her to surrender. They've been ordered to execute any traitor they find, but there's still a chance they might spare her. Then the tone shifts when one knight recognizes Katja as the daughter of Duke Ephraim, revealing that her father was his teacher, almost like a father to him, and the man who saved his life in battle. He says her father's end was tragic and he didn't deserve it, before offering her a deal. If she tells them where the real Jean is, he'll make sure she stays safe. In other words, he's offering protection in exchange for betraying her friends. It sounds awful, but he claims it's the only way she can restore her father's honor and build a new name for herself as the one who stopped the traitors. At that moment, Katja can't help thinking about her father, about the honor of her family if she betrays them. The man confidently says yes, but Katja admits she's always lived for one goal: to restore her family's honor. Sometimes she can almost hear her father's voice leaving her that final mission, but he never told her how to do it, and she only recently understood what she had to do. Thanks to her friends, she realized her family's honor means nothing compared to honor itself. She proves it by pulling out a small crystal that they recognize as the Salamander Firestone, a kind of a bomb, and the man instantly realizes Katja plans to blow up the barrier, even if it costs her life. He rushes in to stop her, but he's too late. The blast goes off. Just as planned, Katja stays behind at the core, waiting for death, because all that matters to her now is that the mission is done. On another rooftop, on the far side of the palace, the real Jean watches the barrier vanish and realizes the infiltration worked. Now the only thing left is saving Damien. But then someone appears behind him and a hand clamps around his neck. It's Rodrigo, lifting him with ease and mocking him, saying this is how they meet again. When Bahamut took such an interest in him, Rodrigo really expected something worth seeing. Instead, all he's done so far is play a childish game with his little friends. Nothing that explains the founder's concern, so Rodrigo decides to end it here, tightening his grip as he says, "Now die." Strangely, the protagonist only asks if he really thinks that's enough to win, then says he still has plenty of tricks left. But his smile fades when Rodrigo asks if he means those little things he hid, just as a guard arrives to report that they found every magic crystal and stopped them from exploding and throwing the city into chaos. That makes Rodrigo even more confident, and he asks what Jean plans to do now since he's out of moves. He also makes it clear there's no point waiting for the others. By now, most of them should already be defeated, and that claim hits harder when we cut back to Cruel. Even though he managed to beat his brother, he's now surrounded by dozens of guards. The same goes for Roman, who looks close to collapsing, and Rodrigo uses that against the protagonist, throwing it in his face that he dragged his friends into a dumb childish plan. But right when everything seems hopeless, the protagonist starts laughing and says that makes Rodrigo the bigger fool for falling into the plan. Then we're shown this isn't the protagonist at all. It's Chari, the real Chari, and she tells him the plan was never as simple as he thought. Of course, Rodrigo recognizes her as the brat he caught earlier, and he finally starts putting things together, realizing that the other Chari was actually the protagonist. That becomes even clearer when we return to the torture center, where he's already managed to defeat the torturer. Right beside him appears Momo herself, making fun of him for being a terrible actor. She also reminds him that little trick would never have worked without her advanced transformation magic. He says it wasn't that hard, but both of them know this isn't the time to argue, because the plan is only just starting. So Momo changes him back to normal. As the protagonist starts moving through the cells, Momo asks if the next step is finding Damien, and he says that won't be necessary, because soon she'll see why. First, he has to deal with 10 knights guarding the door at the end of the hall, and they warn that no one is allowed past that point. The strange part is that they start repeating the line over and over, confirming Bahamut already turned them into his zombies, and that something important must be hidden behind that door. For a second, it looks like he might get past them without fighting, but then their repeated words turn into kill, 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 making it clear he has no choice but to battle them, or at least that's what we think. The surprise comes when Jean simply steps back and says it won't be necessary. An energy blast hits from behind and cuts the knights in half. Then the protagonist explains why he never planned to look for Damien. When the torturer revealed he had tortured his companion and described where he was, Jean realized it had to be Damien, so he used the Black Wolf to free him at once. In other words, the one who struck down the knights from behind was Damien. He steps out of the room complaining that Jean took too long, but his tone is full of affection before asking where the hell Rodrigo is. And speaking of him, Rodrigo is still threatening Cherry when one of his men reports the underground prison was attacked and the prisoners escaped. For Cherry, that's the sign her job is done. Rodrigo threatens to kill her on the spot, but then a swirl of snow appears in front of him, and in seconds it turns into a huge spiked weapon that forces him back. Not only that, one of his arms freezes from a single touch, making him realize the one who attacked must be the leader of the North. But it's Lorena, who says she doesn't need her father to handle trash like him. The knights quickly surround Rodrigo and start talking nonsense, saying she'll regret not bringing her father. Lorena answers that even if her father isn't here, she did bring help, the Great Ice Dragon, a legendary beast that vanished 900 years ago and was believed extinct. That same creature immediately protects Lorena and tells them they've been tainted, so it will purify them. And the best part is Lorena didn't come alone, because on the other side of the palace, Katja wakes up in Diana's arms. Diana saved her just in time to pull her away from the blast. Of course, at first, Katja can barely believe she's still alive, since not even the fastest person in the world should have been able to reach her in time. But it turns out this was teamwork. They pulled it off thanks to Leah, who not only contained the explosion but got Katja out instantly. That's why Diana proudly calls her their hero. The blonde can't help blushing, since she also made sure to beat the knights without killing them. A perfect move. Now all that's left is to regroup with the others. Then we cut to Cruel, who's surrounded by a crowd of knights. They would have run him through right there if not for the fact that their attack gets knocked aside by a mysterious figure. The newcomer greets them like old friends, and even though Cruel doesn't recognize him at first, it's Hans, Lorena's family butler. Something similar happens on Roman's side. He freezes when hundreds of energy swords start piercing his enemies' heads, all thanks to Kyle. Even though Kyle hates having to fight his own comrades, he believes the only way to protect what little honor he has left is to stop them before they can do anything crazier. Raman immediately tells him to help the others, because he can still keep fighting. Kyle takes off, watching with amazement as the capital starts turning into a battlefield. And going back to Lorena and the Great Dragon, its breath freezes everything in its path. It tells her that with this, its part of the deal is complete, the promise to help destroy her enemies. Lorena quickly thanks it, and even more amazing, the ice from its breath freezes time itself, so their enemies can't cross the frozen zone. After that, the dragon simply vanishes, wishing her luck. Chari then asks how she managed to call such a massive dragon, and Lorena explains it's the ancient guardian of her family. That's what she went to do that morning when she disappeared. She climbed to the highest peaks of the north to ask for help as someone from the Beowulf line, and within seconds the guardian appeared before her and asked what she wanted. Lorena answered with just 2 words, "I need power." Lately, she feels like she's only been getting in the way, and since she has always been too proud to ask for help, she decided that had to change. That's why she asked for its strength, in exchange for the frozen crystal her father gave her, a relic Chari remembers well. Chari asks if it was really worth giving up, and Lorena says yes because it let her save her. In another scene, the castle halls are now covered in pools, and more pools of blood left behind by Damien and the protagonist. The protagonist says Bahamut must be waiting for them in the tower, watching from afar like they're hamsters on a wheel, moving around for his entertainment. For a moment it seems the two will go straight for him, but suddenly a huge beam of energy attacks them. They dodge it, and Jan takes it as proof that Damien's opponent has finally arrived, and of course the one who attacked them is Rodrigo, who survived everything else because he also got that so-called help from Bahamut. Now he glares at them with open hatred, convinced he should have killed them both when he had the chance. Damien sharply asks if Rodrigo really thinks he's strong enough to do that, and he doesn't hide his disappointment that Rodrigo truly gave up his humanity. Once again, it seems like this will be a fight between the two of them. But Rodrigo surprises him by saying it's not Damien's turn to die yet, and we see that he sent his tentacles underground to strike Jan from behind. Thankfully, Damien reacts instantly and blocks the tentacles with his sword. As he does, he repeats the same line we heard before. Rodrigo should pick on someone at his own level, because Damien will be his opponent. Then he turns to the protagonist and tells him he'll keep this monster busy, while Jan needs to go after Leon. The protagonist doesn't hesitate this time. He turns away, joking about leaving the old men to fight together, though he's clearly worried and tells Damien not to die. Like master and student, they part ways, and the once quiet palace turns into a true war zone because of the scale of the clash between Rodrigo and Damien. The two of them can destroy whole rooms in seconds. Since their techniques are so similar, they start off looking evenly matched, and Damien takes the chance to say how disgusted he is that Rodrigo's loyalty to the imperial family was just a lie. Of course, the old man fires back that Bahamut is part of that family too, but the redhead calls that nothing but excuses. They keep trading blows until Damien realizes that if they go on using the same moves, this fight will go nowhere. Rodrigo is thinking the exact same thing. He says the fight's gotten boring and decides it's time to show something new. He stretches the tentacles from his arms into a sharp blade, giving his attacks more reach and a new shape, a crack of dark energy that spits out hundreds of bolts which turn into tiny dragons. This is supposed to be a secret art passed down only to commanders of the special forces. What matters is that it shatters Damien's Black Shadow sword art like it's nothing, and to the old man that proves he has the upper hand. Honestly, it looks that way. Damien spends a long time just dodging until he realizes he has no other choice but to use that move. The problem is he's not sure his body can handle it. He might have kept hesitating, but then Rodrigo starts laughing and says he never passed on Damien's mother's final words. In other words, Rodrigo killed her. Damien warns him not to stain her name, but the old man keeps going, saying people can still speak even after their heads are cut off. That sick comment throws Damien off emotionally, and the old man takes the chance to pierce him from several angles, mocking him for still being such a stupid child that he fell for such an obvious taunt. In Rodrigo's mind, the fight is already over, but as he gets closer, he notices Damien's eyes aren't just full of pain, but something split apart inside him. Then Damien starts destroying the tentacles one by one as he activates the final form of his sword art, a wave of black blades that seem harmless at first. At first anyway, because then he spreads them until the whole room is swallowed by deep darkness. Meanwhile, in the throne room, Bahamut stays seated with his eyes closed and says, "You're late." We don't know if he was asleep, or if that's how he watches everything happening in the capital at once, but he starts complaining about how bored he was without Gendair. He calls him MC, the successor to the Heart of Mana, then smugly asks how he liked all the little gifts left along the way, confirming that he set up all those demonized knights just for him. After all, the Heart of Mana gets stronger the more enemies it devours, and what Bahamut wants is to turn Jan into a worthy opponent. He knows it, so he leaps in to attack and prove him wrong, and he's not alone. Mamo forms an L with a technique called Grand Annihilation, a blast of solar energy so powerful that together they manage to turn the Great Throne into dust. Even from far away, the beam tears through the tower. Still, it doesn't do much, because from the rubble, Bahamut answers with a single slash that Jan barely manages to block in time. The problem is that still isn't enough. Mamo has to gather a huge amount of energy just to push it away so it can burst in the sky, causing a ridiculously huge explosion. With that massive gap in power, Bahamut admits Jan always surprises him, not because he's strong, but because he still can't believe he's this weak. Based on his calculations and all the potential he's seen so far, the protagonist should be on a whole different level. If this is really his limit, then waiting for him was pointless. So MC and Momo try a different plan, a surprise attack from multiple angles, but Bahamut stops it without moving a finger. That's when Jan realizes he'll never win unless he takes a risk, so he tells Momo to get back and be ready for what comes next. Then Bahamut asks what he did with the knights left in his path, and Jan makes it clear he found a way around fighting them. Bahamut calls that a waste, because he placed them there as part of his training. The Heart of Mana feeds on life force gained in battle, so the protagonist was supposed to kill them. The more people it devours, the stronger it gets. And if MC isn't strong enough, then fighting him isn't even fun. With one move, Bahamut splits the throne room in half. The section he's standing on starts rising into the air, and he asks if Jan is really running away. He says yes, he has no interest in fighting someone who has no value to him right now. What Bahamut wants is for the protagonist to strengthen his Heart of Mana until he becomes a worthy opponent, and part of that starts now. Out of nowhere, a bunch of magic portals open behind Jan, bringing out dozens of possessed guards. They all repeat one request: kill me. And if there was still any doubt about what MC is supposed to do, Bahamut explains that before you sacrifice a pig, you have to feed it well. He keeps summoning more and more because he wants Jan to grow fat with power, since he'll be waiting for him in the final battle. Driving into action, the protagonist starts cutting them down at an incredible speed. But the nightmare begins when he realizes it doesn't matter how many heads he cuts off. They keep taking shape again, still begging him to kill them, and he knows all he's doing is wearing himself out. That's when Rahman, Cruel, Kacha, and Lorena arrive to fight beside him. Meanwhile, Bahamut's throne keeps rising until it reaches the moon, and he watches the chaos below, thinking everything is finally going right. This time he can finish his plan. Once Jan kills the knights left to strengthen him, his heart of mana will grow enough for Bahamut to steal it and make himself stronger, so he can face the angels. The problem is, right then, a powerful beam destroys the whole platform he was standing on. Bahamut dodges it, but the disappointment on his face when he sees it's the protagonist is obvious. Jan asks why he's looking at him like that, and Bahamut says it doesn't look like he dealt with the knights, so he can't understand how he got up there. Smiling, he answers that he still has more cards to play. His friends who are not only stronger but learn something Bahamut never did, how to work as a team. That becomes obvious when Lorena orders everyone to hold formation, and Leah, Hans, Kyles, and Jan join in too, proving they're stronger together. Of course, Bahamut says trusting that job to a bunch of nobodies is pathetic. Then just when it seems like he won't attack, he teleports to within inches of Jan in an instant, then strikes head-on while insulting him for wasting his precious time with allies, bonds, hidden cards, and dirty strategies. Even with all the potential in the world, the protagonist still clings to the things that make him weak. Bahamut, on the other hand, completed the Heart of Mana to carry all that power and fight alone, because to him that's where true power is born. In the middle of the clash, Momo finally jumps back in and uses a portal to appear beside John in a blink. She reaches out and at point-blank range unleashes a chain of magic explosions, but they do nothing to the enemy. Bahamut comes out completely unharmed and uses the opening to close in and attack with his sword, saying this fight is between the two of them and John shouldn't drag the weak into that hell. One of the most interesting things he says is that the weight of battle belongs only to the strong. That explains the whole belief that has guided him his entire life from the beginning, protecting the weak, to cruelly betraying Momo, and now his wish to keep reincarnating to wipe out the angels no matter the cost. At one point he even tells Jan that this weakness will make him lose everything. Since MC isn't naive anymore, he asks if that was the future Bahamut saw back then. And Yang keeps insisting that the Heart of Mana showed him that same post-apocalyptic future, a world attacked by an army of angels so strong they erased everything in seconds. What Bahamut saw was a world destroyed by wings, and that vision is what drove him to keep reincarnating again and again, gathering more and more power to stop it. Bahamut admits he's right, but also says that was only the beginning. There was also an ancient demonic god, a being from another world, a fate that wants to drag humanity into ruin. The moment he saw all of that, he knew he had to become stronger, and to do that he had to kill anything that stood in his way. He even had to overcome death itself because he believes it's his duty to stop that destruction and protect the weak. That's why he summons a sword. Jan recognizes as Dragon Deling the same weapon Bahamut used to kill him in the other timeline, and now he plans to take Jan's Heart of Mana not just to grow stronger, but to stop humanity's destruction. The problem is, with that sword he can cut through almost anything, so even though he seems to block the first strike successfully, one small shift shows his shoulder getting torn open by one of the shock waves. From that point on, the battle turns into a one-sided slaughter, with Bahamut casually swinging his sword while Jan takes every single hit. He takes every hit, even while trying to block. That's what throws him off, because he can clearly see the exact moment his sword stops Bahamut's blade, yet the cuts still land. Bahamut tells him to give up. Someone like him can't stop that sword, and unlike most enemies, he truly means it. Still, Jan refuses to quit. They keep fighting until he finally figures it out. Just like the sword can cut mana, Eileen's dragon has a very strange power, not just the ability to cut anything, but to cut time itself. That's why, even when he clearly blocked it, nothing worked. Bahamut admits he got it right, but says knowing the trick changes nothing, because it's also the weapon he'll use to stop humanity's destruction. Right then, his mana heart starts activating, and Jan knows he's running out of time. He pushes harder, shouting that if this keeps up, there'll be no one left to protect. But the blonde man ignores him, and they unleash a huge clash of power that snaps Jan's sword in two. Bahamut declares victory, then notices something else: his own sword has also shattered, along with his chest. So even though he seemed to have every advantage, that confidence kept him from seeing how far Jan's power could reach. The protagonist yells that his arrogance is his greatest weakness. Then on top of that, he pours all the power from his mana heart into his hand, making a temporary sword for the final strike. But sadly, before he can finish it, something pierces his arm and he realizes it's one of the broken pieces of Bahamut's sword, which that bastard controlled with his last bit of strength. Worse, the hit makes the sword Jan created start to break apart, and Bahamut lunges in to kill him, forgetting MC isn't alone. Bahamut's biggest weakness, the reason he falls in the end, is that he stands alone, while Jan still has Momo by his side. She appears beside him and says she'll make the sword. He just has to strike. Together, they forge a new mana heart sword. Even though that means Momo will use up the last thing keeping her in this world, she doesn't care. After all, she's his best card. For a moment, Jan hesitates, but he knows he can't waste her sacrifice, so he attacks and drives the blade through Bahamut's chest once and for all. And at the same time, we get Momo's point of view. At first, she had only planned to trick Jan for a while, then steal his body. For a long time, that really was the plan. But without noticing it, she started caring about him, and staying by his side no longer sounded crazy. In fact, in those final moments, there was nothing she wanted more. But someone had to be the one to sacrifice something, and this was her way of thanking him for turning her last months into a fun adventure. She may not have said it out loud, but Jean could see that resolve in her eyes. That gave him the strength to strike Bahamut. And the good part is that, just like Momo predicted, they had to sacrifice one mana heart to destroy Bahamut's, and cleanly separate him from Leon's body. In an instant, there are two bodies, and while Jan tries to get the blonde man to safety, what's left of Bahamut says that for an insignificant worm, he did pretty well. In the end, he even accepts defeat, but warns him to listen carefully, because from now on, he'll be responsible for whatever happens next. Still, we don't hear what he wanted to say, because we cut back to the others, who watch the remains of the throne room fall back onto the palace, along with Jean and Leon, who insist they're fine thanks to him. But Jan tells them to be careful and not make their injuries worse. What he didn't expect was that his friends were already waiting with open arms and a tight hug. Then, 1 month later, everything has gone back to normal. The capital and the imperial family recovered so much that it almost feels like there was never a war. Leon officially inherits the throne, and everything that happened is rewritten in the history books as a rebellion between Jin and Rodrigo. Of course, it's made clear that Damien defeated him, and both he and Kyle are hailed as war heroes, each put in charge of their own order of knights. Chicheri, Lorena, Roman, Krul, and Katja aren't left out either. They become part of a new special order under the Emperor's direct command. Leah and Diana are rewarded too, but Jan clearly receives the highest honors. The twist is that we don't see him at the ceremony. Instead, he's deep in Armenia, standing at the entrance to the place where his father is sealed. His plan is to save him before isolation makes him lose control, and then fulfill the deal he made with Bahamut, who with his final strength asked him to protect humanity. To do that, Jan needs his father and information about the angels, but then he arrives just as some monsters seem ready to attack him, until a magic circle he knows very well wipes them out. That's a clear sign that even though her energy is still very weak, Momo is alive. Instinctively, Jan tries to call for her, but stops himself. It's better to let her rest, because this is where the real adventure begins.